Her silver hair cascades down her back. Her eyes crinkle with amusement. She looks back at me too quickly, and I hope I've wiped the look of wanting from my face fast enough. She's so stunning, yet so stubbornly oblivious to how the sunset behind doles a comparison to the vibrance that is her. Oh, what the hell is wrong with me? I'll have you know that I'm a great liar. She can barely say the words without snorting like she's told a joke, and I've missed the punchline. I pop a piece of meat into my mouth. I'm gonna have to disagree. Oh, really? Really? She leans forward, resting her elbows on her knees. Enlighten me, Prince. Good. Let me distract you. My lips twitch into a smile. You have a tell, darling. Do not. She's not laughing anymore, and I almost regret saying anything at all. You tap your left foot when you lie, ever so slightly. She gapes and I grin. I started noticing it when you said you hated my dimples. And obviously, we both know that's a lie. I duck before the rock she throws at me can connect with my skull. Now I'm the one laughing. She turns her attention back towards the fire, fighting her smile. I didn't realize you had watched me so closely. Watched? Darling, I've never stopped. She meets my gaze, as an emotion I can't place ripples in those ocean eyes of hers. And there she goes again, spinning that silver ring on her thumb. Interesting. Why are you really doing this? Her words cut through my thoughts, and I look at her, though her own gaze is now fixed on the flames in front of us. Why didn't you just take my leather and leave me? I hear her unspoken words echoing in my head. Leave me to die. She looks at me then, her eyes flooded with emotions. She wants an answer, needs an answer as to why I didn't act like the monster I've been molded into. I open my mouth, expecting a good answer to fall out. Wishful thinking, I suppose, because I sigh and say, you know, we never got to finish our dance. She blinks at me. That wasn't an answer. That's because we haven't danced yet. You should know how this works by now, Gray. We dance, you get your answer. Or we don't, and, well, you'll be left to ponder all your burning questions about me. She huffs out a laugh. You're kidding. Not this again. Yes, this again. I stand on my feet and walk over to where she sits on her stump. So, I hold up my hand to her with a lazy bow. Are we dancing or not, Gray? She rolls her eyes, trying to fight the smile that's tugging at her lips. Fine. She lays her palm on my own, and the mere contact has my pulse quickening. What has this girl done to me? We take a few steps away from the fire, the pale moonlight beaming, and the stars twinkling. I guide her hand onto my shoulder and take the other to hold, careful not to strain her stitches. My other hand finds her waist, wrapping my arm around her back to pull her close. She feels so familiar in my arms, and I drink in every detail, memorize every movement. We begin stepping in time to nothing but the sound of our own heartbeats and the crickets chirping around us. We're swallowed in darkness, mere shadows in the flickering firelight. There's no music, she says flatly, her voice laced with amusement. Well then, I guess we won't know when to stop dancing. How unfortunate. My chin brushes the top of her head before I dip her towards the ground, making her gasp in surprise. Don't tempt me to stomp on your toes, she threatens breathlessly. I raise her back up slowly, as I say, Oh, we can't have that. I'm still recovering from the last time we danced. We're quiet for a moment, listening to the crunch of twigs beneath our feet and the crackling of the fire. Through her thin and battered tank, I can feel the heat of her body, feel her skin beneath my hand. Distracting. Her voice is quiet when she breaks the silence, as if almost reluctant to interrupt the moment. So, the answer to my question? Right, that. Is it really so shocking that I don't want you to die? I lean back slightly so I can meet her eyes. So shocking that I would help someone? She doesn't hesitate. Yes. I almost laugh. I can't say I'm surprised. It's just that. She pauses, her eyes flitting between mine, as if searching for the answer in them. I thought you were more like your father. Her words slam into me. Father is, well, he's a king. He's cold and strict, and very rarely impressed, even with his own sons. I suppose in some way he's made me to be like him, schooled me on how to act, what to feel, and more importantly, what not to feel. Thanks to him, I've crafted a jumble of different masks that I can slip on and off at will. I'm a mess of muffled emotions and well-built walls. But because I don't quite know the answer to her question myself, I ask her one of my own. Is that why you hate me so much? Because you thought I was like my father, who you clearly don't care for? I don't hate you. She answers too quickly, pausing to wonder if she said the right thing while I wonder why she hasn't said it sooner. My smile is crooked. Oh, you don't hate me. So, what, every thread of my life is a declaration of love then? I said I don't hate you, Prince. That doesn't mean I don't despise you. I duck my head, eyes searching hers. I think you despise that you don't despise me. Her mouth falls open before she snaps it shut and fixes me with a glare. I seem to have rendered her speechless. Well, that's a first. Use your words, Gray. I smile, spinning at her before pulling her back to me. Tell me, am I wrong? I thought I was the one asking you the questions, she says, distracting and diverting my attention with that devastating smile and deliberate words. And she thinks I'm the calculating one. She looks away from me, biting the inside of her cheek before meeting my gaze again. Would you have helped one of the others? A pause. Someone other than Jax or Andy? Someone other than the people I truly care about. A slow smile spreads across my face. And darling, I doubt that the sight of someone dying would affect me as much as you do alive and well. She swallows. You're a shameless flirt, Hazar. Only for you. Now it seems you're also a shameless liar. I huff out a quiet laugh before saying, my turn to ask a question. She opens her mouth, most likely to argue, but I cut her off. So, out of all the people roaming around Loot that day, why was I fortunate enough to be robbed blind? Her mouth snaps shut before splitting into a smile. You fit a description. A description? Her smile is anything but sweet. Yes, you looked cocky and chock full of coins. Those are my favorite targets. I lean closer towards her. Well, this target knew you stole from him. You knew I stole from you too late. Funny, I seem to remember that I caught you not shortly after. Her smile is smug. Only because I came back and saved you. Then she laughs. So, what, you don't think I could steal from you again without you noticing? I think that I notice everything you do. So, no. She pauses, her face close to mine, momentarily stunned by my words. I smile, enjoying the sight of her flustered. Her next words are soft, slow. Is that a challenge, Azar? It's a fact, Gray. Is it? She says, suddenly dangling something between our faces. That's interesting, because I nicked this off you almost immediately after we started dancing. I squint in the dim light, swearing under my breath when I realize what it is she's holding. Braxton's leather strap, once safe in my pocket, is now pinched between her fingers and swinging in front of my face. I'm impressed, Gray. I shrug casually before adding, I'm mostly shocked I didn't notice with how closely I pay attention to you. She rolls her eyes at me. Distraction. My gaze sweeps over her quickly before returning to that smile. You are quite good at that, aren't you? She's quiet as she watches me closely before looking away. I avert my gaze too, preparing myself for another one of her prying questions. What's your favorite color? My eyes snap to hers. What? I nearly choke on my laughter. Your favorite color? What is it? For once, I almost step on her toes out of shock and sheer wonder. Of all the things you could ask me, you ask me what my favorite color is? I can't keep the smile from spreading across my face. She blows a strand of hair from her eyes in annoyance. I feel like I don't know many things about you, so I figured I'd start with the basics. An amused sigh. I'm letting you off the hook with an easy question, so don't disappoint. What is your favorite color? I spin her if only to give myself some time to think. I'd never thought about what my favorite color was before. It never seemed important. Not until I looked into a pair of ocean blue eyes and realized that perhaps drowning was a beautiful thing. Not until I looked into a pair of fiery blue eyes and realized that perhaps burning was a painless thing. Not until I looked into a pair of sky blue eyes and realized that perhaps falling was a peaceful thing. I'd never thought about what my favorite color was before, because I hadn't seen one that was worthy of the title. Until now, that is. Blue, I say, my voice low. She's looking at me thoughtfully, studying me sincerely. I would never have guessed. Neither would I. And yours? I ask, watching her as she thinks. She opens her mouth, then shuts it, considering something. Her jaw sets. I don't have one. With a small shrug, she asks, favorite food or dessert? We're in the middle of a trial, and you're asking me about my favorite food. She ignores me. Well, I know it's not rabbit. I see the way your mouth twists when you eat it. I do not twist. I pause, grinning. Have you been looking at my mouth, Gray? She opens her mouth to argue only to huff instead. Just answer the damn question, Azra. I chuckle and spin her slowly. Easy. Lemon tarts. She snorts. You're kidding. Lemon tarts? You're a rich prince who could have any food he wants, and you would choose lemon tarts? Yes, lemon tarts, I mimic. And now I'm making you eat some with me when we finally get out of here. Over my dead body. My smile is wicked. That can be arranged. And there she goes, making good on her threat to stomp on my toes, seeing that her feet are her only weapon at the moment. Oops. Vicious little thing. I murmur under my breath. You don't know the half of it, Prince. Oh, but I hope one day I will. We are silent for a moment, studying each other before I finally say, tell me, what's your favorite food then, since you seem to think it's so much better than lemon tarts? Oh, trust me, when I say it is far better than lemon tarts, well, don't keep me guessing, Gray. She tilts her head up towards mine as she confidently says, butterscotch. Butterscotch, I repeat, committing the information to memory. Yes, she smiles, but I see the sadness in it. My father used to give out the candy to his patients, and every time he would fix up one of my wounds, or I would help fix up someone else's, we would eat butterscotch after as a sort of reward. We're quiet for a moment. You two were very close. We were, she states. But you and your father aren't, are you? Not after what he's put you through. I'm thankful for the lack of pity in her voice, though her disgust is clear. A quiet, bitter laugh escapes me. No, I'm more soldier than son, and he's more king than father. It's hard to be close when our only time spent together was training, and I didn't exactly look forward to those encounters. And your mother? She asked quietly. She's everything I could have asked for, I state simply. Everything I needed as a boy. She's been one of the only constants in my life, a source of kindness and caring. And yet, Peyton says hesitantly, She let your father do what he did. I pause, speaking to her as I remind myself she didn't exactly have a choice in the matter, and becoming the future enforcer is my duty, no matter the methods it takes to get there. She eyes me with that expression I can never quite seem to place. Is it wonder? Confusion? One moment she's an open book, and then the next I can barely crack the spine. And then she's peppering me with questions, most of them random, though all deemed equally important to her. She tells me stories of growing up, and I do the same, listening to her laugh at Kit and my stupidity. So, tell me about the split lip you had when we met, I ask, brows raised. She laughs, and the sound snakes up my spine. I wasn't lying when I told you it was a gift from one of your Imperials. Right. You informed me of that when you had your dagger to my throat, I believe. Sounds about right. Well, I'm still unaware of the details behind how you earned it. My eyes darken at the thought. I don't react kindly to my Imperials hitting women. Oh? Then you should probably know that this wasn't the first time. Her words are casual, blunt. Long story short, he didn't believe I was a psychic, so I proved it to him, and clearly he didn't like what I had to say. I stare at her in disbelief. And what, you just took the hit? Yes, but not before I took some of his pride. Why am I not surprised by that? She gives me a sly smile, probably because you've got so used to me humbling you, Prince. That I have. I pause, taking her in. You never cease to amaze me, Gray. I smirk as I release her hand to flick the tip of her nose lightly. She bats my fingers away with a huff. And you never cease to annoy me. I grab her hand again and guide it up my arm until both of her palms rest on my shoulders. Then I slip my hands around her waist and behind her back, careful of her injured side as I pull her closer. And then we just sway. No fancy footwork, no waltz to step in time to. Just us in the middle of a forest, surrounded by thousands of winking stars. Her lashes flutter, and then her fingers are laced behind my neck. The tension between us pulls taut, like an invisible tether connecting the two of us. My pulse quickens, and so does her breathing, her chest rising and falling rapidly. I never cease to annoy you, huh? I watch her face while pulling her impossibly closer. What about now? Is this the exception? She swallows and dips her head, not offering me an answer. I smile slightly as I try to get her to speak, a problem I've never had to deal with before. Pay? Still no answer. My fingers catch her chin, gently guiding her gaze to meet mine. There is confusion etched all over her face as she lets out a shaky laugh. I'm annoyed that I'm not finding this annoying. My hand tightens around her waist like it might catch fire from the feel of her. I'm embarrassed by how much this one girl engrosses me. Afraid of how affected I am. It makes me feel equally weak and wonderful, alarmed, yet alive. Why didn't you shoot me, Peyton? The question tumbles out of my mouth, curious and quiet. She tilts her head, studying me. You're gonna have to be more specific than that, Azar. Deflecting. I crack a smile, knowing that she is aware of what I'm referring to. You could have shot me a few days ago, but you fired at the ground. I want to know why. She pauses, pondering her answer. Then her eyes are pinned on mine. Just because I was doomed for death doesn't mean I wanted to damn you as well. Her eyes roam over me, and I relish the feel of her gaze. And then she pulls away. Her hands are back on my shoulders, stiff and stubbornly unmoving. Then her eyes are on the sky, choosing to stare at the stars rather than me. She sighs through her nose, silently collecting herself, and I'm doing the same, trying to pull myself together after she pulled away. Yes, we are opponents. Yes, I am the future enforcer. Yes, I am a killer that has no right to want to keep her. But there's something else. Something that has her refusing to admit this confusing connection we share. Plagues. I'm pissed that I admitted it to myself. My masks are still at the ready, my walls still in place, but she is slowly breaking down both my facades and fortresses, and I'm suddenly angry at myself for allowing it, for allowing myself to care, for allowing myself to think of her in any way other than my competition. Because she's made it clear that that is all I am to her. Kai, she says quietly, the sound of my name on her lips ripping me from my thoughts. A soft female voice cuts through her words. Sorry to interrupt, but you both have something I need.
Chapter 29. Payton. The voice echoes from all around us. Kai and I jump apart, instinctively swiveling around to press our backs against each other. I squint in the dim light where the outlines of tall, dark figures begin to take shape. A reluctant sigh rings out into the darkness, amplified by the numerous bodies surrounding us. We're trapped. They all take a measured step forward, enclosing us in a human cage of bodies. Dozens of hazel eyes shimmer in the firelight, dark hair and skin gleaming. Sadie. All I want is your bands, and I'll be on my way. And then she almost smiles as she looks around at her copies. Well, we'll be on our way. Kai sighs, seemingly annoyed by all of this. You knew we wouldn't give you our bands, and yet you interrupted us anyways. Fine, Sadie says curtly. Then give me one band, and no one has to get hurt. My eyes dart to my bow lying a few feet away from me, a few feet away and behind the wall of Sadie's. I don't have a single weapon to use to defend myself, and I've never felt so exposed. It's like I've been stripped bare. I can almost feel the ghost of my father's dagger against my thigh, making me wish more than anything that I had it here with me. Several sets of hazel eyes flick between the two of us, still back to back, before locking with mine. I don't want to hurt you, but I will if it comes to that. She pauses, and her voice is even, unfeeling as she says, I will, if it means I'll win. I'm about to open my mouth and respond when calluses brush my own, gripping my hand behind my back. I nearly jerk at the contact, but Kai pries my fist open, pressing something cool and hard into my palm before curling my fingers around it. Then, just as quickly, his hand is gone. The thing bites into my skin, pointed edges piercing. I fight to keep the smile from my face when I realize what he's given me. A weapon. He's giving me a fighting chance. It's a small one, but a weapon nonetheless. I clutch the throwing star in my fist, not caring if the sharp edges pierce my skin. This tiny object could be the difference between life and death. The only weapon Kai has is the sword belted at his side, but then again, he is a weapon himself. I'm shocked he didn't feel Sadie's power creeping up on us, but I suppose I can't blame him, considering how distracted I was with his hands on me, his words with underlying meanings, my hammering heartbeat when he gets too close. I take a deep breath. Let's deal with one problem at a time. Then I guess you're gonna have to hurt me if you have any hope of getting my band. I breathe, eyeing the Sadies as they take a slow step forward. She shakes her head at me, as though disappointed in my decision. Fine, but don't say I didn't warn you. And then she's suddenly in front of me, holding the tip of a short dagger to my throat. Before the next thud of my heart, she's yanked my arm and pulled my back against her chest. The blade she still holds against my throat sinks deeper into my flesh with every shallow breath. I'll only ask once more. Sadie's voice is sharp. so unlike the soft tone I'm used to from her. "Give me your leather, Kai, or I'll slit her throat." The prince blinks at the scene before him, looking completely unfazed. He knows I can take care of myself, and though I'm flattered by that fact, I could use his help at the current moment. Hot blood begins to trickle down my neck, and I will myself to remain calm. Kai simply shrugs at the threat. "Go ahead then." He nods towards the blade pressed to my throat. "See if I care. We are only opponents, after all. Less competition." I can practically hear Sadie blink behind me. She's clearly stunned by his lack of concern, especially after seeing the two of us dancing together only minutes ago. I would be stunned myself if I wasn't so used to seeing his masks, if I didn't recognize the cold one he's just slipped on. She stiffens behind me. "I'm calling your bluff, Prince." I feel her hand begin to jerk, begin to slice deeper into my skin. And then I strike. I slam the razor-sharp throwing star into the soft tissue of her stomach, pushing it deep as I push her hand still clutching the knife away from my neck. She screams and jerks away, sending me stumbling into Kai. Well, one of them. There are now several muscled forms, all mirroring his messy black waves and stormy eyes. He's taken on her ability. I ram into his chest before strong hands grip the sides of my arms. When I look up into his face, he has the nerve to wink before saying, "Good work, Gray. I can always count on you and your violent tendencies." With that, he spins around and drives his sword through one of Sadie's duplicates. A throng of Sadies surround Kai and his own copies, keeping him occupied and unable to get to the real one and end this fight quickly. I'm reminded of a day spent training at the castle, when I watched Sadie sparring with Braxton. They would fight and dance around each other until Braxton made his way to the real Sadie, finally taking her down and ending the fight. And that is exactly what I am going to do. Except, unlike Ace's illusions, which I've already had the pleasure of facing, Sadie and her copies can touch and hurt me. With this unsettling thought in mind, I dance on the balls of my feet, prepared to strike. I turn away from the copies swarming Kai, knowing that he can handle himself, while he trusts I can do the same. There are only 3 Sadies left, 2 of which guard the real one currently clutching a bloodied hand to the wound on her stomach. Their heads snap towards me, and I barely have enough time to sink into my fighting stance before one of them charges at me. Unfortunately for me, Sadie knows how to fight. Since her power is simply duplicating her own body, she automatically has strength in numbers. But she's trained so that those numbers have strength of their own. A right hook flies at my face and I duck under it, landing a quick blow to her stomach. The Sadie stumbles back with a grunt, and I use the opportunity to send a kick connecting with her side. She catches my legs and pulls me forward. Exactly what I was hoping for. I grip her shoulders and jump, driving my other knee deep into her stomach. She drops my leg with a cry of pain, and I slide my ring onto my middle finger before throwing a fist at her temple. I mutter a curse as I shake out my stinging hand, but she's out cold before she even hits the ground. A hand pulls at my hair, hard, and my head yanks back. I let out a strangled gasp as an elbow hooks around my throat, crushing my windpipe. I can't breathe, dizzy with pain as spots swim before my vision, but I stomp on her foot before elbowing her hard in the stomach. She loosens her hold, and I whirl around, grabbing the back of her neck and slamming her nose into the knee I drive upwards. She sputters and flings her fist out, managing to connect it with my jaw. I ignore the aching pain and drop, sweeping my leg out before she's swept off her feet. She slams into the ground with a thud, but I've already turned my attention away from her sprawled form. My eyes find the smoldering hazel ones belonging to the real Sadie. She steps towards me, blood oozing from between her fingers as she covers her wound. "Just know that I don't want to do this," she says, her voice strained. "But I have to." And then, her fists are flying at me in a combination of hooks, jabs, and uppercuts. I'm impressed by how much speed and strength she still has after being stabbed, forcing me on defense. I dodge her blows until I land one of my own, square in her jaw. She grunts in pain before sending a roundhouse kick at my temple. I barely block it, her heel still clipping the side of my head. We dance around each other, throwing various combinations of punches and kicks. Her fist crashes into my lip, and my head snaps to the side before I spit blood. I send a hard kick into her already wounded side, and she screams in pain. Then I land a blow under her jaw, another to her wound, a kick to her temple. She cries out, trying to hit me with a lazy punch, but I catch her wrist easily, twisting it at an odd angle before kneeing her in the stomach. I grab her shirt in one hand, while the other is balled into a fist, currently cocked back and ready to strike. I send it flying towards her face, ready to end this fight with one final blow. Except my fist doesn't move. Cold hands clamp around both my wrists, pulling at my arms until they are tucked tightly behind my back. I'm so shocked, so strained and tired that I can't fight the strong grip, can't do anything to break my hands free. My head whips around, and I'm face to face with a bloody-nosed Sadie, the one I fought immediately before. Look at me, Peyton. My head snaps back to the original Sadie, now clutching a knife in her bloody hands before me. I kick at the legs of the Sadie behind me, only causing her to kick in the back of my knees, sending me crashing into the ground. Helpless. Powerless. Sadie stands over me, seeming to contemplate something as I kneel before her. You are never going to stop fighting me, are you? In response, I writhe in Sadie's grip, desperately trying to break free. She shakes her head at me, offering an apologetic look. Maybe Kai was right. The less competition, the better. She grabs the handle of the dagger in both hands, raising it above her head. So this is how I die. I survived my whole life as an ordinary, and yet this is how it ends. By a measly dagger. I can't tell if I want to laugh or cry. Sadie holds the knife above her head, ready to plunge it into my rapidly beating heart as she whispers, I told you I didn't want to do this, but I have to. Kai will be furious that he saved my life for nothing. I'm sorry. Sadie chokes out as the tip of the blade comes racing towards my heart. And impossibly, unbelievably, I'm suddenly ready for it. I'll see you soon, Father. Nothing. The blade stops mere inches away from my heart. I'm shaking, my eyes trailing from the halted knife to my almost killer. Blood pours out of Sadie's mouth, followed by a gurgled gasp slipping between her lips. She looks down, wide-eyed, and I follow her gaze to the sword now protruding from her chest. The dagger slips from her fingers as tears slip down her cheeks. She stumbles back, gasping, into a broad chest. Kai wraps his arms around her and gently guides her to the ground, a sickening gargling sound slipping past her lips. And then she's suddenly silent, her hazel eyes staring up at the black sky, wide, unseeing, and glossy. The Sadies around us flicker out of existence, leaving my hands free to cover my mouth as I choke out a gasp. I'm trying to take in what just happened, trying to take in air as I wheeze weakly. Kai drops to his knees beside me, worry crinkling his brow. Are you hurt? His eyes roam over me, like the fingers now lightly roaming up my body, checking for injuries just as they had a few nights before. Peyton, look at me. Rough hands are cupping my face now, guiding my gaze towards him. Tell me, did she hurt you? I'm fine. I'm not fine. I hate these trials because they kill people, and now I've just witnessed it firsthand. I've been a part of it. I didn't ask for any of this, didn't want anyone to die, and now another victim of the trials lies motionless mere feet away. I told you I don't want to do this, but I have to. Sadie didn't want to kill me, and yet I almost wish she had. Almost wish I had a reason to hate her, a reason to wish this fate upon her. But it's these twisted trials that forced her shaking hand to raise that dagger above her head, forced her into nearly taking a life. I glance at her bloody body lying limp and so close. An image of my father flashes before my eyes, replacing the girl who tried to kill me with the father who would have killed for me. I witnessed him die similarly, and I try to blink the image away, but his bloody body doesn't budge. Hey, look at me, all right? Don't look at her. Look right at me. Kai's hands are still gently holding my face when I slide my gaze back to his, trying to focus on something other than the death in front of me. Except, the prince himself seems to be death incarnate, a wielded weapon. Focus on my eyes. I know how much you like to stare into them. His gray gaze sparkles with amusement, and the corner of his lips kick up while my own mouth falls open. He knows me well enough to know that I'm about to start telling him off in response to that little comment, so he presses a finger to my lips before I get the chance. Focus on the dimples you try to convince yourself you hate, even though I know you look for them every time I smile. Sure enough, his grin spreads, and my traitorous eyes flick to the dimples framing it. The thumb he runs over my bottom lip has my eyes dragging from his dimples to meet his gaze. Focus on my lips. His voice is a murmur, a caress like the fingers brushing my face and mouth. Don't be shy. I know this wouldn't be the first time. My eyes drift to his lips, trailing over the sensuous curve of them. He's so very easy to look at, to admire. Everything about him is annoyingly alluring, distracting so easily. Distracting. When my eyes light up with the realization of what he is doing, his slight smirk tells me I'm correct. This calculating boy just distracted me from a dead body, using nothing but himself to do so. Are you sure that was to distract me and not to boost your ego? I ask, my voice deceptively calm. Why can't it be both? Ass, I mumble. He hasn't stopped smiling at me. I may be an ass, but I just saved yours. And then, without warning, his smile vanishes and is replaced by serious scrutiny as he looks me over. How are you? Have you calmed down? I breathe and shut my eyes for a moment. An image of Sadie's bloody body flashes in my mind before shifting into my father's. I'm fine now, I lie, hating how strained my voice sounds. He shakes his head at me, muttering, I told you. You're a horrible liar, Gray. A shaky laugh escapes me. The sound is so wrong with a lifeless body so close, but I can't seem to control myself. At this point, my only options are laughing or crying, and I refuse to do the latter. Kai studies my face, seeming to see the battle raging within me. Without a word, he wraps an arm around my middle and helps me to my feet. I know I should push him away, should tell him I don't need his help. But I'm weak, in far more ways than one, and his closeness is my only comfort right now. He guides me to a stump and sits me down, crouching to look up into my face. Pei. He speaks the syllable so softly. Stay here and calm down. Just breathe, all right? You're still in shock. I nod numbly as he assesses me again. His gaze never strays from my own as he slowly raises a hand to slide his fingers over mine, seeming to search for something. They halt on the cold steel around my finger before spinning the ring idly, mirroring a movement I'm all too familiar with. Distract yourself. Spin this like you always do to keep busy, to keep your mind off things. I blink at him, shocked that he knows my habits, knows how to help me. I'm stunned at how calm and collected he is after killing someone, though I shouldn't be. He was raised for this, molded into a murderer who's numb to the death he doles out. I suppress a shudder at the thought of the horrors this haunted boy has committed, the horrors he's endured, Kai stands to leave. I'm going to go clean this up. I'll be back soon. And for once, he sighs, listen to me and stay put. And then he's gone, leaving me to spin my ring restlessly. Chapter 30. Payton. Unsurprisingly, I didn't listen to him. As soon as my ass got numb from sitting on that bloody stump, I stood and paced circles around our camp before splashing cold water from the creek on my face and body. Then my ass got cold, and I moved next to the fire to lie down on the hard ground I'm so familiar with. I refused to watch as Kai lifted Sadie's body over his shoulder and stalked off with her. Where he dumped her, I have no idea. And I don't want to know, I realized. But I let my thoughts wander while he wanders around the wood with a dead body slung over his shoulder. I watch the dying fire from where I lie on my side, the crook of my arm tucked under my head, making for an uncomfortable pillow. My breathing is now under control. The shaking from leftover adrenaline and shock now faded. I might have been lying here for hours if I cared to try and keep track of time. A shadow suddenly sweeps over me, belonging to the someone now crouching behind. I grip the handle of Sadie's knife and flip around in one swift movement, bringing the tip of the blade to the throat of whoever decided it was a smart idea to creep up on me. My eyes crash into stormy ones, looking amused rather than afraid. Easy, Kai murmurs, gently wrapping a rough hand around my wrist and pulling the dagger away from him. It's just me. The corner of his mouth twists up as he says, although I doubt that knowledge would stop you from keeping this blade to my throat. I manage a slight smile at the thought, running a hand through my tangled hair as I look up at him crouching beside me. Since we're partners now, you don't have to worry about me stabbing you, for the time being. He lets out a deep chuckle, and I hope the dim light hides most of my smile at the sound. And when we aren't partners anymore, should I fear for my life? That would be wise, yes. I just barely hear him mutter, vicious little thing. We are quiet for a moment, and my smile begins to slowly fade. I'm tired and surprisingly comfy on the packed earth, so I don't bother moving as I say, did you? Yes. He cuts me off, sparing me from having to speak about Sadie's body. My gaze snags on his hands and the thin layer of dirt covering them. It's under his nails, splattered up his arms. A dusting of yellow on his fingertips catches my eye, a fine powder staining his skin. Dirt. Pollen. My voice is a little more than a whisper. You buried her. Kai stills beside me. Not only that, my eyes slowly slide up to meet his. You laid flowers on her grave. His smile is almost sad, filled with fatigue. Nothing gets past you, little psychic. He reaches out a hand then, flicking the very tip of my nose like he'd done when we danced. Somehow, the simple action feels far more intimate than I care to admit, as though he is sharing something precious with me, saying something without uttering a single word. I catch his hand before he pulls away, trying to ignore the feel of his calluses against my own. Thank you, Kai. That was good of you to do that for her. His lips twitch, and his eyes drop to our joined hands before trailing back to mine. Oh, I didn't do it for her. The intensity in his gaze makes me swallow, but I don't look away. I don't want to look away. He runs his thumb over my knuckles, the action so soothing, so gentle. He cocks his head to the side, inspecting me. How are you feeling? I open my mouth, but Kai beats me to my rehearsed response. And don't bother saying that you're fine, because we both know that's a lie. Another stroke of his thumb across my knuckles. My eyes flutter closed, and I take a deep breath. I'm feeling like I almost died today. I'm feeling overwhelmed and in over my head. I'm feeling furious and frustrated because I don't know how to feel about all of this. I pause while Kai waits patiently for me to continue. And I'm feeling like I owe you a thank you. I would have died today if it weren't for you saving me. He leans closer, eyes brimming with barely bottled-up emotions. And I'll save your life again and again, aimlessly hoping you will allow me to stay in it. We stare at each other. Those pretty words of his have my heart pounding, brain puzzling over possible meanings. The tension between us is tangible, taking my breath away as he takes me in. I'm grasping for something, anything to say, but I'm too busy staring to think straight. And then a question slips past my lips, snapping the tension between us. How are you so calm after all this? I know the answer, and yet I find myself wanting to hear it from his own lips. I didn't always used to be like this, he says softly. But practice makes perfect, and I've had a lot of it. We stare silently at one another, and once again I'm struggling for something to say. Then I remember the leather strap I had stolen from him, and slip my hand out of his to pull it from my pocket. Well, I suppose this is the only way I can repay you, though it's yours to begin with. He gives me a lazy shrug. Keep it. I huff. I don't want your pity. It's not pity, Peyton. He sighs out the words. My name. Besides, I have another one of my own now, and taking down Sadie was a joint effort. I level him with a look, preparing to argue since we both know he didn't necessarily need my help with Sadie. He doesn't miss the fight in my eyes. Just take the damn leather, Gray. If he wants to offer me the one thing I need to help me win these trials, then fine. I'll take the damn leather, but not before I've had some fun. A smile twists my lips. Say please. He looks away from me, shaking his head at the starry sky. You have just been waiting to make me say this, haven't you? Dying to, actually. His forearms rest on his bent knees as he leans even closer, face hovering close above mine. The smile he gives me is equally as lazy as his gaze traveling over my face. Please pay. A shiver runs down my spine at the caress that is his voice. That seems to be a foreign word to you, Prince. Thanks to you, I have a feeling I'm going to grow very familiar with it. Few have the power to make me plead. I swallow, choosing to ignore his words as I shove the leather into my pocket and roll to face the fire once more, suddenly cold and content to be quiet. The temperature has dropped significantly tonight, and my thin tank does little to keep me warm. I do have one condition, though. I roll my eyes. Of course he does. And what would that be? I ask through my teeth, not bothering to look at him. An arm wraps around my middle, carefully avoiding my wound, while tugging me against a broad chest. I startle at the sudden contact, and a soft laugh sounds close to my ear. I get to use you to keep me warm. There's a certain hesitancy to him, the type of timidness he only lets me see in moments like these. He holds me loosely, delicately, like whatever shared fragile feelings between us could shatter if handled with lack of care. A question laces every lingering touch, every look too long, every layer of ourselves we choose to divulge to one another. The arm around me is no different, speaking volumes in the form of hovering fingers and hesitant hold. Is this okay? I swallow hard. My throat has gone dry. My answer is agonizingly slow as I slide closer to him. It's more than okay. Eagerness is an emotion I've always been able to blame on circumstance, and I wish desperately it wasn't desire driving my decisions. I hear him take a breath, only realizing then that he had been holding it. And then, all remnants of hesitation is gone. His hand settles on the far side of my waist where my tank is slowly beginning to slide up. He's wasted no time pulling me against him, allowing me to feel the rise and fall of his chest, feel the steady beat of his heart pounding against my back. Tell me, Does this annoy you? He asks quietly, breathing the question close to my ear. He's throwing my words back at me, and I can almost feel him smirking. He wants this to annoy me, wants this to get under my skin and make me flustered with every finger he has on my body. Bastard. I simply can't allow that. So, I say with a confidence I don't currently feel, "Not at all. I can't be bothered, Azar." "Good," he says coolly. Then he lays his head on my arm and shoulder, his soft, inky hair tickling my skin. "Who needs a pillow when I have you?" I huff with what I hope sounds like annoyance. Thanks to him, I'm now suddenly wide awake and unable to focus on anything else but the heat of his body against mine. He finally drops his head from my shoulder and lays it close to the back of mine, practically buried in my hair. "Sweet dreams, Pei." "Sweet dreams, Kai." His hand tightens ever so slightly on my waist, in response to the sound of his name rolling off my tongue. And then, his thumb is brushing lazy, light strokes over the fabric of my thin tank. I suppress a shiver, swallow, and shut my eyes. Just go to sleep. Easier said than done. I'm far too focused on his sweeping thumb, his arm wrapped tightly around me, his chest rising and falling against my back. I hate that I don't hate it. And that's when it hits me. Distraction. He's doing it again. He's taking my mind off the death I just witnessed, off the fact that I watched him kill someone because they were going to kill me. He's the only thing keeping my thoughts from Sadie's dead body, the only thing that will chase the nightmares away for tonight, because I'm too occupied with the thought of him. And this is a distraction that benefits the both of us. I find myself smiling as I think about the calculating boy behind me. The calculating boy who, for some reason, cares.
Chapter 31. Kai. We spend our final day in the Whispers trying to get out. It was late afternoon when a sight interrupted our routine of eating stringy rabbit together. The girl was young and timid, only managing to drop a folded piece of parchment onto a nearby stump before she vanished into the forest. The note, to no surprise, was incredibly cryptic. It offered no details, only informing us that we are to meet at the edge of the Whispers at sunrise. So, after climbing another plague-forsaken pine tree to see which direction to head in, we set off trudging through the forest. And after several long hours of this, we've grown restless, to say the least. I hear Peyton swear, stumbling behind me. "These damned snakes." I turn around in time to see her flip the dagger in her hand, holding it by its blade before effortlessly sending it flying into the head of a snake slithering by her feet. The hissing dies along with the rest of the creature before Peyton casually tugs the blade out of its skull. I turn back to the path of thick foliage in front of me, a smile tugging at my lips thanks to the girl behind me. Then, I hear a muttered sentence followed by a string of curse words that only manages to make my grin grow. "I'm sorry, what was that, Gray?" I ask, not bothering to look over my shoulder. "We're all only being forced into one area for a bloodbath," she huffs, brushing past me. "Yeah, that sounds about right," I say with a sigh. The sky above us is quickly darkening, and under the cover of the trees, the light is even dimmer. She turns, and I see her open her mouth to likely make some smart-ass comment before clamping it shut when the sound of a twig snapping echoes around us. "Please, there is no way you can blink from here to the edge of the Whispers. I most certainly could. It's just dark now, so I can't. Oh, and there are too many trees blocking my view. But if it weren't for that, I totally could." "Sure, use that as your excuse. I think you're just jealous. Keep telling yourself that." I hear the echo of laughter and the sound of scuffling feet, no doubt the result of playful shoving. The power of the two opponents nearby seeps into my bones, but I don't need to know their abilities to know who they are. Peyton hesitantly follows behind when I head in their direction. I push through the trees and plants, my pulse quickening in anticipation. Shoving aside a branch, I spot the two figures walking towards us. Andy sticks out her foot and catches Jax's ankle, nearly sending him sprawling to the ground. Their quiet laughter is abruptly cut off when they see me and halt in their tracks. "Well, don't look too excited to see me," I say dryly, taking a step towards them. "Kai?" Jax is squinting through the growing darkness, but his eyes light up with recognition. He's before me in a few of his long strides, and I catch his head in the crook of my arm to scruff up his short hair despite his protests. Andy walks up with a smile. "Good to see you're alive." "Yeah, that's great," Jax agrees, rubbing his head. "But I could do without your usual greeting." "So, how was your stay in the Whispers?" Andy stops short, her eyes sliding to something over my shoulder. Peyton steps beside me, offering a hesitant smile. She doesn't trust them, and I don't blame her. But it's clear that she trusts me, or else she would have run rather than follow me out here. I suppress a smile at the thought as I say, "We have had quite the eventful stay in the Whispers." Andy offers Peyton a smile and a nod of her head, while Jax grins sheepishly. My gaze flicks to the darkening sky and I sigh. We better keep walking if we want to make it to the edge by dawn. We turn and begin heading through the thick foliage, fumbling slightly in the dark. "So, tell us what happened to you two." Andy laughs bitterly. "A better question would be, what didn't happen to us?" "We found each other on the third day," Jax cuts in. "But before that, I was lying pretty low since my ability doesn't do so well in crowded terrain like this. I saw Blair once, but blinked high into a tree before she could spot me and rip my arm off to get my leather." "And Plague knows she would, too," Andy mutters under her breath, while Peyton hums in agreement. Jax continues with a shrug. "But other than her, I didn't see anyone else when I was on my own. My biggest competition was just surviving in the forest alone." "And what about you, Andy?" Peyton asked curiously. "Well, unlike Jax here, I was lucky enough to encounter 2 opponents on my own." She almost rolls her eyes in annoyance. "I came across Blair, and the fight was intense. But unfortunately, the bitch got my band. And then," she draws at the words, "the day before I found Jax, Hera paid me a visit. I woke up in the middle of the night to an invisible knife trying to saw the leather from my arm. Eventually, I got her band, but it wasn't easy considering that I couldn't see her half the time. Then Andy found me, and we've been together since." I hear the easy smile in Jax's voice. "Braxton found us, but after we, well, mostly Andy, took him down, we found that he didn't have a leather on him." Jax's eyes widen, and he blurts, "Oh, and he was covered in all these nasty burns. It's gross." I clear my throat. "Yeah, that's thanks to me." Andy laughs. "That's not surprising at all." "Oh, we also fell into a pit of snakes." Jax cuts in with a shudder. "Those things were worse than the trial itself." A snort escapes Andy. "Yeah, I'm surprised every contestant in the Whispers didn't hear Jax screaming like a little girl." At that, Jax simply shrugs, not bothering to deny it. "And then we found Ace. With the both of us, it wasn't too difficult to take him down and steal his leather." Jax scratches his head, considering something, especially because he was limping so badly. I can see the flash of Peyton's grin, even in the darkness, beginning to swallow us. "And that is thanks to me." Peyton and I quickly fill the 2 of them in on what we endured this past week, though she carefully avoids the more intimate details of our time together. "So, Sadie is dead?" Andy asks, the question sounding more like a statement. "Yes," I say simply. "She is." We talk for a long while as we continue heading towards the edge of the forest. Inevitably, we eventually fall silent, the only sound coming from the birds above us and the crunch of leaves and twigs beneath us. I see the opening just as the sky begins to lighten. Freedom yawns hundreds of yards away as the trees start to thin, and the edge of the Whispers draws nearer. Our pace quickens, all of us itching to be rid of this place while the sun races us, heading for the horizon as we head towards freedom. A mass of bodies comes into view between the trees. Less than a mile past the edge of the forest, hundreds of people are gathered within a wide field, waiting patiently to watch the show. An audience. We are all silent as we finally step to the edge of the tree line. The sun has slowed its pace, too lazy to rise, so the trial isn't over just yet. I look towards the sea of people all pointing in our direction. Though their powers are just out of my reach, I do feel the weight of sights all around us, preparing to document the finale. Movement flickers in my peripheral. We all swivel towards it, Peyton's bow already drawn and aimed at the figure stepping out of the trees and into the open field on the other side. Tangled lilac hair blows across Blair's face as her lips twist into a sneer, taking us in. Her cold gaze is pinned on Peyton as she says, "Don't you know that alliances ruin all the fun?" Peyton sighs. "I would say I'm happy to see you're still alive, but apparently I'm a horrible liar, so why try?" My mouth twitches into a smile at her words when Braxton steps out through the trees. His eyes flick between us, looking determined and desperate to get a band before the trial ends. So his solution is to start charging at Blair. I tear my eyes away from him when I hear a branch crunch behind us. I turn, staring at nothing but the crisp air. And then Jax doubles over from the impact of an unexpected and unseen punch. "Ouch!" he wheezes. Hera has arrived. Andy transforms into her wolf form, sniffing the air to find Hera before suddenly charging in what can only be her direction. I whip my head around, searching. There's only one elite left. And then I see him. He's the farthest from us, standing with his arms crossed over his chest, observing the chaos that is unfolding before him with a smug smirk. Ace's eyes lock with mine. His grin grows. Found my target. The scene around me is a blur of blood and bodies. Peyton and Andy are fighting off Braxton and Blair, while Jax and Hera disappear and dance around each other, landing solid blows before vanishing. That leaves Ace entirely to me. I barely bat an eye at the violence surrounding me as I take on Hera's power and disappear into the chaos. I only shed the veil ability when I'm right before him so he can see my face when I send a fist into his nose with a sickening crunch. He staggers back, clutching the broken bone as his eyes fly to mine. And then I suddenly see nothing at all. A thick stone wall encases me, and yet something pierces my side. The sharp pain only sharpens my senses, reminding me that this is only an illusion, though the pain in my side is anything but. I step through the wall, and it vanishes in a wisp of smoke, revealing Ace clutching a spear in his bloody hand, the same spear that nearly killed Peyton. I blink behind him, having taken on Jax's ability, and drive my knee into his back. Then I'm blinking around him, hitting him hard without hesitation. I'm playing with him. I could easily finish this fight quickly, but I won't deny that I'm a monster who wants to have a little fun with him first. After I send a blow to his jaw, he suddenly multiplies before my very eyes. Dozens of aces surround me, all moving and mixing up with one another, leaving me to guess where the real one ran off to. I filter through the powers at my disposal, the ones dancing beneath my skin from those surrounding me. Blair's telepower surges in my veins, begging to be used. That could be fun. Now I just need to find the real... Pain laces up my leg when the tip of his spear dives into it. I grit my teeth and turn towards him. "There you are." I smile as I lift him off the ground with nothing more than my mind. He gasps, choking as I crush his windpipe, his feet dangling a good 2 feet off the ground. His mouth is moving, making odd noises as he tries to get air into his screaming lungs. I'm still smiling. "What was that? I can't quite hear you." His duplicates vanish into smoke beside me, and the cries of fighting around us fade as I focus on him. Focus on his life that I hold in my hands, my mind. But the cry of pain I hear next doesn't belong to him. I know that voice. I've heard that sound and silently hoped I'd never would again. My head whips to the crumpled body lying close to me, silver hair sticking to her fevered face, and the tears rolling over her faint freckles. Blood gushes from a jagged tear beneath her ribs, and a strangled sob escapes her. "Kai, help me." Peyton's whisper is so quiet, a single breath away from death. Blood covers her hands, her hair, her body, staining her a revolting red. "Kai, it hurts." She screams the words in agony, her body racking with sobs and spasms of pain. I hadn't realized my hold on Ace had slipped, hadn't realized I'd let him drop to the ground until he was on top of me, knocking the breath from my lungs. The tip of his spear digging into my throat, his legs pinning down my arms. And then that smug smile is back, as though he wasn't just gasping for air a moment ago. And here I was thinking you were the strong one, the prince who didn't let his emotions get in the way. He smiles as the pointed tip of the spear pierces my skin, drawing hot blood. But look at you. A condescending laugh. Caring for her has made you weak. He's about to drag the blade across my throat. Kai! Jax's voice startles the both of us, and I turn my head to the side, just in time to see him toss a single arrow towards me. It's all I need. I catch it by the shaft, and in one swift motion, plunge it deep into the closest, open spot of Ace's flesh while pushing the spear's rod away from me. He screams when the arrow sinks into the soft flesh of his shoulder. His hold on me loosens, and I throw him off before staggering to my feet, the slice on my neck leaking blood. I spin to find Ace suddenly behind me, to my right, my left. I'm surrounded once again. Over here, one of the aces calls, and I spin, grabbing my forgotten throwing star from my pocket. Ace's duplicates are vanishing and reappearing as I aimlessly search for the real one. Behind you, he mocks, and I whip around, anger boiling my blood. You know what I'm gonna do after I kill you? One of them asks as another whispers loudly. I'm gonna do the same to Peyton. Then, another ace chimes in. Such a shame, too. I'm gonna miss looking at her. I'm gonna kill him. Now. No more games, no more toying. I'm ending this. Suddenly, the multiple aces vanish, leaving only one remaining, and I don't hesitate before raising my throwing star to send it sailing through the air at his heart. I see his eyes widen when the blade sinks into the center of his chest, embedding deep into his flesh. He stumbles back, gasping as he stares down at the fatal wound. A twisted smile finds its way to my lips. I'm gonna enjoy watching him die. I take my time walking over, watching as he drops to his knees. I'm standing over him now, staring down into his shiny eyes, glistening with tears. My smile falters. Those aren't his eyes. No. The eyes looking up at me are warm and large, the deep brown of melted chocolate, sweet, like the boy those eyes belonged to. I drop to my knees. For the first time in years, I feel true, terrible terror. The illusion blows away in the soft breeze, sending tendrils of smoke into the morning sky, leaving behind a bloody boy, my bloody brother, Jax. Chapter 32. Kai. No! The word tears from my throat as disbelief and disgust claw at me, threatening to rip me to shreds. Jax doesn't make a sound, his eyes wide and locked with mine. Silent tears slip down his cheek, clinging to the thick lashes that surround those big, brown eyes. He looks at me, horrified as he begins to tip backwards on his knees, unable to stop himself from falling in his final moments. Not him. It wasn't supposed to be him. Never him. I grip his shoulder and the back of his head, carefully lowering him to the ground through my blurry vision. I swipe at my eyes, trying to compose myself as I inspect the wound. The throwing star is embedded deep into his chest, blood oozing out from around it. Dark, heavy blood that isn't stopping, isn't slowing, the type of blood that accompanies a goodbye. I did this to him. He's gonna die because of me. Because I'm a monster. I physically shake my head, trying to clear it of the horrific thought and instead focus on the horrific scene before me. Hey, look at me, Jax. Okay? Buddy? My voice is soft, shaky, but his eyes find mine nonetheless. I can see the wound already leaching the life from him. His eyes unfocused, his breathing shallow. You're gonna be fine, all right? His eyes flutter closed and I pat his cheek, forcing him to look at me, to stay with me. "Do you hear me? You're gonna be okay." My eyes well with tears, the feeling foreign as I blink furiously. "I'm gonna fix this." My voice breaks just like I'm about to. My little brother. The sound of the elites fighting around us suddenly comes into focus again, and I can hear the clink of weapons and the cries of pain. Everything floods back. I remember why I'm here, what is going on around me, and who really did this to Jax. A cold, chilling laugh echoes close by. His laugh. I whip my head around, scanning the field for any sign of the bastard that I will make bleed and brutally die for this. But he's nowhere to be found. I hear his laugh again, coming from only a few paces away. Nothing. No one is there. And then it hits me. He cast an illusion on himself. The bastard molded himself to our surroundings, wrapping his body in an illusion that makes me see nothing at all while letting Jax play his role. If it weren't for my dying brother beneath me, I would scour every inch of this field until I found Ace, and then I'd rip him to shreds, slowly. Jax grunts weakly, his eyes drifting shut. My gaze darts to his wound. If he doesn't get to a healer, he will die, and it will all be my fault. My heart hammers against my chest, my head spinning. There are no healers among us for me to draw power from. Jax's head rolls to the side with a soft moan. My little brother, my little brother, my little brother. I look up at the sky and find the sun peeking back at me. It has almost fully risen above the horizon, and when it does, we'll be free of this trial. My eyes land on the crowd of people less than a mile from the chaos all around me. There will be a healer in that crowd. I wipe away tears that I don't remember shedding and pull Jax into my arms, and within the next heartbeat, I'm standing up and running towards the throng of people. Jax is barely breathing now. He might be unconscious, I'm not sure, but I sprint as fast as I can towards his salvation. I push Braxton's brawny ability into my muscles, making Jax significantly lighter in my arms and allowing me to run faster. I don't need to make it all the way to the crowd, only close enough so I can latch onto a healer's power and use it to save him. "Jax!" I shout at him. He barely stirs. "Jax, just hold on a little longer." I'm panting, petrified that I'm too late, but the crowd of people is getting closer, and I can see them pointing and shouting as they watch me sprinting straight for them. And then I begin to feel it, a tingle spreading through me, my bones, my very veins. It grows into a buzz before it becomes a roar and a rush of power. There are so many abilities at my disposal, provided by the crowd still dozens of yards away from me. I feel overwhelmed as I search for the healer's ability within the wave of power crashing into me. There it is. I focus on it, hone it, and shut out all other abilities fighting to come to the surface. Lying Jax on the ground, I drop to my knees at his side. I ignore the fact that I don't see his chest rising and grip the part of the throwing star still peeking out of his chest, needing to pull it out before I can heal him. "If you can hear me, Jax, this is gonna hurt like hell. Sorry." And then I yank. It rips from his skin with a sickening sound. He doesn't so much as stir. I ignore the dread pooling in my gut and place my hands over the now exposed, opened wound. I let the healer's power seep into his body, the gash, and begin mending and molding the skin back together. I recall learning to mend each wound my father inflicted on me as a boy and push that power into the boy beneath me. The blood stops. The skin knits back together, leaving nothing but a large pink scar decorating the center of his chest. But he isn't moving. "Jax?" I pat his cheek lightly. Nothing. Then shake him vigorously. Nothing. Now I'm shouting shakily. "Jax?" My voice cracks as he lies there, lifeless. My fingers frantically search for a pulse. No, 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 no. Little brother. Little brother. My little... His eyes fly open, and then he's gulping down air. I half laugh, half sob as I watch him blink, his hands flying to feel the smooth skin where my throwing star once was. He looks around, his brown eyes landing on me. His grin is weak, his voice hoarse, but humming with humor. Are you gonna try to kill me again? I croak at a laugh and run a hand over my face, wiping away the tears on it. I'm not planning on it, bud. And then I'm pulling him against my chest and crushing him into a hug, my hand ruffling his hair. The sound of beating drums startles us both, and we turn towards the crowd not too far from us. They're cheering, applauding, stomping their feet in celebration. The sun has risen just above the horizon. The first trial is complete.
Chapter 33. Payden. Thousands of eyes pin me to the uncomfortable seat I've been forced into. The bowl is packed to the brim with buzzing Ilians, all bubbling over with excitement. The last of the audience has filed into their seats high up in the benches of the stadium, encircling us, now staring down into the pit beneath them expectantly. It's been 3 days. 3 days since the final fight at the edge of the Whispers. And there are only 7 of us left. I hear the stomping of impatient feet coming from the crowd around us, and my heart trips at the sound. Suddenly, I'm back in that clearing, the sound of thundering feet morphing into the pounding of drums, signaling the end of the trial. But no one stopped. The drums meant nothing to us. We were all still at each other's throats. If it weren't for Andy's help, Blair would have torn me limb from limb and scattered whatever remained of me across the field for the birds to feast on. But just because she didn't kill me doesn't mean she didn't leave her mark on me. Several, actually. Marks and mangled flesh that the healers had a hell of a time mending back together. It was as if none of us saw the risen sun or heard the drums sound. We were ravenous, refusing to simply lay down our weapons and surrender to each other. The flashes made it to us first, weaving around in between us. Then the Brawnies arrived, using force to pull us away from one another. I was rudely ripped off Blair after finally managing to pin her down, and was thrown over the shoulder of a burly man before being carried through the gawking crowd. But I wasn't the only one. The opponents around me were all being hauled away and shoved into separate coaches to cool down. It wasn't hard to figure out why the king wanted to break up the fight and cut us off before we could do any more damage. Since it is forbidden to fight another contestant outside of a trial, keeping our anger stifled will only ensure that the rest of the trials will be even more interesting, even more bloody. I'm suddenly sucked back to reality, remembering the stiff chair I'm sitting in, the stiff dress clinging to my body, and the equally stiff contestants beside me. I shift in my seat, my arm brushing against the hard one that belongs to the prince I haven't spoken to in days. I run a hand under my rib where I can almost feel the jagged scar given to me by the same boy who was almost the cause of Jax's death. I sneak a glance at Kai beside me, cool and collected as ever, despite what happened. Or so he seems. I've gotten quite good at pinpointing the cracks in his masks, picking apart his facade. I suddenly realize that Tiala is speaking to the crowd, gesturing at us with excited movements. I don't care enough to listen to what she is saying, but the crowd is eating it up. They love these trials. It makes me sick. Now for what you have all been waiting for. I finally decide to pay attention to Tiala's words as she amplifies them across the arena. As you all know, this year's purging trials will be unique. She gestures to Kai, clearly indicating that he is the reason for this. Another test for their future enforcer. She continues with a flash of her blindingly white teeth. And because of that, the first trial was outside of the bowl with no audience to witness it. The crowd murmurs at that, clearly unhappy that they couldn't witness the violence. But do not fret, citizens of Ilia, Tiala exclaims enthusiastically. You will still get to watch the highlights, but without all of the boring bits. She laughs, and the crowd joins her, rumbling the stadium. So, here is the first trial in the 6th ever Purging Trials. The audience roars with excitement before falling silent as we all shift in our seats to get a view of the enormous screen at the far end of the oval arena. Recordings flicker to life, snippets of each of us, provided by the line of sight standing below it. I watch myself and every other opponent wake up in the forest, confusion and concern written on each of our faces as we read the note left for us. I witness Blair's fight with Andy before the scene cuts to Hera, sinking in quicksand she stumbled into deep in the forest. She's screaming, eyes pleading with us. No, with the sight standing idly by. She vanishes from the screen, and I'm suddenly staring at Kai. But he's not alone. He's brawling with Braxton by a fire, trading punches in the dim light before burning each other with the flames. The crowd cheers and quiets, claps and stomps while watching the trial as though they were there. I'm silent, still, stiff-backed, like my opponents beside me. We are watching ourselves fight to survive. Suddenly, my own face flashes before my eyes, and then I'm watching the horrors of those illusions all over again. Kit's dead body floating lifelessly in the pool, the starved little girls begging for help, myself begging for help. I see the terror on my face, see myself crumpled to the ground. The body sitting beside me shifts, and my eyes drift slowly towards him. My gaze crashes into Kai's, ignoring his clenched jaw and taut brows. It's his cold eyes I focus on. I've never seen a stare so icy, yet so full of fire. The look in his eyes is chilling, and I shiver. It's like icicles, his gaze. Pretty but sharp, cool but deadly, captivating but cutting. He doesn't break my gaze, and I swallow. Then he's saying something, though his mouth doesn't open. My head whips to the screen, and I'm watching myself strain to hold my bow up with the pain of my wound. I watch Kai rush over to me as I crumple to the ground. Watch something like worry cross his face as he tries to keep me awake, tries to keep me alive. I glance at him again, but he's focused on the screen, not bothering to return my gaze. I hadn't realized he could look at me like that. Look at me like he cared. It frustrates and flusters me all at once, but I can't seem to tear my eyes away from the scene playing out before me, playing out before the entire crowd. I hadn't realized just how often the sights were watching us, and my face feels hot, as most of my conversation with Kai while he stitched me up is blasted for all to hear, and the crowd is loving it. I swear I hear a collective sigh each time Kai touches me or says my name, accompanied by murmurs of jealousy for that very reason. I watch Jax blink from tree to tree, and then Andy and him together, screaming as dozens of snakes surround them. I watch Hera stumble across Blair before a sloppy fight ensues, one where the latter is mostly yelling in frustration because she can't find her invisible opponent. Kai and I are back again, and this time I'm nursing his wounds. The crowd buzzes as they lean in to hear our teasing. I throw a glance at Kai beside me, who doesn't bother to look my way, though the corner of his lips twitch, telling me he finds this amusing. Flashes of each opponent over the days flit across the screen, fighting one another while fighting against the dangers that inhabit the whispers. Kai and I are back too soon and... oh, plagues no. Thankfully, the sight only caught the very end of our dance before Sadie interrupted, but it's enough to get the crowd hollering with delight. I can't say I blame them. Too much bloodshed can get boring, and this is quite the unexpected twist. Their future enforcer is giving them quite the show. I stare down Kai, who is, to my annoyance, smirking now. My voice is hushed and highly agitated as I say, "Why didn't you tell me there were sights around?" His eyes finally flick to mine, causing my heart to hammer against my ribcage. Stupid, stupid organ. He leans in so close that his lips brush the shell of my ear. I was a little distracted. I will my pounding pulse to slow and force my eyes away from his, turning my attention back to the screen where I watch myself fight Sadie. And then I watch her die all over again. It seems that a sight failed to catch Kai burying her, though part of me wonders if that was intentional. The king would have likely found a decency such as that to be a weakness, a flaw in the enforcer he's created. So the kingdom will never see that shred of kindness Kai showed. It seems that secret solely belongs to the two of us. There's movement flickering across the crowd as the audience around us presses their pointer and middle fingers together, the symbol hovering over their hearts. A diamond. Ilya's image of strength, power, and honor. They are paying their respects to the fallen. The contestants beside me do the same, and the crowd is silent, utterly still until the final fight at the edge of the whispers lights up the screen. Blood. So much blood. The scene is utter chaos, and I have no idea where to look or who to focus on. The angle switches back and forth between different sites, documenting the fight, focusing on different elites. I watch each of us battle against one another, out for blood and those bloody bands. Then I finally get to see how Hera died. I knew she didn't make it out of the trial alive, I just didn't know why. The sight focuses on Braxton, blood leaking from a stab wound, as an invisible knife pierces his skin repeatedly while he roars in anger and anguish. Hera stabs him in the side, and he screams, reaching blindly to grab the invisible knife. His fingers wrap around the hilt, and he pulls it out, flipping it around before stabbing wildly in front of him. I hear the sickening sound of steel sinking into skin and bone, before Hera is flickering into view in front of him, the blade buried in her small chest. She blinks up at him with tears slipping down her face, before buckling to the ground. Triangles are being pressed against hearts for the dead girl, as the rest of the final fight flits across the screen. I barely watch Kai running towards the crowd with Jax dying in his arms, before the scene cuts to one last shot of the elites, covered in blood and bloodthirsty. And then the screen goes dark, and the crowd is only silent for a breath before erupting into applause. I barely hear Tiala as she begins speaking to the cheering audience, thanking them for joining us in watching the first trial.
"Oh, and don't forget," she practically squeals, "your vote is more important than you know. Honor your kingdom, honor your family, and honor yourself."
The crowd recites the motto with her, and then they are free to leave. I watch hundreds of people shuffle between the rows of benches and through the wide tunnels leading out of the bowl. They toss their votes into giant glass bowls beside the exits as they pass, not realizing the power they hold with the name they scribble down. I hate the lack of control I have, or the fear constantly following me. I hate feeling so helpless, so powerless, so ordinary. I am competing in games meant to flaunt the powers and strength of the elites. The powers I don't possess. Yet here I am, alive. And I intend to keep it that way. Someone is following me. I was heading back to my room after dinner when I suddenly felt someone close behind. I whirl, my hand flying to the hilt of my dagger on instinct. My eyes meet wide, startled green ones before I quickly avert my gaze. "Easy, Peyton," Kit laughs, raising both hands in surrender. "You're jumpy today." I turn on my heel and begin walking down the hallway again. "Well, don't sneak up on me and you don't have to worry about getting stabbed." "I have a feeling you'll stab someone for less than just sneaking up on you." I can hear the amusement in his voice, coding his words. The hint of a smile has me ducking my head to hide it when he falls into step beside me. We are heading down the hallway towards my room when a firm hand grips my wrist, and I'm pulled into one of the many hallways branching off to my left. I open my mouth to object, but even with his back turned, Kit senses it. "Don't stab me yet. I want to show you something." He tosses a grin over his shoulder as he leads me through the maze of hallways. I've finally learned my way around the main corridors, but when it comes to the dozens of small hallways scattered throughout the castle, I'm completely lost. Kit easily navigates them, winding in and out of different corridors, passing other sections and rooms of the enormous castle I've never even seen. I'm sure he could find his way through the palace blind, a skill that only comes with growing up in this maze he calls home. Golden sunlight warms my face when Kit pushes open a large wooden door at the end of a hallway, nodding to the Imperials guarding it before we step out into the balmy evening. My breath hitches. I'm surrounded by color, by life. A wide, stony path lies before us where several others branch off, all surrounded by hundreds of flowers. The gardens. It's beautiful, breathtaking. Living in the slums, surrounded by dreary alleys and dull colors, I'd nearly forgotten how bright the world can be. Every place the cobblestone isn't touching is teeming with flowers and plants of every kind and color. Pops of fuchsia and royal blue stand out among the pale yellows and lavender. Statues litter the garden, dark vines clinging to several of them. It's the neatest kind of chaos I've ever seen, with rows of flowers crowding around the paths, creating a railing of blossoms and foliage. Each of the stone walkways loops in a large circle, creating several rings around the massive fountain at the heart of the garden. I've never seen anything so bright, so vibrant, and I have to blink rapidly, nearly blinded by the colors bombarding me. Between my blinks, I can see Kit watching me curiously, intently. He clears his throat and takes a step onto the path, guiding me beside him. I promised I'd show you the gardens one day. My eyes sweep across the flowers as we slowly walk along a path. Kit is content to fill the silence by telling me of Kai and his adventures in this very garden, pointing to the statues they've toppled over or the fountain they couldn't resist taking a dip in. I snort at his stories despite my best efforts and clamp a hand over my mouth to stifle the sound. I stop abruptly, throwing caution to the wind when my curiosity gets the better of me. Why? Why do this? Why do what, exactly? He's trying not to laugh at me, while I'm trying not to hit him for that exact reason. Take me out here. Tell me personal things, and... I stumble over my words in frustration. I dare a glance into those green eyes that match the foliage around us, when he slowly says, With the future that I have, it's hard to meet people. Really meet people. Get to know them. Most of the people in there, he points towards the stone wall of the castle, they want something, and they'll say whatever they think I want to hear to get it. But you, my dry laugh cuts him off. But I tend to say things I likely shouldn't. And I tend to enjoy hearing those things, he says softly. My eyes wander over the flowers rather than meeting his gaze. Then I will keep that in mind the next time I wish to tell you off. I bite my tongue as soon as the words tumble out of my mouth. I may say whatever I please to Kai, but this is the future king. If I wish to keep my head, I'll have to learn to hold my tongue. But the boy beside me only laughs, seeming less kingly by the second. Good, he chuckles, because I have something to ask, and I expect nothing but brutal honesty from you. I swallow. There is nothing honest about me. The trial, he says slowly. Your thoughts? I choke on my scoff. That was certainly not the question I was expecting. My thoughts? You mean other than the obvious? He stops walking to take a step closer to me, dwindling the little distance between us. And what would the obvious be? My eyes are pinned to the top button of his shirt, so I don't have to look into his father's eyes. That these trials are a twisted way to celebrate a tragedy. And there I go again, biting my tongue too late. But there's something about this prince that makes me reckless, makes me want to tell him exactly what is wrong with everything he thinks he believes. Tragedy, he echoes, his voice even. You mean the purging? Yes, the purging, I breathe. The banishment of thousands of people and the continuous killing of them that follows. I'm practically spewing treason, but I can't seem to stop now that I've started. Those are your people, Kit. Innocent people who are still being killed today because of something they have no control over. He stares at me while I stare at his collar, avoiding his gaze. The purging needed to be done, Peyton. You know that. His voice is gentle, while mine is anything but.
Why? Because the ordinaries are diseased, supposedly weakening the elite's powers, even though they lived alongside the elites for decades? He blinks. You think they're not diseased? I am playing a very dangerous game. I clamp my mouth shut, knowing I've said too much. To answer that question truthfully is a risk even I'm not willing to take, so I take a breath before hurrying to change the topic. I just think that as the future king, there are a lot of things you need to think about. I don't look at him, but I can feel his eyes on me. And you're going to enlighten me about those things? Enlighten me about my own kingdom? Play the part. Play the part. Play the... I bark out a bitter laugh. Don't be an ass, and don't pretend you know your kingdom. Have you seen the slums? Seen the segregation? The starving citizens? Your starving citizens. So much for playing the part. I throw up my hands, shaking my head at the flower beds. Would you even listen to me if I tried to enlighten you? Tried to tell you to make a change? He stands there, silent and still. So I ask again, voice urgent. Well, will you listen to me? His hands are suddenly cupping my face and guiding it towards him as I fight the urge to flinch. If I listen to you, will you look at me? My breath catches in my throat. Look at me, Peyton. Please. It's the softness, the pleading in his voice that has me taking a breath and shutting my eyes for a moment. When I finally open them again, I see so much compassion and concern filling his green gaze. And for the first time, I allow myself to study those eyes, because they have never looked less like the king's. The warmth in them washes over me, overwhelms me. All this time, he says quietly, I've been searching for a gaze you wouldn't give me, waiting for you to want to look me in the eyes. He pauses to take a breath. Why do you avoid my gaze? Avoid me? So clearly, I've done a terrible job at playing the part. I swallow. You reminded me of someone from my past. But the more I get to know you, the more different the two of you seem. I study him for a moment, surprised by my honesty. The king and his heir may look similar, but in this moment, they've never seemed less alike. He smiles softly at me. Does that mean you'll start looking me in the eyes? Only if you start listening to me, I reply with a small smile of my own. Deal, he says simply, before we slowly begin to head down the path once again. I have a question for you. I almost laugh, and I likely have an answer for you. He smiles before his face is suddenly serious, and he tucks his hands behind his back as we walk. In the trial, Ace made you see me. And at the sight of me dead, you seemed... He shakes his head, searching for the right word. I'm reminded of how he watched that scene play out on the screen in the bowl, saw the look on my face upon seeing him, heard the scream that tore from my throat. Upset? I say weakly. Terrified, even? For once, I look at him until he meets my gaze. When I saw you dead, I guess I suddenly saw all the potential you have die with you. All the potential to be a better king for Ilya, to make changes, to rule how you should and not how you are told. We finally made it to the center of the garden, where we stop beside the fountain. Now that I'm finally willing to look at him, Kit's eyes don't seem to want to leave mine. Thank you, he says with a smile. I know I can always count on that brutal honesty of yours. You're the first real person I've had the pleasure of knowing in a while. I almost laugh at that. If only he knew. I'm a liar and a deceiver who used him as my partner so I could get the people's attention. I stand before him as an ordinary, one he would have killed if he only knew the truth, and I would die by the hand of his future enforcer I'm too stubborn to admit my attraction to. And in the end, it wouldn't matter how real he thought I was.
but I offer him what I hope is a sweet smile. Before turning to face the beautiful fountain that is so large, I now understand why the princes couldn't fight the urge to swim in it. I lean over the edge, peering into the crystal water reflecting my face back up at me. Shillings. There had to be hundreds of them, just casually lying at the bottom of the pool. I recall how I felt on my first night here, after seeing all the wasted food. I feel sick. So much money lying idly. And for what? So the rich could make their petty wishes? I gulp down my disgust. Play the part. All right, what is it? Kit asks with more than a hint of humor. Nothing. I pause and peer up at him. What do you mean? He laughs deeply. You are fighting the urge to tell me off, aren't you? I blink at him before sputtering. How do you... You do this thing where you scrunch up your nose before you start arguing. It's a dead giveaway. I open my mouth, and for once, no words seem willing to fall out. He smiles as he watches me struggle before I finally clear my throat and say, Fine. The reason for me scrunching my nose, I throw him an annoyed glance I likely shouldn't have, is because of all the shillings. When I don't say anything more, Kit urges, Go on. Well, money like this could feed dozens of Ilians in the slums for weeks, months even, I say evenly. And yet, here it sits, wasting away for people's wishes. Kit's eyes flick to the fountain, and he frowns. You're right. I'll see about having it removed and distributed. My heart leaps against my chest. Really? His frown flips into a wide grin. We made a deal, remember? You keep looking at me, and I'll keep listening to you. I almost snort before turning back to the fountain. I remind myself that this small victory with the shillings could mean nothing. In fact, removing and distributing them in the slums may never happen. But he's listening, and that is progress. It's potential. I bring my face close to the surface, trying to see through the ripples to the shillings beneath. How much money do you think is down the... My words are cut off by the cold water that rises from the pool to meet my face, splashing me lightly. I straighten and whirl to find Kit laughing, his hand slightly raised at his side. That damn dual ability of his. You were right, I say with a deceptively sweet smile. I will stab someone for less than just sneaking up on me. Perhaps for even splashing me in the face. He raises his hands innocently and chuckles, a wide grin lighting up his tanned face. Hey, you're the one who called me an ass earlier. My mouth falls open at the realization that I had, in fact, said just that to the future king of Ilia. The look on my face has him laughing even harder, and I don't think before dipping my hand in the water and thoroughly splashing him. That was a mistake. I should know better than to start a water fight with a duel who could drown me if he liked. After Kit has finished thoroughly splashing me, water is dripping from my hair and clinging to my lashes. And then I'm laughing at the sight of us, sopping wet in the middle of the castle garden. I'm still wiping sticky strands of hair off my face when I say, This was not a very fair fight. Chapter 34. Payden. The familiar stench of loot fills my nose, and I suppress the urge to gag. Home sweet home. The long, wide street is cast in shadows, cleared of merchant carts and beggars for the night. I pass clumps of homeless huddling together in the adjacent alleys jutting off loot, gambling or using their powers to entertain themselves. It's nearly midnight already, and with a huff, I pick up my pace. Because tonight, I have somewhere to be, and questions to be answered. Tonight, I'm finding the resistance. It wasn't hard to slip out of the palace, especially since Lenny doesn't guard my door at night. The Imperials that litter the palace weren't a problem either, seeing that I'm used to sneaking around unseen. I crept out through the garden and followed the road by the bowl all the way back to Loot, since I haven't the slightest idea how to ride a horse, and figured tonight wasn't the best time to figure it out. I pass by the alley where I first met Kai and smile at the fond memory of robbing him blind. Good times. I push thoughts of him away, not allowing myself to get distracted as I turn down a familiar street. My street. The one where the small, white shack of a house resides. I swallow the lump in my throat at the sight of it. I haven't been back here since I fled from it 5 years ago, when it was covered in my father's blood, and I was smothered by grief. But this is where the boy's note led me, the one I now know is part of the resistance. I'm suddenly standing at the door, breathing hard as I stare at the familiar cracks and dents in the wood. Here goes nothing. I take a deep breath and pull at the door. Locked. But bolted doors are child's play to a thief. I pull out my father's dagger and pick the lock with ease, seeing that he taught me that skill with this exact door and this exact blade so many years ago. The door swings open, creaking on its rusty hinges as I step through it. I clutch my dagger tightly while I cautiously peer around my old home. It looks completely ordinary, completely the same. The old furniture resides in the exact same spot I left it in, the cracks in the walls still climbing up to the ceiling. Cobwebs cling to almost every surface in the house, looking as if someone hasn't been here in years. Maybe I was wrong. Well, well, well. Look who the plague dragged in. I have my knife raised, aimed, and ready to throw at the figure standing in the shadows behind me. In the darkness, I see the shadowy outline of hands raised in surrender. My eyes adjust to the dim light, catching a flash of red, tousled hair falling over a freckled forehead. Lenny? I whisper, my mouth falling open. He takes a slow step forward, and his familiar brown eyes and grin come into focus. The one and only. His voice sounds as light and kind as it always is in the palace. But that doesn't mean I drop the blade still raised in my hand. I'm confused, disoriented, and in need of answers now. What is going on? I demand, staring at him suspiciously. Why are you here? Is he part of the resistance? He must be, but... Yeah, he rubs the back of his neck sheepishly. We have a lot to fill you in on. I blink. We? Yes. He points a finger to the creaky floorboards beneath our feet. We. I just stare at him, waiting for an explanation on what the hell is going on, why the hell he is here, and who the hell he is with. His gaze flicks between my face and the knife still ready to fly into his heart. And once you put the knife down, I'll show you what I'm talking about. He speaks slowly, as if trying to calm a crazed animal, and I'm sure I look just like that. I lower the knife slowly and nod, once. He puffs out a relieved breath, his shoulders losing some of their tension. Plagues, you really are terrifying sometimes, you know that? I mean, sure, I'm the Imperial here, but man, you could probably whoop my ass. Oh, and I just might if you don't tell me what is going on, I say, teeth clenched. So demanding. Lenny sighs, gesturing for me to follow him. On second thought, you might be better suited as a royal than an Imperial, aye, Princess? He tosses a smile over his shoulder as he turns towards the study. My father's study. The room where he was murdered. I feel like my lungs are being crushed, my heart being squeezed as we step into the room. Ordinary. Completely ordinary, just like me. There's no blood soaking the floor or the chair. The chair he was murdered in. It's gone. A pang of sadness hits me as my eyes sweep the room, trying to find the chair he loved to read in so much. I'd sit at his feet or on his lap as he told me stories about better worlds, ones with magic and heroes and girls who didn't have to hide who they truly were. Lenny walks up to the leaning bookcase in the corner of the room, littered with books covered in dust and cobwebs. I'm about to ask what exactly he's doing when he suddenly grips the edge of the bookcase and pulls. I watch, awestruck, as the wooden shelf slides easily to the left on some sort of track beneath it, and behind lie descending stone steps. I have never seen that before. Lenny flashes me another grin, gesturing towards the darkness that lies behind the bookcase. Ladies first. What I should have done was laugh in his face before making him go down the staircase first, but I've thrown caution to the wind and hastily replaced it with curiosity. The sound of my footsteps against the stone echoes as I brace a hand on the grimy wall and continue down into the darkness. When I'm standing on smooth, solid stone at the bottom of the steps, I stop. Lenny runs right into me, nearly running me over. Ow, shit. Sorry, I didn't see you stop. Yeah, well, that's because we can't see anything, I snap, assuming I'm glaring at his face in the darkness. Now that I can help with. A female voice coming from the darkness makes me jump, and I collide with Lenny all over again. I hear the flip of a switch and the hum of dim lights turning on. Then I'm blinking, trying to understand what I'm seeing. I'm standing in a large, damp room, filled with tables overflowing with charts, maps, and supplies. Notes and papers are plastered to the walls, making for an odd sort of wallpaper. On the other side of the room, there are mismatched chairs scattered in a circle with papers thrown on top of them, and messy cots are lining the far wall. And, arguably the most important detail, there are people standing in this room, one of which I immediately recognize as the boy I stole from, the same one from the ball. The male to his right is older, around the age my father would be, with straw-colored hair and pale blue eyes that watch me closely. The girl beside him looks only a few years older than I am, a mere copy of the man beside her. His daughter. Then my eyes land on the smiling girl next to the light switch. Her olive skin seems to glow against the rich black of her waist-length hair, and her deep brown eyes watch me curiously. Sorry to keep you in the dark, she sighs. Literally. The girl crosses her arms over her orange tunic, taking me in. Lenny's bat ears heard the door open, so we plunged ourselves into darkness, just in case. Lenny gives her a sarcastic grin before he casually answers my unspoken question. I'm a hyper. I have enhanced senses, which some people like to make fun of, even though it saved their life a few times. I give him a confused look. You're a mundane? But Imperials are normally offensive or defensive elites? He cuts in with a sigh. Trust me, I know. It took forever to climb up the ranks to get to the position I have. Well, that only slightly cleared up one of the dozens of questions whirling around in my brain. Okay, can someone please tell me what the hell is going on? Lenny shakes his head beside me, murmuring, So demanding. I wondered when you would find your way here. It's the boy from the ball who cuts in before I can kick Lenny's ass like I promised. After you stole half my silvers and the note in my pocket, I figured you would show up eventually. He's amused. Took you long enough. I open my mouth, only to find that I'm speechless. Plagues, what is going on? The blonde man clears his throat before saying, Finn, would you grab Peyton a chair, please? We have a lot to catch her up on. Finn nods and does just that, adding another chair to the circle of seats awaiting us. The four strangers walk over and plop down without another word. There's a hand on my shoulder one moment, and the next, I've twisted it at an odd angle out of pure instinct. Shit, Peyton, easy, Lenny gasps. I blink, look at what I've done, and drop his hand. Sorry, I mutter. I'm a bit on edge. He's rubbing his sore arm, looking at me cautiously. So, note to self, the princess doesn't like to be touched. Don't call me princess, Lenny. Okay, so the princess also doesn't like to be called princess. I fix him with a glare, but he rushes on. All right, look. You're going to hear a lot of information tonight. Information that will shock you. So just... His eyes search mine. Listen, okay? Of course. I'm a great listener. He snorts. We'll see about that. Why are you here? I ask abruptly, my voice calmer than I currently feel. Patience, princess. I'll tell you that soon. He slowly puts a light hand on my shoulder, eyeing me to make sure I don't snap his wrist. When he deems himself safe, he gently guides us to the circle of chairs and sits beside me. The blond man is seated across from me, sighing as he looks me over. You must have taken after your mother, because you don't look much like your father. My heart stops, my eyes widening at his words. But you have his spirit, his will. That much is evident in how you showed up tonight. I open my mouth to let the questions loose, but he cuts me off. And I see you still have your father's dagger. Good. He nods to the knife still clenched in my fist, the handle now slick with sweat. My dear, you have... His eyes bore into mine so intensely that I fight the urge to look away. So many questions. For starters, I'm Callum. Welcome to the Resistance. Well, a small part of it. We've been patiently awaiting your arrival. You've been awaiting... I start. Good listener, my ass, Lenny mutters beside me. I cut him a look that makes Callum chuckle and Lenny squirm, eyeing the dagger still clenched in my fist. I promise I'll answer all of your questions, Payton. But first, let us make our introductions. This is my daughter, Mira. He gestures to the blonde girl beside him, who barely offers me a smile. And this is Lena. He nods towards the girl with the raven hair, falling elegantly down her back. You are smaller than I thought you would be, Lena says with her head tipped to the side. Now I'm even more impressed you survived the first trial. Her tone isn't mocking, but rather curious. I'm tougher than I look, I assure you. The strongest weapon a woman has at her disposal is that she is often underestimated, I answer with a small smile. And I wield that all the time. Lena's face splits into a beautiful smile that lights up her features as she says to no one in particular, I like this one. We're keeping her, right? She's not a dog, Mira mumbles with a roll of her eyes. And you've already met Finn, Callum cuts in. Finn gives me a quick wink, and I almost scoff. Now, I have a lot to explain in only a short matter of time, so I'll get right into it. He takes a deep breath. Your father and I were very close. And yet I've never seen this man in my life. And I know you don't know who I am. His words cut into my thoughts. And that is because your father kept me a secret. Just like he kept the Resistance a secret from you. My head is spinning, and I'm suddenly thankful that I'm sitting down. But your father didn't just know about the Resistance. You see, the Resistance has been around for nearly a decade now, and Adam was one of its original leaders. That is the very reason we are still in this house, using it as a headquarters like we did when he was alive. Why did he keep this all a secret from me then? I ignore the look Lenny shoots me at my interruption. Callum heaves a sigh. It wasn't just you he kept the Resistance secret from. In those beginning years, we lay low, silently spreading word of our cause through those we could trust. It was dangerous for you to be a part of the Resistance, so we wanted to wait until you were older to join. He pauses before quietly adding, but he never got the chance to tell you. And when we found your father, you were gone. I manage a slight nod, swallowing the lump in my throat before I ask, is that why the king killed him? Because he learned of his role in the Resistance? A look of confusion crosses Callum's face as he continues to stare at me. The intensity in his gaze is almost unsettling before he looks away and nods slowly. That is what I assume, yes. I swallow, hoping I would feel lighter after finally discovering the reason for my father's death after years of guilt and guessing. And yet, I don't. You, and most of Ilya, are only just now beginning to hear of us because we have grown, Callum continues. Grown in size and strength. We have kept the Resistance quiet for many years now, while we gained more members and found more ordinaries. But the king is having difficulty containing us now. Difficulty keeping us under wraps and under control. So where are the rest of you? I quickly add. Who are the rest of you? We are everywhere, Mira says, but her piercing gaze speaks volumes. It's clear she doesn't trust me any farther than she can throw me. Callum calmly continues. During the purging 3 decades ago, more ordinaries remained in Ilia after the banishment than originally believed. They hid in secret, right under the king's nose. There are resistance members spread all over Ilia, since it is obviously both unsafe and unpractical for us to all reside in one area. Even I do not know where or who they all are. We have leaders assigned to different areas of the kingdom, allowing us to spread information to resistance members smoothly and without suspicion. Word travels fast when the leaders converse and pass on information to the members in their section. And that is why we met here tonight, Lena says brightly, to discuss plans and then make our sections aware of them. I blink at them all. You are all leaders? I mean, you're so young. And handsome, Finn sighs. But yes, we are some of the leaders that were able to make it tonight. Honestly, we are just glorified carrier pigeons who pass along information secretly so the resistance can stay united despite not being able to gather all together. I'm no carrier pigeon, Mira huffs. I'm not sure why we're talking about birds, Lenny sighs. But yes, they oversee informing resistance members in certain sections of the kingdom. It's no simple task. Ordinaries are still killed constantly, and if information of who is part of the resistance gets out, even more will die. So, I glance between them. Are you ordinaries? Finn grins. I sure am. Same here, Lena says proudly. I stare at the two of them, these people who are just like me, just as ordinary. My eyes snap to Mira as she says, and I'm a silencer. Callum cuts in before I can spew any more questions. The ordinaries in Ilia tend to adapt the ability of the hypers, since it is a fairly easy power to pose with. At that, Lena shoots Lenny a smug look. When ordinaries find us and join the resistance, we help them build a life, teach them how to survive. He offers me a sad smile. Not everyone had a father like yours who taught them to actually become powerful. Your psychic ability has been trained into you since you were a child, and it's the most convincing cover I've ever seen. He pauses for a moment, collecting his thoughts. As for who we are, well, obviously, most of us are ordinaries, but we also have elites on our side. The Fatals, I breathe. Yes, he seems to stiffen at that title, and it seems you have already encountered one. The silencer I fought in the alley comes to mind as I say slowly, Was he... Yes, he was a resistance member. Callum holds up a palm, silencing the apology I was about to utter for taking one of their members down. There is no need to apologize, Peyton. It was Micah's own foolishness that got him caught. He was always a hothead, Lenny mutters, and a dumbass. A reckless dumbass. To think he could take down the prince, the future enforcer, without consequences? My eyes dance between the 5 of them. Do I get to know exactly why this Micah is a reckless dumbass? Because he saw the prince already weakened, and his anger got the best of him, Mira says, her expression void of sympathy. Long story short, Prince Kai killed someone very close to Micah, consuming the silencer with rage and a need for revenge. When he saw the prince in that alley, worn out and preoccupied, he took the opportunity to try and take him down. She pins me with a stare. But you took him down instead. At the time, we didn't know who you were, Lenny adds. We put the pieces together when we saw your name on the banner and loot, and saw you at the interviews. I thought you were dead, Peyton, Callum says gravely. And then you suddenly showed up in the trials, and we had found Adam's daughter. Well, you found us. Who would have thought that Adam Gray's daughter, the kid of a resistance leader, would be the one to rob me blind and find that note, Finn says with a sigh. The note that led you right to us, and right back to your own home. He looks up at the ceiling and smiles to himself.
When I saw you at the ball, saw you recognize who I was, I knew it wouldn't be long before you came and found us. I swallow, unable to move on from the prior topic. I'm sorry about the silencer, about Micah. I can't help but feel guilty, seeing that I'm the reason he was caught. Do you know if he is still alive? Callum's expression grows grim. We aren't sure, but if he is, it likely won't be for much longer. He continues before I can try to apologize again. And there is no need to feel guilty, Peyton. Micah was his own undoing. He takes a deep breath before casually carrying on the conversation. Now, as I was saying, the Resistance is made up of both ordinaries and elites, including the silencers, mind readers, and controllers. Since the king also tried to kill the Fatals off, and has continued to do so, they want justice as well. Other elites have joined the cause for their own reasons. Those who care enough to think about it don't buy into the idea that the ordinaries were suddenly banished because of a disease. So the Resistance members don't believe the ordinaries are weakening the elites, I say, watching as Callum nods. Does anyone have proof to use against the king and his healers? Callum's eyes search mine before he sighs. No, we don't have proof. Lenny adds, we are just the Ilians who care enough to realize that it doesn't add up. Ordinaries lived with the elites for decades before the purging, and even now, they hide under the king's nose and live right alongside the elites with no complaints of any abilities dwindling. He sighs. But just because the king and his healers said the ordinaries were diseased, most of the elites won't think twice if it means their powers and lives are at stake. I nod slowly as my brain is suddenly flooded with questions once again. What exactly is the Resistance's goal, and what could I possibly offer them? I open my mouth to ask this, but Callum beats me to it. The Resistance is finally ready to take action, and unlike what the king has said about us, we are not radicals who kill for the sheer fun of it. We want justice. We want the truth to be told. We want ordinaries and the Fatals to live in peace with the rest of the elites once more. Not to be hunted and killed for things they cannot control, simply because the king wants an elite society and is willing to lie about ordinaries to get it. So that is our goal. That is our cause. And that's exactly what I want. Exactly what I've hoped for all my life. To be accepted and free. I realize it then, how badly I want to be a part of this. How badly I want to help and make a difference. I think I've been waiting all my life to find such a purpose. What about the ball? I blurt out. Why attack at the ball? Lenny and Callum exchange a look before the latter sighs and says, Our attack was as much of a surprise to us as it was to the guests. I'm reminded of how unprepared the few Resistance members looked, how they were trying to fight their way out of the ballroom. It was never part of the plan, Lenny interprets as I raise an eyebrow, urging him to explain further. So basically, the ball was the perfect cover to sneak in a small group to search the castle, using the festivity as a distraction. And, well, let's just say they got caught. My gaze slides to Finn. You were there and escaped. What happened? Finn clears his throat. I won't bore you with the details, but a guard found me in a back hallway during my search, and thought it was rather suspicious that a serving boy was so far from the festivities. So when he asked prying questions, naturally I lied my ass off. He ducks his head, shaking it at the floor. Only after he dragged me back into the ballroom did I discover he was a bluff who could sense each of my lies. But Finn wasn't the only one caught. Mira cuts in, looking grim. Turns out, there were a lot more Imperials crawling around the castle than anticipated. Finn heaves a heavy sigh. We were all equipped with low-damage bombs, knives, and suicide capsules, though we weren't planning on having to use any of it. But we discreetly wore our leather armor and had our masks as a precaution in case we needed to fight our way out. And that's exactly what it came to. An Imperial was the first to set off one of our bombs, not knowing what it was, and that's when the ballroom broke out into chaos. We tried to escape, but elites started fighting us, and all we could do was try to fight our way out.
He pauses, swallowing his sorrow. In the end, we all used the bombs while those who were caught used their suicide capsules. Lena's pretty face is pinched with grief. Her next words hollow. Our secrets are too valuable to lose, and they were too loyal to divulge them. They knew they would lose their lives anyway. The room goes silent, as if taking a moment to honor the lives of those they lost. We weren't intending for the kingdom to learn of the resistance that night, or in that way, but it seems fate had other arrangements, Callum says softly. Sadly, sometimes it takes martyrs to show people that there is something worth fighting for. I let the information sink in, sitting silently before voicing the question that has slithered its way to the forefront of my mind. What was it that you were searching for? It's Lenny who offers me an answer. As an Imperial, I've been informed that the final trial will be held in the Bowl, and that is where we are going to show ourselves to Ilya. Now, the castle is riddled with secret passageways and tunnels that lead in and out to various places. We need to find the one that leads right under the box in the arena. Securing the king is the trickiest part of this, so we need to use the element of surprise against him while the rest of the resistance can come through the many tunnels leading into the Bowl. My brows knit together in confusion. How do you know there is even a tunnel leading into the waiting room beneath the box? I don't remember seeing a door down there before the interviews, but then again, I suppose I was rather distracted. Because I've seen it, Lenny says simply. I open my mouth, but he quickly cuts me off. And that's all good and dandy, except that the tunnel doors only open from the inside, and I have no idea where the other end of that passage is. Oh, I say softly. Lenny's laugh is dry. Yeah. Oh. I look between all of them expectantly. So what, you need me to find the tunnel that leads there? Their response is practically in unison. Yes. I choke on a laugh. If Lenny hasn't been able to find it yet, I'm not sure Yeah, well, it would be a hell of a lot easier if I had the future king wrapped around my finger, Lenny murmurs under his breath. I shoot him a look as Callum slowly says, Your relationships with the princes are valuable. Specifically, your connection with Prince Kit. He leans forward, urging me to understand. Peyton, I believe you hold far more sway over that boy than you give yourself credit for. I'm not sure he's right about that, but I nod slowly, taking in his words. You want me to use Kit to find the tunnel. Bingo, Finn says. He has already begun to trust you, Callum insists. So use it. What was it you said earlier? The strongest weapon a woman has at her disposal is that she is often underestimated. So let him underestimate you. He is a means to an end. Make this boy bow if he must. His eyes are locked on mine. Just get us into the bowl. We've been planning this for a long while now, and it will be the first time that most of the resistance will be in one spot. So this needs to go right. I nod again. I can do it. I will do it. There's a beat of silence before I ask. What exactly is the plan? It's really quite simple, Callum says. The majority of us will finally all gather together, and will show the people of Ilya who we are and what we have to say. Show them that we are not a threat, while also reminding them of who they have been killing for decades. The king is going to have to either admit his lies about the Ordinaries, or simply give us our freedom. And you are going to help us do it. We need you to find the tunnel, Lenny urges. I'll be there to help with anything you need, of course, and we will check back in soon with Callum. So Callum is the head leader? Yes, I suppose you could call me that, though none of us really have titles, Callum says coolly, running a hand through his tawny hair. Plagues, he's a... Yes, I am a mind reader, Peyton. My breath quickens. He's been reading my thoughts the entire time. He's probably reading them right now. Yes, I have been reading your thoughts the entire time, and yes, I did just read them again. I don't try to hide the look of betrayal on my face, which only softens his expression. I'm sorry for invading your thoughts, but I had to make sure you were truly on our side, truly willing to help us.
Get out of my head. He almost smiles.
So very headstrong, just like your father. But now that I see you are trustworthy, I will leave you to your thoughts.
Lenny clears his throat and stands, offering me a hand. We should get going. We have a lot of work to do, and you need to spend as much time with the future king as possible, so you can find us our passage. Yeah, I still need to figure out exactly how I'm going to get that information out of him, I admit. Flirt, Finn chimes in at the same moment Lenny says, bat your eyelashes or something. I snort before Lenny waves me over to the stairs.
Come on, we need to get you back to your room.
I nod to the small group before me. Thank you. You gave me something to fight for. And with that, I turn away, heading for the stone steps behind Lenny.
Peyton?
I spin on my heel to see Callum watching me.
Your father would be proud.
Chapter 35. Kai. Training and torturing have kept me sane over the past couple of days, though I'm well aware that only an insane person would admit that. It's almost been a week since the first trial ended. Almost a week since I buried a blade in Jax's chest. Almost a week of restraining myself from doing the same to Ace. So I keep busy, pounding my fists into mats so they don't find their way to somebody's face, seeing that I don't have the silencer to beat down on anymore. It's a shame that I killed him. I'm sure he had information, yes, but I'm not one for empty threats. I promised Micah I would kill him if he didn't prove his life worthy of saving, and when he failed to offer me the information I wanted, I followed through on that promise. He was a liability, too dangerous to keep alive as my human punching bag. I knew he had no intention of telling me what I wanted to hear, and I had no intention of wasting my time. Though I do miss taking my anger and frustration out on him. Despite that, I still spend most of my days with Father's silencer. His ability is one of the few I've never trained with, never even encountered until a month ago. So I train with Damien for hours, trying to understand and develop this new power as best I can. I never want to feel powerless like I did when Micah ambushed me in loot. No, I want his power. Want to be able to use it and deflect it so I can never be crippled like that again. Easier said than done. The training is tedious and tiring. Learning to use the silencer's ability is far easier than defending yourself against it. I'm smothered daily by his power while trying to tap into it, trying to use it against him. I'm struggling, to say the least, despite being determined and despising feeling so helpless. But I'm restless. I keep myself busy all day in the hopes the nightmares are too exhausted to chase me from my sleep at night. The blade of my sword sinks deep into the wood of the practice dummy I'm currently hacking into. I sigh in annoyance and grip the heavy hilt with both hands, yanking the sharp steel out of the splintered wood. I mindlessly flip the weapon at my side before raining down blows on the hunk of wood once more, letting my mind focus on the power and precision of each swing. Focus on what it feels like to wield death, hold it in my palm, bend it to my will. And yet, all it takes is a familiar laugh to shatter that focus. She's leaning against that padded tree she likes to pummel so much, Kit standing close. Something begins burning inside of me, but I ignore it, not bothering to acknowledge the jealousy painting me Ilya's kingdom color. My eyes are glued to the two of them as they talk casually. Peyton seems to be far more comfortable with Kit as of late, spending time with him outside of training and meals. I will the jealousy to seep from my bones, to simply evaporate, but it gnaws and nags with every thought of the two of them together. Peyton nods to Kit with a smile before he turns and heads back toward the castle, while I force myself to focus once again on training. I cut and slice at the wood with my sword, the tension in my shoulders easing with every swipe. How about a rematch? I hit the wood hard, slicing the sword deep across the dummy's chest. Payton waits patiently as I slowly turn around, swinging the sword in slow circles at my side. I don't bother smiling as I casually say, "Someone's in the mood to lose?" The shadow of a frown shades her face as she crosses her arms. "And someone's just in a bad mood." I chuckle humorlessly. "Darlin', this is not me in a bad mood. There would be a lot more blood if that were the case." She gives me a small smirk. "Well, I won't have to take your word for it, because after I beat you, I'm sure I'll get to witness one of your bad moods firsthand." I sigh, giving in. "Fine. Hand to hand again?" "No," she says slowly. "I was thinking we could do something different." "And why is that?" I take a step closer to her, leaning in as I say, "Is hand to hand too distracting, having to be so close to me?" She somehow manages to take a step even closer. "Not at all. I don't get distracted, Azur." "That sounds like a challenge." "Only if you're in the mood to lose." Plagues, this girl. She smiles up at me. "So, how about archery? Unless, of course, your pride can't handle losing to me. Again." "Oh, that wouldn't be a problem, because I won't be losing." I pull my face away from hers and brush her shoulder as I pass. I know what she is doing, and I welcome the distraction. Welcome her being the distraction. I pull a bow off one of the weapon racks and throw a handful of arrows onto the ground between us. Payton already has her weapon in hand, already facing the battered target over 15 yards away. 3 rounds, she says, not taking her eyes off the target. We each get 3 shots per round. Highest score wins. Fair enough? I extend my hand towards her to shake on the rules, as is customary. She slowly grasps my hand, holding it firmly as her calluses brush my own. Then I tug her towards me, pulling her against my chest where I murmur close to her ear. "Good luck, Gray." She rolls her eyes at me, but mine are locked on her. "I don't need luck when it's you I'm competing against," she says coolly, her growing smile smug. I can't help but huff out a laugh. After a moment too long, I let her go, and she turns to face the target with a smile. When I don't move to knock an arrow, she throws an expectant glance at me, to which I respond with a gesture towards the target. "Ladies first." "Oh, right. I forgot you were a gentleman." She snorts before knocking an arrow. I cock my head, watching her as she holds the bow as if she is left-handed, though I know she isn't. Interesting. I blink, and an arrow is sailing through the air, landing just shy of the bullseye. She places another arrow on the bow and pulls back, taking a deep breath. She shuts her eyes for a moment, only firing when she opens them. Bullseye. I watch her follow the same routine with her final arrow, watch her arm strain as she pulls the bowstring back, watch her eyes flutter shut in concentration, watch her breathe deeply before sending another arrow sinking into the bullseye. Damn. Archery has never been my favorite, and clearly Payton doesn't feel the same. She's a natural. So confident, so controlled, as if the bow is nearly an extension of her arm. The arrow obeys her as she wills it to land exactly where she wants, and I'm suddenly thinking she's right. I might lose this. "You're up." She steps back beside me, and with a mocking whisper says, "Good luck, Azur." Plague knows I'll need it. I step up and settle an arrow onto my bow. I can feel her eyes on me, tracking every move I make, and it's annoyingly distracting. I pull the bowstring back, aim, and fire. Then I'm cursing under my breath for just barely missing the bullseye before I knock another arrow. This one follows the same pattern, and I'm now frustrated and feeling the overwhelming need to punch something. I fire my last arrow, and it finally lands where I want it to. Barely. Its silver tip sinks into the farthest edge of the bullseye, guided by sheer luck to get it there. Peyton doesn't say a word as she steps up and fires her next 3 arrows. And, just as before, 2 hit the bullseye, 1 just shy of it. She's mesmerizing to watch, to witness her work with this weapon. I'm going to lose. I don't like losing. And Peyton knows it too. She walks past, smiling at me as if she's already won, and she probably has. I take my time firing my next 3 shots, trying to concentrate and calm my breathing before letting them fly towards the target. Not helping. 2 on the rings, 1 on the bullseye. I glare at the target while Peyton grins. She knocks an arrow as she says, "Now I see why you wanted to stick with that hand-to-hand. You knew you had a better chance of winning that." She's not wrong. She's still smiling as she focuses her attention on the target, calming her breathing before she even draws the bowstring back. There is no way I'm winning this. I fight a small smile at my sudden idea. If I'm gonna lose, I might as well have some fun. I take a step towards her. Then I slowly step behind her, close behind her. My chest presses against her back at the same moment I let my hand lazily find her waist. She jumps at the sudden contact, and I laugh softly, close to her ear. "What are you doing?" Her words are breathless, but she doesn't move, frozen against me. My lips are close to her ear as I murmur, "Distracting you." She lets out a forced laugh, feigning confidence. Words fail her when my hands begin exploring further along her waist, her abdomen, atop her thin tank. She swallows. "I told you I don't get distracted." "Yes." My fingers begin tracing lazy circles up and down her side. "And I could have sworn you tapped your left foot as you said it." I lean in even closer, whispering against her ear. "And we both know that means you're lying." The truth is, I'm the one lying. Her foot is the last thing I'm paying attention to. But I know she's lying nonetheless, and I'm going to prove it. "Well," she clears her throat, trying to concentrate on forming words and not my fingers. "You're wrong." And with that unsure remark, she lifts her bow and draws the string. I wrap an arm around her waist, slowly, and let my other hand brush from her knuckles curved around the bowstring, all the way to her straining shoulder. With her body still pressed against mine, I feel a shiver snake up her spine as my fingers dance slowly up and down her arm. I smile against her ear, and I know she feels that too, since she huffs in annoyance. I feel her take a deep, shaky breath as she tries to calm down, tries to pull herself together, and then she fires. I chuckle against her ear when the arrow lands the farthest away from the bullseye yet. She whips her head around so our faces are mere inches apart and scowls at me. I'm amused, smiling as I let my eyes wander over her face, catching on every faint freckle and dark lash framing her blue eyes. Then, those ocean eyes tear from mine when she turns back to the target, grabbing another arrow. But she never tries to step out of my grasp. She's too stubborn. If she moves now, she knows it'll only prove just how much I truly distract her. So, she knocks the next arrow and breathes as the breeze blows a strand of silver hair into her face. I reach around and gently, slowly, tuck it behind her ear as I whisper into it. "Why is it that you're shooting with your left hand?" It's a random question, used to distract as well as satisfy my curiosity. She takes a deep breath before answering. "Would you believe me if I said it's because I wanted to go easy on you?" I laugh, shaking my head before resting my chin on her shoulder. "Liar. You would never go easy on me." "You're right about that." She exhales a shaky laugh. "My father taught me to shoot with both hands, and after my injury in the trial, I figured I should practice more with my left." And with that, she doesn't hesitate before pulling back and firing the arrow, hitting far outside the bullseye with a soft thud. "Don't say a word," she mutters through clenched teeth, not bothering to look at me as she grabs another arrow angrily. I wasn't going to say a thing. I say with mock innocence. Liar. I can practically feel you smirking. My lips are against the shell of her ear, and I am, in fact, smirking. I can't help it when I'm right. She's still fiddling angrily with the arrow, her voice deceptively sweet as she says, Well, if you keep smirking like that, I'm going to turn around and point this arrow at your heart. I smile at her sentiment, my fingers continuing to draw circles around her stomach. She takes another shallow breath, about to pull back and fire when I mumble, Yeah? Well, at least you might be able to hit my heart, unlike the bullseye. I'm not surprised when I feel the hard jab of an elbow sink into my stomach. The air whooshes out of me, but as soon as I catch my breath, I'm laughing. Peyton huffs, and I tug her close to me, using this game as an excuse to hold her, touch her. Her head rests on my chest as she examines the target, breathing deeply, and I'm doing the same. My chest heaves, the feel of her against me almost too much to breathe properly. We fit together so perfectly, so right. I can hardly think, or breathe, or move when my fingers glide across her skin, her waist, her body. Then she lifts her head, lifts her bow, and lets the arrow fly. Bullseye. But barely. I lean down and rest my chin on her shoulder once again, admiring the arrow that finally made it to its mark. It's about time, Gray. Let's see you do any better. She scoffs, pulling away as I reluctantly let her. I sigh and grab an arrow, settling it onto my bow. I fire quickly, hitting the ring closest to the bullseye, swearing under my breath. Then I grab another, determined to make the arrow land where I want it to. Something brushes my arm, a whisper against my skin. My head whips to the side, eyes crashing into blue ones below. She looks up at me through her lashes, eyes burning into mine, full of fire. Her hand hovers just above the exposed skin on my arm, teasing without touching. What are you doing, Gray? I ask, turning my attention back towards the target. Distracting, she says slowly, drawing out the syllables. Her hand brushes my arm again, lightly, so lightly. I smile. Darling, you're gonna have to do better than that. No, she says coolly. I don't think I do. The tips of her fingers meet my skin. She lets them trail down my arm, stopping at my wrist before making their way back up, painfully slow. Her fingers find their way under the sleeve of my cotton shirt, climbing up and gone. Her touch vanishes, leaving me aching for her to lay her hands on me. That's when it hits me. She's right. She doesn't need to do anything more to distract me. The mere thought of her being so close and barely touching me has my head spinning. I'm melted by the promise that her fingers gave me. Promise of more. Promise of something. Nothing. She won't lay her hands on me. Instead, she'll drive me mad by teasing me with her touch, only to pull it away, leaving me wanting more, leaving me cold without the fire her fingers trail along my skin. I exhale, noticing how shaky the action sounds, how shaky my body has become. I pull back the bowstring as another finger traces under my forearm, grazing my skin. My arrow lands 2 whole rings away from the center, but my mind is elsewhere, on the phantom touches making their way up and down my arm. I don't remember grabbing another arrow, but it's knocked onto my bow and I look down. Slowly, so damn slowly, she lets her fingers slide over my skin, heavier than before. A single touch has never made me feel so on fire, and she knows exactly what she is doing. She knows that barely feeling her at all will drive me mad in a way I can't explain, in a way I've never felt before. You're a cruel little thing, you know that? My voice is deep, desperate. But I've barely laid a finger on you, she says softly, emphasizing her words with a single finger tracing up my forearm. Exactly. Maybe I did it on purpose. Maybe I chose to distract her because I knew she was too stubborn to not do the same to me. Maybe I did it all because I wanted her hands on me too, because it was an excuse for me to hold her, for her to hold me, and now that she isn't, I'm craving her touch, craving her. I fire the arrow, not bothering to wait and see where it lands before I've thrown my bow to the ground, spun around, and gripped her wrists instead. I pull her towards me, staring into her startled eyes. Her lips part, either in surprise or because she's about to tell me off. I'm not sure. Don't. I pause, swallow, exhale slowly. Play with me like that. She stares at me. Her mouth opens and closes again, clearly hoping words will fall out. I hold her gaze as I guide one of her hands to my arm, dropping her other wrist to pull her closer by the waist. Her palm meets my skin, and it's almost like I remembered how to breathe again. I press my hand on top of hers, holding her skin firmly against mine. I smile now that she's finally, fully touching me, rather than taunting me with the tips of her teasing fingers. A single touch from her, or the lack of it, is enough to drive me mad. What has she done to me? I take my hand off hers, fingers trailing down her arm before dropping it to my side. But she doesn't drop hers, instead leaving her palm in place. She stares at where her skin meets mine before her gaze finally trails up to my face. She smirks, but it's as weak as her voice. I didn't realize a single touch could affect you so much. Neither did I. Her eyes dart away from mine, almost looking timid as she lets her hand trace down my arm before dropping it completely. Then she cranes her neck, looking around me at the target behind. She smiles at what she sees. You lost, Azar?
Chapter 36. Payton.
Focus, Payton. Just calm down and focus. You can do this.
I nod in response to Kit's reassuring words, shutting my eyes before taking a deep breath. After a moment, I peek at him and nod again. Okay, I'm ready. Kit heaves a dramatic sigh, his eyes filled with amusement. Then he says slowly,
3.
I smile knowingly back at him.
2.
I tilt my head up. 1. In a flash, he throws something into the air. I open my mouth expectantly, ready to savor the sweetness of the chocolate, only for it to land on my nose before bouncing off onto the floor. Kit's laughter echoes off the walls of the busy kitchen, and I catch the servant smiling at the familiar sound. He holds a hand up to me when I start to speak, clearly needing a moment to collect himself before he looks at me. But when he finally straightens and meets my gaze, he's laughing again. Okay, so my coordination when it comes to catching food in my mouth isn't great. I mumble, unable to stop my smile from spreading.
Isn't great.
Kit runs a hand through his messy hair, still choking on laughter.
Tell that to Gale who has wasted half her chocolates on you.
I cross my arms defiantly.
Well, you didn't catch every chocolate either, Your Majesty.
Kit leans closer and flashes me a smile.
True, but I at least ate the evidence. You, on the other hand,
his gaze slides to the floor now littered with sweets,
did not.
I snort, drop to the ground, and begin collecting the tiny chocolates in my cupped hand. Kit's suddenly crouching in front of me, helping place them in my awaiting palm. I stare at him for a moment, still stunned with every show of kindness or shared smile. But with all the time I've been spending with him lately, the differences between the king and his son seem to surprise me less and less. A partnership I only accepted to get noticed by the people has now blossomed into an unlikely friendship. It isn't hard to spend most of my days talking and spending time with the future king to find the tunnel for the resistance. None of it is hard, though the guilt that is eating away at me for doing it is. I selfishly find myself wishing he was more like his father, because it would make this betrayal far more bearable. A small, pretty servant passes by, gasping at the sight of us. I know, Kit sighs. She's horrible at catching things in her mouth.
No, Your Highness.
The servant rushes over, alarm written all over her face.
Please don't trouble yourself. I'll clean this up right away.
Before I can speak, she's already dropped beside me and begun plucking the chocolates from my palm. Thank you, Liza, Kit says, standing. He holds out his hands for me, and I take them, letting him pull me to my feet. Liza smiles at her prince.
It's my pleasure, Your Highness.
Of course he knows his servants by name. Dozens of them bustle about around us, bumping into each other in their haste to get where they need to be, while a booming voice calls out to us. Kit, I love you, dear, but I don't think my kitchen can hold one more person. I spot Gail eyeing us from across the room, smiling at what she sees. Then she gestures with her hands, shooing us out of the door. But since I'm kicking you out, you will have to come visit me again soon. Kit chuckles and places a gentle hand on my back, and I don't flinch away from his touch. He guides me towards the door while calling out, Oh, you couldn't keep me away, Gail. The hallway is teeming with servants, all busy and bustling in preparation for the next ball tomorrow night, a reminder of the dwindling time I have left to find the tunnel that leads into the box. I've spent day after day with Kit, earning his trust, all while crafting a plan to get the information I need. I almost run into a servant, or rather, he almost runs into me. The gangly boy shouts his apologies before scurrying off to wherever it is he needs to go. Perfect timing. Here goes nothing. I turn towards Kit and force out a laugh. Don't you ever just need a break from the chaos of the castle? Even as I say it, I already know the answer. He practically admitted to feeling trapped in the palace, in his position, when we were stuffed in the safe room together. And yet here I am, using that information he trusted me with against him. He looks at me, eyes seeming to search mine with a certain sadness. You have no idea. I throw my arms out, exasperated. So why don't you? You could visit Loot for a day. Granted, there's just as much chaos there as in the castle, but it's a different kind of chaos. You blend in. Let the chaos wash over you until it's a familiar feeling, until you become a part of it, swallowed in it. Come on, say yes. Kit's staring at me like he can't believe what he is seeing. A slow smile is spreading across his lips, green eyes sweeping over my face, as though he's worried I'll stop looking at him again. What? I ask, slightly concerned. He blinks and shakes his head slightly, trying to clear it. Nothing. It's just the way you talk about Loot. He looks away, muttering something that sounded like, hell, just the way you talk. I don't dwell on it before slowly asking, So, is that a yes? His smile slips. I wish I could see Loot. Truly. I haven't been since I was a boy. Since before I was trapped here, I supply softly. I hadn't realized we'd stopped walking until Kit tugs me from the middle of the hallway, sparing us from being trampled by bustling servants. Exactly, he says with a small smile. You're one of the few people who understands that. I nod slowly, smiling slightly. Kit, I'm about to tell you off, okay? He laughs at that. I would expect nothing less from you. Go on. As the future king, I sigh, you should see your people. See how they live in the slums. See how they survive. I know, he says hollowly. So what's stopping you? He huffs out a humorless laugh, rubbing the back of his neck as he simply states, The current king. I never leave the castle unless it's absolutely necessary, and seeing my people is not, according to him. I'm the heir to the throne, and he won't risk me leaving the palace, let alone helping like I tried to when the resistance attacked the ball. I try not to stiffen at his ignorance, at the idea that the resistance attacked the ball. But it's best to not tell the prince off about matters I should know nothing about. And do you agree with him? I ask, carefully. I understand him, and I respect him, and you will never stop trying to prove yourself to him, so you'll do as he says. I know. There's a bitter bite in my voice that I quickly try to conceal. Then just one night, Kit. Go see your people. See what it was like for me in the slums. Don't trap yourself here. Kit leans his head back against the wall and laughs. I can't exactly leave, Peyton. There are guards everywhere, and I don't have the clearing to just walk right out. And that's exactly what I hoped he would say. Still, I give him a flat look. But you're the prince. Yes, well, sometimes I'm only a prince in title, not in privilege. I can't just walk out the front door. So walk out a different door. I take a step closer, throwing my hands up only to let them slap against my sides, feigning nonchalance. You can't tell me there isn't some way out of here that no one knows about? Some sort of door that isn't guarded? I sound totally casual, curious even. Come on, trust me. Tell me. If I can get him talking about the tunnels, get him to take me through them, there's a chance of him telling me about the one I need to find. I would act like I'm curious, ask questions about the other tunnels in order to learn about one in particular. It's not my most solid plan, but it's a start. He looks me over in a way that vaguely reminds me of Kai. I push thoughts of the other brother away, instead choosing to focus on the one in front of me. The one who is easy to be around, easy to talk to, easy to trick, betray, use. Oh, yes, there are plenty of ways for me to get out of the castle unseen, Kit says with a smile, cutting through my screaming thoughts. My heart is pounding, my voice quiet when I say, I'll take you, one night. You'll see Lute and your people, what they're like, what their lives are like. He's staring at me so intently that I stop for a moment, swallowed by those emerald eyes I didn't dare look into a few days ago. A king who doesn't know his people cannot be a king for his people. Despite the truth of my words, they taste bitter in my mouth for the reason behind me voicing them. All it takes is one seed of doubt, one grain of uncertainty to fester and grow. And I just planted it. I give him a reassuring smile, as though I'm not lying through my teeth. Trust me. Maybe, he says, studying me. I fight the urge to try to convince him further, careful not to sound desperate or draw suspicion. I'll think on your offer. Kit? The hair on the back of my neck stands up at the sound of that voice. That cold, callous voice. I slowly turn on my heel to see the king at the end of the hallway, making his way to us. I give him the smallest curtsy, biting my tongue as I offer a small smile. Kit, I need you in the study to finish our discussion with the advisors. His eyes sweep over me, finally deeming me worthy to look at. They are the same bright green as Kit's, and yet they couldn't be more different, more cold. I nearly shiver, reminding me of why I could barely meet his son's eyes. The king's gaze flicks back up to Kit before saying, Now. Though he doesn't sound too thrilled, Kit replies with a curt, Of course, father. He steps beside the king, ready to walk with him back to the study. Go ahead, son. I'll meet you there. His stern voice leaves no room for argument, and Kit nods slowly in response before throwing me a small smile and turning on his heel. I can barely stand to look at him, but I force my eyes to meet those of my father's murderer. He's looking at me like I'm the scum he scraped from the bottom of his shiny shoes. I can't stand it, but I force myself to be still rather than squirm under his scrutiny. So I offer him a bright smile, all while wondering if it looks like I'm baring my teeth. Your Majesty, I say in farewell, before moving to go around him, to escape this man and my raging, revengeful thoughts. His shoes click against the stone floor as he steps in front of my path. I halt, looking up at his large frame. He's in great health for his age, making it easy to see where his sons get their strong build and handsome features from. The similarities between Kit and his father are astounding, but it's the king's brawny ability I'm focused on, reminding me of the fact that he could snap my neck with ease.
Miss Gray, good to see you made it out of the first trial, mostly unscathed.
He doesn't sound happy about my well-being in the slightest.
Well, thanks to my son, that is.
I can only imagine the king's reaction upon seeing the footage of Kai with me in the trial. I know he hated it. Hated that his son helped me, a no one, a mundane, a slummer, an ordinary.
Yes, I am grateful I had Kai as my partner, I say coolly, unsure of where this conversation is heading.
The king looks down at me, eyes narrowing. Before he can say anything else, I add,
and I am very much looking forward to the next trial, and the one after that.
Lies. I just wanted to see the look on his face when I sounded so confident about surviving that long. I follow up my statement with a fake smile, ready to leave him and this conversation behind when he says,
Let me be frank, Peyton. You are not winning this.
I stiffen.
I'm sorry? I know that is what you want. To win the purging trials and have a better life for you and your seamstress friend.
He laughs, bitter and biting.
That reminds me, I should congratulate you for the little stunt you pulled with your dress at the ball. You certainly got what you wanted, reminding the people of their silver savior.
I look away, unable to stare at him any longer as he continues with a wave of his hand.
Tell me, have you seen the polls?
I had. A day after the showing of the first trial, the contestants' scores and votes from the people were combined and tallied up. The rankings of the remaining 7 opponents were everywhere, displayed on banners and flyers throughout the city. Kai was at the top, followed by Ace with Andy close behind in third. That left Blair and I tied for fourth, with Braxton and Jax tied in last. It seems that the Kingdom of Ilia doesn't quite know what to do with me. Those from the slums are likely voting for their silver savior, while those outside of it are likely rooting against me, hoping to watch the slummer die an entertaining death. And if I'm receiving any votes from those outside of the slums, it's no doubt because they find me amusing.
Yes, I have seen the polls, I say through my teeth.
Good.
I doubt your ranking will get any higher. So what I'm most concerned about is your involvement with my sons. They don't need you dragging them down, or worse, influencing them.
I stare at the king's chest, watching as he fixes the cuffs of his jacket.
I doubt I need to remind you of your place, so stay out of their way, and we won't have any problems. Understood?
The dagger tucked into my boot has never tempted me more, tormenting me with the thought of shoving its blade through his chest like he did to my father. But he didn't just kill my only parent that day. He killed a piece of me in the process. And I have never hated someone so wholeheartedly because of it. My fists are clenched tightly at my sides, fingernails biting into my palms, but I school my face into a submissive, sweet expression when I say, Understood, Your Majesty. If I didn't want to win before, I certainly do now.
Good, he says curtly. Then we should thank the plague that you are alive and well. Isn't that right?
There is a certain challenge ringing in his tone, flashing in his eyes. I mirror his smile, even as I swallow my pride. I've never said the filthy phrase, and I swore I never would. And yet here I am, opening my mouth to let the words fall out as though they aren't foreign on my tongue, as though they aren't leaving a foul taste in my mouth. Yes, thank the plague indeed.
Hold still or I'm going to poke your eye out.
I grumble while Ellie only grins. She's still swiping a wand across my lashes, despite coming dangerously close to accidentally blinding me on several occasions. She likes to blame it on my squirming, and I like to blame it on her unsteady hands.
All right, time to suck it in.
Adina is bubbling over with excitement behind me, her hands gripping the laces of my dress. She allows me one final breath before pulling the ties tight, squeezing the air out of my squished ribcage. She works the laces, slowly pulling the bodice tighter to cinch the open back together. Gripping the chair in front of me, I gasp. One more pull, and I think a rib will puncture my lung. I doubt Adina can even hear me over her squeals of delight. Pay, it's perfect! You know, I was a bit worried about the hem, but look at it. It falls just right, and the cut is incredible. She pauses, huffing out a sigh. Forget it. Just look at you. Her hands grip my arms as she spins me towards the mirror, her glowing face peeking over my shoulder. I blink, and the girl in the mirror does the same. The silver dress I wore to the first ball was stunning, seductive, where this one is simply beautiful, breathtaking. Deep red fabric envelops me, pooling to the floor. It's shimmery and sleeveless, but rather than the bodice being rounded at the top, the edges end in elegantly pointed corners. It's tight, cinching in my waist with the laces at the back, now tied into a neat bow and exposing skin between the fabric holding the dress together. The skirt is full, revealing the wide slit up my right leg where my father's dagger is displayed for all to behold and be baffled at. Adina, I love it. I trail off while my eyes trail over the fabric hugging my body. Then my gaze meets the excited hazel one in the mirror, and I turn to face my best friend. I love you, Adina. She glows, beaming at me brightly. And I love you, Pei. Her smile turns sly. And everyone is going to love you in this dress, especially a certain prince. It's not difficult to figure out that she's referring to Kai. I shoot her a look, not particularly wanting to talk about this topic. Adina? What? She asks far too innocently. In case you've forgotten, I watched the recap of the trials. I saw what happened between you two. She quirks an eyebrow. And I've been waiting for you to come and talk to me about it. Well, there's nothing to say. She gives me a flat look, forcing me to add. All right, I don't know what to say. He's confusing and captivating, and I'm failing miserably at keeping my distance. Right, she says quietly. Because you're you. And he's him, I sigh. Because I am an ordinary, and he's the future enforcer. Adina huffs dramatically. Well, I don't blame you for not being able to stay away. I mean, look at him. I roll my eyes, laughing despite myself. In an attempt to avoid this current conversation, I marvel in the mirror at what the girls have turned me into. My hair is pulled into a complicated braid down my back, combined with my dark makeup that frames my eyes in shadow and my lips in shiny gloss. Miracle workers. That's what they are. We're talking and laughing when a sharp knock sounds at the door. Lenny whistles when he sees me. Look at that. You actually look like a princess, princess. Chapter 37. Payton. If I get stung, I'm blaming you, Lenny mumbles. He leads me through the gardens, passing dozens of gawking guests. Not only is your dress attracting a lot of attention, but it's also attracting a lot of bees. I try to stifle a snort as I look down at my gown that matches the deep roses lining the stone path we are walking. Guests mill about the gardens, making their way to the decorated wide patch of grass beyond the fountain where I splashed their future king in the face only a few days prior. Since the trials themselves aren't the only things different this year, the second ball is being held in the gardens, where the setting sun glints off goblets of champagne, casting everything in a dull gold. We step off the path and onto the edge of the plush open grass, eyeing the tables of desserts and grand garlands strung from surrounding sweeping trees. The musicians are tucked under a drooping willow, half hidden behind the curtain of swaying leaves as they strum a lively tune. At the center of the festivities lie overlapping patterned rugs on the grass, all varying in size and style to create a colorful dance floor where several couples are already spinning. Well, unfortunately for you, I'm not your date, Lenny says with a dramatic sigh. So this is where I must say my goodbyes. I huff out a laugh. However, will I make it through the night without you? He sweeps into a mocking bow. I know. Be brave, princess. Now go find your prince. and then he straightens, winks, and walks off into the gardens. I shake my head at his retreating form before taking a breath and heading farther into the makeshift ballroom for the night. I scan the swirl of dancing bodies, trying to find Kit among them. "It's a good thing you're wearing that dress, or I might have never found you." I jump at the sound of Kit's voice behind me and spin to face him, my skirts swishing around my legs. He smiles and shakes his head, taking me in from head to toe. "Although, even if you were wearing green, I doubt you'd blend in." I swallow, unsure of what to say to that before settling with a soft, "Thank you." He holds out his hand. "Dance with me?" I place my palm in his and nod before I'm swept onto the dance floor. I feel as though I'm dancing with an entirely different boy than I did at the previous ball, except the only thing that's changed is my perspective of him. We talk casually as we dance, and it's a relief to be able to look into his eyes, to not flinch away from his touch. "Did my father say something to you yesterday, after I left?" Kit asks curiously when the song comes to an end. I open my mouth, ready to spew a line, when a cold voice cuts me off. "May I cut in?" I take a deep, annoyed breath before turning my head towards Blair, who's waiting to whisk my partner away. She's paired her smirk with a deep green dress decorated by intricate beading that clings to her form. The look Kit gives me is comical. I choke back a laugh as his eyes bore into mine, pleading with me not to leave him. I give him a small smile, hoping he sees the apology in my eyes as I say, "Of course, he's all yours," pinning me with a stare as I step out of his arms and am quickly replaced by Blair. "Have fun," I add, unable to hide my smile. Kit gives me a look that promises revenge, and I choke back a laugh at the sight of it. I spin around, still smiling, and collide with something solid. No, someone solid. Something wet splatters across my cheek as I back away from the body I've so ungracefully rammed into. The scent of wine mixed with pine hits me, and I swallow, knowing exactly who stands in front of me before I raise my face to meet his. Kai smiles, looking equally rugged and handsome in the final rays of the setting sun. His hair is messier than normal, with his ruffled inky waves falling wherever they please. His eyes are a bright, cloudy sort of gray, alight with amusement. The suit he wears and crisp white shirt beneath are not only slightly rumpled, but now partially stained a deep red. Red wine sloshes in the glass gripped in his hand. Well, there's little left, seeing that he's now wearing most of it, thanks to me. My eyes snap to his when he bursts out laughing. Several of the guests around us cast bewildered glances in our direction, having heard his unusual outburst, and I'm quite certain my expression mirrors theirs. His shoulders are shaking with laughter, and I halt, holding my breath. His grin is wide, wild, displaying a stunning smile accompanied by deep dimples. I'm suddenly concerned. Wine is dripping from the edges of his suit, and he can't seem to stop laughing long enough to notice or even care that my clumsiness has ruined his clothes. I clear my throat, eyeing the guests eyeing us as I say, "Kai?" Another deep rumble of laughter at the sound of his name. "Why don't we go get you cleaned up?" I grab his hand before he has a chance to argue or laugh some more, and lead us to the bordering trees, aware of the eyes tracking our every move. I snatch a handkerchief from one of the long tables before shoving us under the drooping branches of a shadowy willow tree, shielding us from the gossiping guests. Kai leans against the rough trunk, grinning wickedly at me. I give him a quick once-over, assessing the damage I did to his clothes along with his strange behavior. He leans close, too close, studying me thoroughly. "You know," he breathes the words in a way that sends a shiver down my spine. "You didn't have to spill my drink all over me to get me alone. You could have just asked me to dance." I meet his gaze before it begins to trail lazily down my body. I hold my breath, practically feeling the path his eyes are burning. Then, slowly, so insufferably, sensually, scandalously slow, his gaze makes its way back to mine. "Better yet, you would have made me come to you in that dress, sooner or later." I swallow. My eyes scan over him, taking in the rumpled clothes, the rumbling laughter, the flirty rambling, though I suppose that's nothing new. "You're drunk," I sigh out the words, shaking my head at him. He's smirking at me again, though it's wilder than the ones I've grown so used to. "Maybe a little." I roll my eyes, wadding up the cloth I grabbed and beginning to undo the button of his suit coat to try to sop up the shirt beneath as best I can. "Are you undressing me, Gray?" His face is close to mine again, breath tickling my cheek. "I mean, I can't say I didn't think this day would come," he adds with an amused whisper. "Couldn't resist me, darling?" I look up at him then, flashing a smile of my own with a confidence I don't currently feel. "Oh, please," I snort. "The only thing I'm resisting when I'm around you is the urge to put a dagger to your throat." His eyes are locked on mine. "I love when you threaten to kill me. Do you know that?" "Oh, and why is that?" The corner of his mouth twitches up. "Because every time you don't, it only proves that you don't want to." And then he flicks the tip of my nose with a satisfied smile. I bat his hand away with a huff, flustered and frustrated, and hating that he's the reason for my frazzled state. I fix my attention on his stained shirt, the fabric now sticking to the muscled body beneath. Plagues, well, that isn't helping. I begin dabbing at the red splotch, forcing myself to focus on the task rather than the boy before me. I try to forget that it's him I'm helping, all while simultaneously trying to remember why I'm helping him in the first place. Then, fingers catch my chin, and my breath catches in turn. Kai tilts my head up to meet his gaze, fingers dancing along my jaw. He's looking at me like one would a painting, drinking in every detail, delighting in its originality, deeming it a work of art. He tilts my head to the side, turning my cheek towards the light. I should push him away. His thumb strokes my jaw. I don't want to push him away. He chuckles, and it's a drunkenly delightful sound. I forget how talented you are. Managed to spill my drink on the both of us. His thumb swipes across my cheek, wiping away the wine I had forgotten splashed onto my face. Well, maybe if you kept your eyes on the dance floor and your nose out of your glass, we wouldn't be in this situation, I say coolly. Oh, darling, my eyes were on the dance floor, he says casually. They were on you dancing with my brother. Then he huffs out a laugh, craning his neck to shake his head at the canopy of leaves above us. Why do you think I've been drinking? My heart is pounding against my ribcage, against the tight confines of this dress, threatening to burst and tear Adina's careful stitching. He's looking at me again, shrugging sloppily. Besides, this, he looks down at his stained shirt, was most definitely the doing of your clumsy footwork. I fix him with a glare, willing myself not to smile. Oh, is that right? Shh. His fingers have found their way back under my chin, my jaw, cupping my face. Gray eyes drop to my mouth, gaze heavy. And then he's dragging his thumb along the length of my bottom lip. Wine. I can taste it coating the thumb he's swiping across my mouth. I'm stunned, stoned still as his eyes track where his finger traces, ever so slowly, back and forth. I should push him away. But I don't. Instead, I watch him watch me. Watch his eyes roam over my face. Watch his chest heave with shaky breaths. Watch a muscle tick in his cheek. Watch a smile twitch his lips. His next words are a murmur, as if he's muttering his innermost thoughts while his thumb continues to wander over my lip. Will you forever be the prize I am aimlessly trying to win? I inhale sharply, staring him down as I say, Is that what I am to you? A trophy? A small smile twitches his lips as he shakes his head at me. Oh, darling, a trophy implies that I won it, earned it, deserve it. He leans in farther, a certain reverence reflecting in his gaze. But if I get to have you, it will be because you let me. I swallow, my mouth suddenly feeling far too dry. It's just the ramblings of a drunk man. That's all. His thumb is tracing my mouth, and I allow myself one more moment to memorize the feeling. And then I push him away. One of my palms finds his chest, forcing some space between us, while the other catches his wrist. I pull his fingers away from my mouth, my lips still tingling from his touch. I feel dizzy, like I could get drunk off his touch alone. Dangerous. You're not sober. Tilting my head, I give him a smile. So you're not allowed to touch me. He copies me, cocking his head to the side as he looks down at where I'm holding his wrist. But you're touching me. Yes, well, I'm sober. A smile plays at his lips. So you're saying I'm allowed to touch you when I'm sober? His tone sounds more like a challenge than a question. I consider it, then I laugh. I'm only saying yes because I doubt you'll remember much of this conversation in the morning. His gaze flicks between my mouth and eyes, a drunken smirk twisting his lips. Oh, darling, I doubt I could forget this. I shake my head at him, not bothering to suppress my smile before remembering that I'm still holding his wrist. I lower it slowly, letting it drop to his side as I distract myself by assessing the stain again. I sigh, exasperated. Obviously, that stain is not going to come out like this. You'll need to take off your shirt and soak it. His grin is wicked. Are you trying to get me naked? Again? He says this far too loud, and I'm sure far too many people hear it. I pin him against the tree, clamping a hand over his mouth so no more nonsense can come spewing out of it. I'm trying not to laugh and failing miserably. I snort and clamp my hand over my mouth, shaking with less than silent laughter at my current situation. At that, I feel Kai's lips smiling against my palm and tug my hand back before I can change my mind. Don't stop, he murmurs. I nearly choke on my laugh. Stop what? That. Laughing. I still at his words, unable to stop myself from falling silent. He gives me a look, frowning slightly. You never listen to me, do you? And with that, I'm being pulled towards the carpeted dance floor. What are you? I sputter as he stops abruptly at the edge of the dancing couples and spins around. Words fail me when he lifts the back of my hand to his lips, brushing a kiss over my knuckles. Then his mouth finds the pad of my thumb, lips lightly pressing there before they vanish so quickly I wonder if I've imagined it. I'm stunned into silence. Kai seems pleased by this. Still holding my hand and grinning widely, he sweeps into a surprisingly steady bow as he says, May I have this dance? I don't get the chance to answer before he tugs on my arm, pulling me into him and onto the dance floor. I'm wrapped in his arms, pressed tightly against him. His mouth is suddenly at my ear, murmuring, I wasn't really asking. I pull back so I can look into his face, scoffing. I thought you said you were a gentleman. Only when I want to be. My eyes wander to his stained shirt, visible to everyone around us. Kai, your shirt. Maybe you should change, darling. He cuts me off with a humored huff. I'm used to being covered in other red, sticky liquids far worse than wine. True. I try to push the gory thought away and let him sweep me across the rugs. The sun has set, casting the guests beside us in shadows and flickering lamplight. It's so familiar, the feel of each other, the footwork, the flirting. Familiar. But what amazes me the most is how steady and sure Kai is on his feet. How articulate he manages to be even while intoxicated. I suppose some masks never seem to slip. And then it finally happens. Kai stumbles, if only for a moment. A slight trip of his feet. Look who has the clumsy footwork now, I smirk, not realizing how badly I've wanted to see him struggle during a dance. During anything. He gives me a dull look. Yeah, well, that tends to happen when you're drunk. You said you were only a little drunk, remember? Fine. Then you can cut me a little slack. He's looking me over, shaking his head at what he sees. Besides, your dress is very distracting. I like it. I huff out a laugh. That is a terrible excuse. That's because I was giving you a compliment, not an excuse. Well then, that was a terrible compliment. I see the challenge flash in his eyes before I hear it in his voice. Then why don't you give me an example of a good compliment, Gray? I should have seen that coming. Of course he is going to use this as an excuse for me to finally flatter him. Except that I won't. Fine, I say curtly. Your hair looks very soft. Soft? Kai echoes with a cough that might have been a laugh. Oh, come now. You can do better than that. He leans in closer, his voice taunting as he adds, and if you want to run your fingers through my hair, I wouldn't be opposed to your smile. I cut him off before his offer can tempt me. I like when you truly smile, when you're not wearing the mask of the future enforcer or the prince, and you simply allow me to see you. It's a smile I wish you would share with me more often. I swallow and fall silent. That was not at all what I intended to tell him, and yet that doesn't make it any less true. At the sight of that smile, it's easy to forget who he is and what he does. At the sight of that smile, I see a boy instead of the king's deadly pawn. At the sight of that smile, I see someone who is more than a friend, instead of someone who would kill me if they knew what I am. And suddenly, that smile is sounding very dangerous. Even with my stupid dimples, you still like my smile? Kai's words are soft, slightly breathless, and my answer is equally so. Even with your stupid dimples, Azur. His lips twitch into a variation of that smile I shouldn't be seeking out, though it's softer than the ones I've seen before. He opens his mouth and, Malachi! Our eyes snap to the queen now standing a few feet away, a pleasant smile on her stunning features. Do share her with the other gentlemen, won't you? She's mine for the night, Mother. Kai's eyes are back on me. A small price to pay for ruining my clothes. But the queen is gone, whisked away by chattering guests and dancing figures before the words even left Kai's mouth. I blink at him, unable to stop the smile spreading across my lips. Your name is Malachi? Yes, well, I've also been called devilishly handsome, devastatingly powerful, and more recently, a cocky bastard. Whoever called you that must know you quite well. Yes, more than I care to admit, he says quietly. The drone of violin fills the silence that stretches between us. When he finally speaks, Kai's question is quiet. Are you ready for tomorrow? I'm reminded of Kit's same question at the previous ball as I say, Are you? He exhales slowly. I have to be. There's a long pause. The smile I give him is sad. That's not what I asked. Smartass, he mutters under his breath, managing to truly make me smile. The truth, then? The truth, always. Then no, I'm not ready. He sighs, ducking his head close to mine. But we'll be fine. We always are. I nod numbly, not needing him to explain what he means. Both of our lives have been a series of trials that we've had to survive. Only now, we are going through one together. One we will fight our way out of just as we've done in the past. As if to emphasize his words, he reaches up and flicks the tip of my nose, sharing that smile of his with me. And rather than pushing him away like I know I should, I find myself smiling back. We settle into a comfortable silence as we spin. The garden is now bathed in moonlight, and lamps are flickering warm light over the faces swirling beside us. Kai suddenly dips me, his fingers grazing the bare skin peeking through the slit of my dress, before lazily gliding up the cool dagger resting upon my hot skin. I bite back a surprised yelp, while he only laughs. Didn't I tell you the daggers aren't needed for dancing? He places me back on my feet as I breathlessly reply, Depends on who your partner is. I hate that he makes me feel like I'm always trying to catch my breath. And what I hate even more is that he knows it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I drill those words into my head, forcing them through my thick skull. I refuse to get caught up in him. He must be able to see the battle raging in my brain, because he grins at me. Dimples. Those damn dimples. I'm practically panting now, trying to breathe, trying to ignore this boy in front of me. Trying to ignore his dazzling smiles and difficult past I now know so much about. His caring and charming side, the little things that make up him, his hands that are on me. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. Gray eyes flick between mine, worry reflecting in them. Is everything all right? I hadn't noticed how quickly I'm breathing, how I'm trying to gulp down air and failing miserably. Kai looks suddenly sober and suddenly serious, which I can only assume means that he can see the panic plastered all over my face. His arm tightens ever so slightly around me, ever so protectively. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. Pei? Oh, why can't I hate it? What's wrong? His voice is stern, cutting through my haze of hysteria. There are so many bodies around me, so close, so pressing. The air feels so thin, so hot in my lungs. I feel so confined, so trapped. Body locking, heart leaping, mind laughing at how weak I am. My head is spinning, and so are we. I stumble to a stop. My partner, my thoughts, my breathing all halting with me. I can't swallow the panic, can't swallow down air, can't swallow my pride to admit to myself that something is wrong. Calm down. You're fine. Suddenly, I'm that little helpless girl again. The one with the dead dad and murdered dreams. The one being beaten against a pole for stealing to survive, running to rid herself of haunting memories. The one who would curl up in a ball, crippled by grief and consumed by panic. The one who couldn't be in large crowds or small spaces without gasping for air or grappling to escape. Weak from worry, powerless from panic. No, just powerless. Calm down. You're fine. I'm having a panic attack. The dress is abruptly too tight, squeezing my ribs, choking me, forcing the air from my lungs. The crowd around me is suddenly doing the same, squeezing me, choking me, pressing in, oblivious to how the garden packed full of people is suddenly petrifying me. I can't breathe. The words are a gasp, and I'm embarrassed that I have to admit to him, to myself, a fear that hasn't haunted me in years. Claustrophobic. I barely manage to get the breathless word out, but he doesn't wait for me to struggle through an explanation before I'm pressed to his side, letting him lead me to the edge of trees. Just a little farther. Hold on, he murmurs, pushing us through the crowd and back under the dark willow. I feel the rough bark of a trunk against my back and open my eyes, not realizing I had shut them in the first place. In the shadows, I can barely make out Kai standing in front of me, wearing the same look he had when I was bleeding out on the forest floor before him. Breathe, Pei. Breathe. He seems to be struggling for air himself, his eyes scanning my face as mine dart around frantically. Hey. Look at me, he says softly, more softly than I've ever heard him speak. And for once, I listen to him. I'm blinking rapidly, studying his shadowed face in the darkness, trying to calm myself. Though, technically, he was the reason for this panic attack in the first place. He made me panic. He makes me panic. I let my mind get out of control and spiral, my deep-rooted fear of claustrophobia only uprooting after the initial panic that was caused over him. Caused by my frustrating feelings for him. I'm still breathing heavily, struggling to get enough air into my lungs. He's kept his distance from me, giving me space. But now he's slipping an arm around my back, gently, slowly. Air floods into my lungs as if I've been underwater this whole time and only just broke through the surface. I gulp it down, greedily, relishing how it feels to fully breathe again. The panic begins to dissolve, my mind finally settling after spinning out of control. Much better, I'm sure. Kai sounds relieved, though the faintest smirk is lifting his lips. And that's when I feel it. My dress shifts. I look down and nearly gasp at the gaping fabric that was once stretched tight across my chest. The waist is loosened, no longer cinched to fit my figure. The whole dress is about to fall off me. I clutch the top of the sleeveless gown and tug it up, gawking at him. What were you thinking? I was thinking. Kai shoves his hands in his pockets, the perfect picture of nonchalance. That you couldn't breathe.
And as much as I like that dress on you, I figured you would look just as good in it with the laces undone. He dips his head and smiles to himself, apparently humored by this. So you could breathe, of course. He winks. I'm fuming. I am going to thank me, he cuts in, pulling at the cuffs of his jacket. My eyes have adjusted to the dim light, and I'm not surprised to see the amusement reflected in his when he meets my gaze. There is no trace of the worried male only moments ago. I have one hand holding the top of the dress, while the other grips the two pieces of the back together, since, thanks to Kai, the laces aren't doing that anymore. If I had a free hand right now, I say through clenched teeth, I would pull my dagger on you. I'm glad to see you're feeling well enough to threaten me again. He tilts his head, giving me an assessing look. He's right. I should thank him. I hadn't realized how tight the dress was until the panic had me panting for air. Hadn't realized that simply being able to take a deep breath again would clear my head more than I ever thought possible. Untying the laces was brilliant, but I'm not willing to tell him that. Distraction. The word echoes in my head, and I begin to wonder if that is what Kai is doing. Again, turning my attention from my panic and pinning it on him, using my anger and annoyance to distract, divert. But it's not his calculating that shocks me anymore. It's his caring. It's that he understands exactly what I need. Pei. He's closer to me now, all amusement wiped from his face. Are you all right? Truly. Yes, thank you. His lips twitch. Not for undressing me, I huff, but for helping me. He shrugs. Same thing. I roll my eyes at him while my hand toys with the laces of my dress, despite knowing I won't be able to tie them. Can you? I heave a sigh, annoyed that I have to ask this of him. Can you tie the laces again for me? He studies me for a long moment. You should retire for the night. Get some rest. Well then, I'm going to have to make it back to my room without this dress falling off of me. His lips twitch, and I know him well enough to know that he's likely restraining from saying something wildly inappropriate in response. But when he takes a step towards me, he only says, Fair enough. It doesn't need to be tight, I say, turning slowly towards the tree. But I do need the dress to stay on. I barely hear his soft steps behind me before I feel his fingers brush my bare back as he gathers the laces. He pulls gently at the ties, as though almost unsure of himself. I almost laugh. The action feels far too timid to belong to the prince behind me. I must admit that I'm far better at undoing laces than tying them, he says distractedly. I huff. Of course you are. His quiet laugh stirs my hair, and I still. He tugs on the ties one last time before tying them swiftly, his calluses brushing my skin. I suppress a shiver and turn towards him, smoothing the skirts of my gown. That gray gaze slides up my body before meeting my eyes, his voice rough when he says, You're not suffocating? No, I laugh. I'm breathing just fine, thank you. I move to step out from under the cover of the willow's drooping branches when Kai steps beside me. I'll walk you to your rooms, he says simply. You don't need to do that. You're right. I don't. He threads my arm through his as we begin walking through the crowded garden toward the castle. But I want to. I duck my head and smile. I could get used to you being a gentleman, Azar. He's quiet for so long that I think he might not respond. But when he does, I hear the smile in his voice. And I could get used to being one for you, Gray.
Chapter 38. Kai. You're terrible at this game. Kit responds with a loud laugh that is only cut off when he brings the flask to his lips and takes a sip. After swallowing, he sputters. The game is to drink every time Jack steps on Andy's toes. How can I be terrible at that? I take in my brother's flushed cheeks and messy hair, knowing I likely look the same. We've been sitting on the grass and watching guests spin across the colorful carpets under the starry sky for nearly an hour now. The rough bark of the tree I'm leaning against digs into my back now that I've discarded my suit coat, wearing only my stained button-down. Kit gives me a look, still patiently waiting for an answer to his question, and I don't hesitate to give him one. You're terrible at it because you keep missing your mouth. We're both laughing when Kit wipes the whiskey dripping down his chin. It seems we haven't outgrown our tradition of drinking during these bowls, and I'm happy to see that some things never change. Wait for it, Kit murmurs, his eyes trained on Andy and Jax dancing with the other couples. Jack stumbles with a laugh, his long legs getting tangled in the steps before his foot lands on top of Andy's. And there it is. He never disappoints. Cheers, I sigh, grabbing the flask from him to take a sip that burns my throat. Kit watches me. Are you sure you should be drinking when you have a trial tomorrow? Have a little faith in your enforcer, brother. I've faced worse things than a hangover. When he doesn't respond, I follow his gaze, finding it pinned on father and mother swaying slowly. This is the happiest I've seen him in, well, years, Kit says quietly, all traces of humor gone from his voice. I nod in agreement, watching the king smile at his queen in the way he's only ever done for her. He never fails to give her the affection he never gave to us, to me. With that thought in mind, I'm taking another swig from the flask. Maybe once the resistance is taken care of, he'll be a happier man. Kit adds with a sloppy shrug. Speaking of which, he tears his eyes from the dancers to look at me. Did you get any information out of the silencer? Killed him, I say with an equally sloppy shrug. He isn't the slightest bit fazed by this. Is that a no then? I sigh. Yes, that's a no. Kit frowns. What about the ordinary near loot you were sent to find? Did you get any information then? The little girl's face flashes in my mind, her red hair bright like the fire in her eyes. The ordinary was a child. I doubt she knew anything about the resistance. We are silent for a moment before Kit clears his throat. How young? Too young. He nods slowly. So, you didn't go through with it? I stiffen slightly. Kit and I never talk about this. Never talk about the time he found me in the stables, covered in blood and vomiting after one of my first missions into the city to kill an ordinary. I was a boy, only 14 when I took the life of a child not much younger than I was, and I vowed to never do it again. The king has sent me on countless missions since, all a part of my training. Kit may be the one trapped in the palace, but I have never known freedom from killing, never known choice. So, I steal back the one stitch of sanity I can by banishing ordinary children with their families, even if I am still condemning them to death. No, I didn't go through with it, I answer slowly, only trusting my brother with the weight of those words. It took him years of putting pieces together before he came to my room to drink one night, confronting me when I could no longer see or think straight. Destruction is my duty, and the king has made me grow numb to killing. But for the children, I force myself to feel. Even monsters can have morals. I heave a sigh, bringing the flask to my lips. I'm not drunk enough to talk about this right now. Neither am I. Kit snatches the flask from his hand with a grin before his eyes drop to the stain on my shirt, as if noticing it for the first time. What the hell happened to you? Payton. I sigh again. Payton happened to me. Kit chuckles, but the sound is strained. Yeah, she certainly is something. You have such a way with words, Kitty. He shakes his head and runs a hand over his face. I don't even have words to describe her, but plagues. Does she never fail to have words for me? My shoulders stiffen, but I force myself to sound relaxed. Does she? He huffs out a laugh. Yeah. She's the only person who doesn't tell me what I want to hear, isn't afraid to speak her mind. And quite often, I might add. Would you like me to call you out on your shit more often, brother? I ask casually. Is that what I'm hearing? He gives me a lazy shove, ignoring my comment. She's got this sort of fire. Even called me an ass the other day. My lips twitch despite the tension coursing through me. Sounds about right. It's strange, he says quietly, his eyes scanning the crowded garden. I haven't known her for long, and yet I find myself wanting to know her for longer. Silence stretches between us, his words hanging in the air. Maybe I was wrong, I say stiffly. Perhaps you do have a way with words. He turns towards me with a crooked grin. And what do you think about her, My eyes drop to the stain on my shirt. I smell of wine and whiskey and the faintest hint of lavender that always clings to Peyton. And with the way she clung to me tonight, the sweet scent of her seeped into my clothing to distract me. What do I think of her? When do I not think of her? I grab the flask from Kit's fingers and repeat the same words I said earlier. I'm not drunk enough to talk about this right now. Lies. Even sober, she has my head spinning. I don't need to be drunk to admit what she's done to me, how she's made me feel. The swishing of skirts and chatter of excitement has me looking up. I watch as the guests begin to head out of the gardens and towards the training grounds. I throw Kit a confused glance, to which he responds, I have no idea. We stand, only slightly unsteady on our feet, and follow the crowd. Before we've even made it to the training yard lit with torches, I spot rising platforms surrounding a large dirt ring where guests begin taking seats. Tiala steps out in the middle of the ring and spins in a circle, smiling at the guests surrounding her. How fun is this? Not only do we get a ball, but we also get a brawl. I was certainly not planning on fighting tonight. The crowd cheers and claps as they look around, likely searching for the contestants. And I'm doing the same. There's no sign of the girls, only Jax, Braxton, and Ace on the opposite side. I run a hand through my hair, suddenly dizzy from the alcohol and all the powers pressing down on me. The flask grows sweaty in my hand, and I'm wishing I hadn't drunk so much of it even as I contemplate downing the rest. When I move to head over to the contestants, a hand grasps my arm. Kai. I turn to find Kit's eyes pinned on me. In case I don't see you before tomorrow. I know, I say, not needing to hear the 3 words to know that he means them. I know. Be careful, he says with the hint of a smile. And don't you dare die. Don't worry. You won't be able to get rid of me that easily, kitty.
Chapter 39. Peyton. What is taking so long? You know, you really are a princess sometimes. Lenny's grumble is muffled by the door, separating him from my room as I tear off my dress. Calm down, I mumble back. I'm trying not to rip my gown. Yep, that's something a princess would say. I roll my eyes and put on my thin training pants, pairing them with a loose cotton shirt. Well, would a princess be going into a fight to entertain guests at a ball? I slip on my boots, and my hands itch to snatch my dagger and slide it into one of them. But when Lenny came banging on my door to inform me that I was needed in the training yard for an impromptu brawl, he also made sure to mention that outside weapons were prohibited. I sigh at the sight of my silver dagger, wishing I could have it on me for comfort alone. When I swing the door open, Lenny nearly topples over after leaning heavily on it. I snort, and he gives me a sarcastic smile before we begin at a quick pace down the hallway. Is this normal? I ask in a hushed whisper, leaning close to him so none of the other Imperials can overhear. Making us fight at a ball? And right before a trial? He throws me a look, and even with the white mask obscuring half his face, I see the worry in his eyes. Lenny's emotions are always on display, always written all over his features. Nothing about this year's trial is normal. I nod as we round the corner and head out towards the training yard. The rising platforms around the dirt ring are filled with elegantly dressed guests in green and black, looking out of place among the muddy yard. Torches surround the ring, casting eerie shadows across the excited faces in the crowd. Did you get any information from your prince yet? Perhaps about a certain tunnel? Lenny asks quietly. I sigh and shoot him a look. Not in the few hours since you last asked, no. He cracks a smile at that, but it quickly vanishes when we step up to the ring and the crowd around it. My eyes sweep over the scene, taking in Tiala at the center and the crowd leaning in to hear her every word despite it being amplified loudly. Since you are all unable to witness the trials firsthand, as is typical, we have a special treat tonight. The crowd claps as Tiala continues. The contestants will be selected at random to fight, and the outcome may aid in your decision of who to cast your vote for. My heart skips a beat. Not only am I going to lose this, but I'm also going to lose their votes. I scan the crowd for my fellow contestants, spotting them across the ring. It seems that only the girls were allowed to change, their gowns gone, while the boys still wear their pants and dress shirts. My eyes roam over a stretching Andy next to a stiff Blair. Beside them, Jax and Braxton talk quietly while the latter begins rolling up his sleeves to reveal his massive arms. Ace stands farther off, content to stick his nose in the air and observe the crowd. And then my eyes stop on him, roaming over his rolled pants and the now see-through shirt sticking to the body beneath. He's dumped water on himself in an effort to sober up, and a faint smile lifts my lips at the sight of him shaking out his wet hair. When Tiala calls out his name, Kai lifts his head and meets the eyes of his opponent. Braxton stares back at the prince for a moment before offering him a nod and stepping into the ring. Within the next few frantic beats of my heart, the boys break into a brawl. Unsurprisingly, Kai is sloppier than normal, which is to be expected since he isn't exactly sober. But even with his disadvantage, years of training has him quick on his feet as he falls into a familiar rhythm. The fight is fierce, captivating the crowd with every punch and dodge. Only when Kai barely manages to pin Braxton to the ground for several seconds does the crowd erupt. Imperials quickly rip them apart before they can do any more damage. Andy and Ace's names are called next, and their fight is a fast one. Upon stepping into the ring, Andy shifts into a wolf with a sleek burgundy coat. She growls when Ace uses his typical trick of surrounding his opponents with identical illusions of himself. But with Andy in her animal form, she sticks her nose in the air and smells the real Ace among them, pouncing before he can even react. She knocks him to the ground and sinks her claws into his chest, looking far more animal than Andy. Next up is Blair Archer and... Tiala skims the card before saying, Peyton Gray! I let out a shaky breath while my heart slams against my ribcage. Of course it's her. I move towards the ring, ready to face my fate, when rough fingers wrap around my wrist and whip me around. My braid flies over my shoulder and nearly hits me in the face when I turn to see Kai staring down at me. I barely glimpse the bloody cuts and bruises that are already beginning to bloom on his face before he pulls me against him. To anyone else, it likely looks as though I stumbled into the prince. He dips his head so his lips are brushing my ear as he begins speaking in a hushed, hurried tone. Stay on your toes and keep moving. You're scrappier than her, so use your head and use anything you can. She's weak physically where you are not, so take advantage of it. Then he leans back enough for me to look up into those smoky eyes as he murmurs, Distract her. You're good at that. And then his fingers find the bottom of my braid, giving it a gentle tug before giving me a quick wink and walking away. I blink, trying to clear my head as I turn and step into the ring. My eyes scan over the crowd, stopping only when they meet the kings from where he is sitting in a carved wooden chair beside his queen. I don't think I imagined the flicker of smug satisfaction that crosses his face, making me wonder just how random these pairings truly are. It wouldn't surprise me in the slightest if this were the king's doing, wanting to see Blair tear me apart just as much as the people likely do. Kit's smile couldn't look more different than his father's beside him. He gives me a small nod, encouraging me with one slight gesture. A flash of lilac draws my attention back to the ring and the opponent standing before me. Her hair is currently tied up with a strap, swinging back and forth as she strides forward. The moment her feet meet the dirt, the game begins. A knife whizzes over my head right as I drop to the ground. I hear a cynical laugh bubble from her throat as an axe flips through the air towards me. She is pelting me with weapons from the racks surrounding the ring, and though I'm not entirely sure that's allowed, I don't exactly have the time to think about it with all the dodging I'm doing. I lunge to the side as a small, wickedly sharp knife cuts through the air, cutting my skin along the way. Hot, searing pain slices across my cheekbone, bestowed by the blade.
Did your psychic abilities not warn you that was coming?
She croons, continuing to hurtle scattered weapons at me. I can vaguely make out shouts coming from the crowd circling us through the blood pounding in my ears. The only thing I've accomplished in this fight so far is tiring myself out. It's clear she doesn't want the match to end anytime soon, or else she would choke me and call it a day. No, she wants to have some fun with me first, wants to show the crowd what she can do. I can't stay on the defensive much longer, but I also don't want to end up like a pincushion needled with knives. Here goes nothing. I charge at her, but instead of running at her head-on, I zigzag. Her eyes widen slightly, clearly not expecting this, but she recovers quickly and continues to throw weapons, branches, and rocks at me. If I can just get my hands on her. She's no fighter, and she knows it. That's why she hides behind her power, like most elites do. This match would already be over if it weren't for her ability. Despite all my zigzagging, she keeps pushing me back towards the edge of the ring. I can't gain any ground with her hurtling sharp objects and forcing me to dodge them. A rock hits my shoulder, hard. Think. Blair halts her assault of flying objects only to raise me off the ground with the flick of her wrist. A strangled cry tears from my throat as I hover a meter above the packed dirt. And then she drops me. I hit the ground with a thud. The air rushes out of my lungs, leaving me gasping for breath. A cloud of dust drifts up from where I lie sprawled on the ground, choking on the humid air. Get up. Everything aches, but I scramble to my feet while Blair looks slightly surprised I even bothered. Distract her. Kai's words ring in my head, followed by an idea. I snatch a rock from the ground, the one that's likely the cause of my aching shoulder, and clutch it in my fist. She's resumed pelting items at me, and as I dodge, duck, and roll, my fingers find a knife lying in the ring alongside several other weapons. In one quick movement, I cock my arm back and fling the knife at her face before chucking the rock right after. She stops everything and lazily raises her hands to halt the blade and rock before they meet her, amused that this is the best I can do. Or so she thinks. With her full attention on stopping the objects mid-air, I waste no time. I tackle her around the middle, and we tumble into the dirt. With a huff, the air is knocked from her lungs, giving me seconds before she throws me off her. But that is all I need. This was never about winning. It was about making a point. Proving to myself and everyone watching that I am still a threat. Whether I have a power like theirs or not, I will find a way to hurt them. My fist crashes into her jaw, snapping her head to the side. She's likely unfamiliar with the pain accompanying a punch, unfamiliar with people getting this close to even try. She's stunned. I get in another solid hit to her perfect little nose and watch as blood gushes from it. I raise my fist again, but she's finally come to her senses. With a shriek, she throws me into the air like a rag doll. I collide with the hard ground and once again find myself staring up into the starry sky, gasping for air. I hear her shriek in frustration, probably rubbing at her aching jaw and clutching her bloody nose. The sound of boots stalking angrily away tells me she's hurrying off to a healer, refusing to be seen with injuries to her flawless face. Especially when I'm the one who gave them to her. She wouldn't dare be seen injured by a slummer. I hear clapping, cheering, and confused chattering ripple through the audience. A smile tugs at my lips, and before I know it, I'm shaking with laughter. I can't stop it from bubbling out of me as I lie sprawled in the dirt. I may have lost the match, but it's Blair who lost her pride.
Chapter 40. Kai. I woke up on the edge of a mountain. Plummet Mountain. I only know this because I've been here before with Father, casually conquering more fears and such. But I'm not alone. Andy groans beside me, her eyes fluttering open before she bolts upright, head swiveling as she scans her surrounding, just as I had done a few minutes prior. My head is pounding. Between all the alcohol, the fights last night, and the drug that knocked me out to be dragged here, I felt better on the battlefield. But upon arriving at Plummet, the first thing I noticed was the pin scribbled on my hand. My slanted, hasty handwriting is scrolled across my palm, relaying a very important message. She said I could touch her when I'm sober. I'm shocked that I have no recollection of writing this, considering how vividly I remember everything else about last night. Peyton pressed against me, our conversation, her panic before I untied the laces of her dress. My lips twitch the thought before I'm suppressing a smile when I remember how she pinned Blair during the fight and made her bleed. Plagues, what's going on? Braxton is up now, blinking in the afternoon sunshine. Blair's lilac hair shimmers behind him as she sits up, looking just as confused and tense. We eye each other, remembering how brutally we fought last night and how we were forced apart before we could finish. I pull the crumpled note from my pocket and toss it on the dirt before us. We were left with this. I hear Blair scoff as she snatches the paper up and reads aloud, her tone bored. Welcome to trial number 2. We think a little teamwork is due. You have 12 hours to reach the top. To beat the other team, you must climb non-stop. You've got to be kidding me, Andy grumbles beside me, running her hands over her dirty face. I'm sorry, Blair huffs. We're supposed to work together. Father is having fun playing with us. He had us fight each other last night to fuel the tension between contestants and leave us wanting to tear each other apart. We were forced through several rounds of fights against random opponents, lasting well into the evening and only aiding our fatigue. And now, we're forced to work side by side while fighting the urge to finish what we started last night. I stand on my feet, head throbbing as I scan the sky. The sun tells me that it's nearly mid-afternoon, which means we'll be climbing through the night. Riveting. We're losing daylight, I say with a sigh. Let's get a move on. Then we are climbing, confused by this trial and how we are expected to work together rather than rip each other apart. Plummet isn't an enormous mountain, but it is intimidating, to say the least. For the time being, we are trudging through the thick barrier of trees and rocky terrain at its base. Once we get higher, the trees will thin, replaced with steeper rocks and slippery slopes. Other than its deadly terrain, Plummet is also home to even deadlier animals. We'll be climbing for 12 hours straight with no food, no water, no weapons, and no trust in one another. I spot sights out of the corner of my eye, swift and silent beside us as they document our progress. There must be dozens of them stationed all along the mountainside, trading off with one another, waiting for us to come into their range. Blair and Braxton climb stiffly nearby, eyeing one another with equal amounts of suspicion, while Andy stays close to my side, reassuring me of where her loyalties lie. She has become my only source of entertainment, her rambling taking my mind off the mountain looming above. I listened to her complain about how she would have already transformed into a falcon and left us all in the dust if it weren't for us tying her down with our teamwork. Okay, she says, slightly breathless after climbing for nearly 2 hours already. I spy with my little eye. Oh, plagues, make it stop, Blair whines, picking up a pine cone with her mind and chucking it at Andy. You've been spying things for nearly an hour, despite being the only one playing. It's tempting me to forget about this teamwork thing and rip your head off. She's practically growling while Andy is grinning. You know, Andy says with a smug smile, you haven't changed one bit, Blair. She shrugs. Once a bitch, always a bitch, I suppose. With that, Blair raises an army of pine cones off the ground in a silent threat. I would keep your mouth shut if I were you. Or you might find a pine cone lodged in your throat. You're only proving my point. Andy sing-songs. Blair's abandoned the pine cones for one of the many giant rocks littering the ground. She sends it flying towards Andy and inevitably flying towards me in the process. With the flick of a hand and the borrowing of Blair's ability, the boulder changes directions, flying away from us and crashing into a nearby tree. That's enough, ladies. My tone is bored, portraying my current mood. I'd rather not be in the middle of this. Braxton grunts in agreement, and we fall into a tense silence as we continue to climb. The sun crawls across the sky at a slow pace, beating down on us until sweat is rolling down my face and my throat aches for water. Then, a scream shatters the silence. I spin to find Andy clutching her calf, her eyes glued to the ground. Guy! Her voice is little more than a whisper. Don't move. I follow her gaze to where dozens of beady black eyes stare back at me, forked tongues flicking. Snakes, huge and hungry. I can't even make out how many of them there are, with all the underbrush and rocks scattering the ground. But I know that there are enough for me to be worried. Blair bites back a scream when she spots the slithering creatures surrounding us, while Braxton swears under his breath. All right, I say slowly, never taking my eyes off the ground. This is gonna have to be you and I, Blair. She turns her wide gaze on me, her cold demeanor thawing from fear. What do we do? She whispers harshly, trying to hide her horror. I draw out a breath, not sure if I have an answer for her. The snake nearest to me is drawing closer by the second, and I eye it, mind reeling. I'll deal with the snakes over here. I nod to where Andy and I stand, and you handle yours over there. Handle? She hisses, sounding like one of the snakes encircling us. Yes, handle, I sigh. It's not a great plan, but just throw them. Throw them? Ready? I ask, ignoring her question. She grumbles something, and I take that as a yes. Good. I pause. Go. I reach out blindly with Blair's power towards the snakes slithering at our feet. I lift 3 of their massive bodies off the ground and send them flying far down the mountain. I hear a chorus of hisses and spot 2 more before letting them sail through the air after their friends. There are dozens of them. Blair and I are sending snakes flying left and right, all of us dodging and dancing on our feet when they get too close. I hear a yelp from Andy and spin to see a snake.
This is your time. Take a pause from the words and let the music offer you a moment of calm and clarity. Thanks for supporting this free listening experience.
Lunging towards her, mouth wide and fangs ready to sink into flesh. I suspend it in the air before it can add another bite to Andy's leg. After finally scrambling up and away from the nest of snakes, Andy staggers, and I'm at her side in a heartbeat. You got bit. It's not a question. Let me see. Her face is pale as she peels her hand from her leg, revealing 2 deep fang wounds, blood dribbling down her foot and into her shoes. I brush a strand of deep red hair from her sticky forehead, searching her eyes. How do you feel? Well, she chokes on a laugh. My pride seems to be hurting more than I am. I didn't even see the snake coming. And then the rest of them showed up and... I'm sorry. She trails off, focusing on the sun now beginning to sink behind the mountain. Hey, none of us saw them, remember? But I need you to tell me how you're feeling. Plagues, please don't be venomous. I feel all right. It hurts like hell, but I'm all right. For now. The unspoken words hang in the air between us. I'm hoping that the only problem is the pain she is in and nothing more. Hoping that I don't almost lose another one of the few people I can't afford to. Can you walk? I ask. She takes a step, her face scrunching in pain. Yeah, I'm fine. Bullshit, I mutter before crouching down in front of her. Come on, get on my back. I throw her a small smile over my shoulder. Just like old times. She laughs hoarsely. Seriously, I'm fine. Well, clearly you're not. Blair's agitated voice cuts in. So get on his damn back so we can get a move on. She starts climbing upwards, muttering something that sounds like, Plagues, I hate teamwork. I could try to transform into a small animal so I'm easier to carry. Andy sounds doubtful, but I'm not sure I could hold that state for long. Save your energy. Come on, up you go. I help her onto my back, gripping the back of her knees as she grips my shoulders. She's tall and lanky, her weight barely bothersome. For now. And then we are climbing again.
Chapter 41. Payton. There is a rock in my shoe. The same one that's been there for the past half hour. But my hands are too busy keeping me from falling to my death to do anything about it. We've been climbing for hours. There are far fewer trees now, giving way to steep slopes covered in slippery plants. My hands are grasping at large boulders as I catch my breath, turning my eyes towards our destination. The peak. Despite our constant climbing, it still looms far above us. Jax is beside me, panting just as hard as I am. I think we're out of shape, I say breathlessly. He flashes a smile before rasping. You think? I huff out a laugh while forcing my feet to move again. My legs are shaky, strained from climbing nonstop for hours with no food and no water to aid us. I hold out a hand to Jax, helping him over a particularly steep patch of rock, returning a favor he has done for me multiple times. How cute. Jax and I stiffen at the sound of that voice, considering that the owner of it tried to kill the both of us. I bite my tongue, forcing myself to stamp down the flare of anger igniting inside of me and ignoring him instead. Ace sighs dramatically as he continues to climb nearby. Well, this is awkward. The three of us being paired together to be a team. It's not awkward. It's intentional. Everything the king does is deliberate, twisted, and this trial is no exception. The fights, the teams, and the tension between contestants are all calculated. What, are you gonna ignore me until we reach the top? Ace croons from behind. I'm thankful that Jax happens to be the other elite I'm paired with, so I don't have to fight the urge to kill both of my teammates. Though that may be a bad thing, considering that I likely trust Jax too much. But I ignore the thought, just like the boy behind me, and continue carefully climbing. At least... Ace's words die on his tongue before he cries out, Payton, look out! I turn to face him, and instead spot the giant snake slithering around my ankles. A strangled scream tears from my throat before I can stop it, and I stumble. My ankle catches on a rock, and I trip, falling backward. The last thing I see before I'm about to fall down the mountain, and likely to my death, is the snake scattering into shadows when my foot connects with it. Illusion. But it's too late. My body is falling, and I'm going to tumble down the slope with no way to stop myself. What a pathetic way to die, Hands are suddenly at my back, pushing and pulling me to my feet before I can collide with the rocks and roll down the mountain.
I got you,
Jax grits out behind me. I think. I reach out a hand and claw at the closest jagged rock, helping to get my feet beneath me. When I'm standing mostly upright on unsteady legs, Jax blinks back in front of me, sweaty and panting. I'm sure I look no different, but I offer him a weak smile and hope he sees the gratitude in my gaze. This boy blinked behind his opponent to save me from... The thought vanishes from my head, along with any other rational one that might have been residing there. I whirl on Ace even as I cling to a rock, not trusting my shaking body. His smile is cold.
Careful. I wouldn't want my teammate to get hurt.
You! I spit. I'm about to slide down the slope and strangle him with my bare hands.
Don't,
Jax says quietly.
not yet.
I hesitate, slowly returning my eyes to his dark ones. After a long pause and a deep breath, I nod. Jax is not only right for reminding me I can't kill our teammate, but he's clearly far better at reining in his rage than I am. So I stiffly turn back towards the mountain, focusing all my attention on scaling it. We climb in silence for a moment, before I clear my dry throat and say softly, "Thank you, Jax. You didn't have to help me, but you did."
Of course I helped you,
he says with a shrug.
Besides, I'm not sure my brothers would forgive me if I hadn't.
His brothers. That night, Kai and I danced during the first trial, the night we spoke so openly about our lives, was when I had first learned of just how close the princes truly are with Jax. Kai briefly told me of the advisor's shipwreck on the shallows, and how they took their son in when he was barely 6. I force out a quiet laugh. I don't know. I'm sure Kai wouldn't mind having less competition. He gives me an odd look, clearly trying not to laugh. "Not if that competition is you," I huff in response, but Jax carries on cheerfully.
Speaking of Kai, I wonder how he is handling this.
Handling what? Jax pulls himself over a jagged rock with a grunt before breathlessly saying, "The mountain." When my expression remains confused, Jax adds,
He hates heights.
"What?" I choke out. But I watched him climb up one of the pines in the Whispers during the first trial. He seemed fine. Jax finishes for me with a laugh. Calm, even? Yeah, he's pretty good at hiding what he feels. Just another mask he slips on, I mutter under my breath. Jax nods, causing a bead of sweat to roll down his face. He's gotten a lot better with heights, though, but only because of all the training the king put him through. I knew enough about the king's twisted training, but Kai had never mentioned anything about his fear of heights. What did the king do? He made him climb the highest trees in the Whispers, over and over again until he was convinced Kai had gotten over his fear. What? My voice is as shaky as the legs carrying me up this mountain. His own father forced him to relive his worst fear over and over again. It seems that the torture Kai spoke of enduring was not all physical. I was little when Kai was going through most of his training to be the future enforcer, but I'll never forget the nights he would come home covered in blood and tears. Jax looks down at his feet, suddenly more serious than I've ever seen him before. I think he was afraid that I'd be scared of him, so he'd sneak back into his room every night. But I still caught glimpses of him, heard him hacking at his bedposts with a sword. We climb in silence for a moment, and I ignore my screaming thoughts, just as I ignore the tightness in my throat and the pressure behind my eyes. Then a weary smile spreads across Jax's lips as he says, "But I couldn't ask for better brothers."
I'd hate to interrupt your cute conversation,
Ace drawls.
but am I the only one who feels that?
I'm about to dismiss what is likely another attempt to trick me with an illusion when I start to feel it. A slight tremor runs through me, coming from the mountain. The small rocks are rattling around us, and I bend closer to the ground, clutching at anything to hold on to. Rock slide, I breathe. Dread floods me, followed quickly by determination. I will not die today, least of all from rocks. I swallow down my panic at the sound of heavy boulders tumbling towards us, crashing against one another as they race to crush us. So, Jax pants beside me, what's the plan? Don't die, I say simply. How incredibly helpful, Ace mutters, far too casually for our current situation. The rumble of rocks grows louder as I watch the boulders come tumbling towards us. Dodging them is far easier said than done. The mountainside is steep, making it hard to jump around without fear of falling to our deaths. I'm grasping at plants and divots in the rocks beneath me as I scramble out of the way of the rolling boulders. Jax is blinking out of the path of falling rocks, flickering in and out of my vision. Ace is somewhere behind me, and if I'm lucky, a boulder has already sent him tumbling down the mountain. I scramble to the right, barely saving my arm from being crushed. Then I jump to the left and something collides with the side of my head. Spots dance in my vision. I'm dizzy, dazed, only vaguely comprehending that my name is being shouted. I look up just in time to see that I'm about to be flattened by a boulder. I dive out of the way, landing hard as I claw at anything to grab hold of. And as quickly as it happened, the mountain seems to still beneath me, as the rocks slowly stop their slide. I struggle to my feet, blinking away the hot, heavy liquid that is threatening to spill into my eyes. I can feel the blood oozing down the side of my face, can feel the pounding pain of the wound there. I'm almost certain I have a concussion, just like I'm almost certain I'm going to puke. Jax, are you all right? I call, taking a step forward and reaching out to steady myself against the rocks. Yes, I think I'm going to be sick. I'm okay, he calls, blinking in front of me. We are both covered in scrapes and bruises, already begin to bloom across our skin. Thank you for asking, Peyton. I am quite all right, Ace says, his voice lacking any tone or tenderness. I wipe the back of my hand over my eye, clearing it of the blood that is dripping from my wound. How unfortunate.
Chapter 42. Kai. Everything aches. My feet, my back, my body. I'm achingly tired, achingly hungry, and achingly aware of how annoyed I am with myself because of it. I've endured torture, faced my worst fears, led armies into battle, and yet climbing a mountain with a hangover may just be the death of me. Andy clinging to my back isn't helping either. It's not her weight that's the problem, especially since I'm borrowing Braxton's strength. No, it's the fact that she is so damn lanky that her long limbs are hindering my climbing. It's absurd how bony you are, I mumble, earning a weak punch in the shoulder. Good. At least she has the strength to hit me. When we make it out of here, I continue casually, I'll make sticky buns myself to fatten you up. She grunts her approval of that idea, her voice weak. She's fading fast. Her skin is sickly pale, only emphasized by the moonlight, and her breathing is quick and shallow. I know the difference between pain and venom, and this is certainly the latter. So, I keep her awake, keep her occupied. My voice is low as I quietly talk to her, teasing her and reminiscing on old times. She mostly responds with breathy laughs or a nod of her head, but I'll take anything over silence. The moon is our only guide, casting pale light that does little to illuminate the mountain we have been climbing since the moment we woke up. The terrain is so steep now that Andy is clinging to me with her legs wrapped around my waist, freeing my hands to help me climb. I feel her head slump against my shoulder, overcome by exhaustion and excruciating pain. Hey, I say softly, gently jostling her to keep her awake. We're almost there. Just a little longer. I feel her nod wearily and try to pick up my pace. I can see the flat plateau of the peak looming above us. Nearly there. I'm climbing, hands scraping at the stone and rocks slipping from beneath me. I've lost my footing, lost my hold more than once, and almost sent us falling to an unfortunate death. But we are nearly there. This nightmare is nearly over. We're nearly free. I see the shadows of figures lined all around us, awaiting us. The sights watch as we scramble to the top, breathless and beaded with sweat, starving and exhausted, exhilarated. We've done it. I drag myself over the edge, Andy clinging to me fiercely. Only my dignity forces me to my feet, though fatigue threatens to cripple me. We did it. Braxton exhales beside me as we all stand, stunned. The plateau is a large slab of uneven rock and dirt, stretching far wider than it appears from below. I look around, scanning my surroundings, spotting dozens of sights dotting the peak. Then my eyes sweep over a tall, wooden pole, buried into the ground at the far end of the peak. A green, battered flag hangs at its top, whipping in the wind. What new game is this? Movement stirs in the corner of my eye, and I squint in the dim light to focus on the figures climbing up the opposite side of the plateau, joining us. And despite the darkness, I know exactly who they are. Jax, Ace, Peyton. We all stare at each other, each group stunned and still. A sight steps forward, his voice clear as he reads a message off the tattered paper in his hand.
We are glad you learned to work as one, but this trial is not done. The rules of the game have changed a bit, so the first to capture the flag will win it.
He clears his throat before continuing.
There can only be one winner among you. The only question is, who?
Silence. Stillness. His words sink in, seeping their way into my brain. I shouldn't be surprised. This will make for great entertainment. Watching us work together only to tear each other apart in the end. Because it was too easy, despite how very difficult it was to reach the top of Plummet. And I should know by now that there is always a catch, always a price. My own father taught me that. We all stare at each other, eyes shifting between our competition and the ragged flag that has suddenly become so vital to our victory. And then we turn on one another. Chaos.
Chapter 43. Peyton. Darkness and destruction are all I know. The two groups crash together, powers clashing, shouts cutting through the night. But when my eyes find his in the dim light, I don't hesitate before my fist collides with his jaw. Ace stumbles back, stunned by the force and fury I packed into the punch. I smile at the sight. I've been itching to do that all day. Every day. The fight around us falls away. All I see is him and the red blurring my vision, the cause of both blood and rage morphing together. I'm going to kill him. My foot sinks into his stomach, forcing the air from his lungs before I throw a jab at his nose, feeling it crack with sickening delight. My body is my only weapon. I have no knives, no bow, no swords to hide behind, but I wouldn't have it any other way. I want to do this with my bare hands. I'm almost impressed by how twisted and talented the king is at putting on a show. He knew that we went into this trial hoping to get revenge, and instead told us to work together. So our enemies became our teammates. But now, the king is giving us and the people what they want. We are tearing each other apart. Ace has finally caught his breath, panting as he smirks up at me, hands resting on his knees. Oh, you've just been waiting to do that, haven't you? Ever since the coach ride to the castle, actually, I say, remembering how I disliked him even then, even before he attempted to kill me. Twice. Well, I've never really liked you much either, he spits, as blood streams from his nose and drips down to his chin. I move, aiming to send a kick cracking into his temple, but I'm suddenly shrouded in darkness. It's as though he's thrown a heavy blanket over my head, smothering the light around me. Now I'm angry and annoyed. But I know how this game works, and wave my arms, taking a few steps forward. The illusion pulls apart, and, like smoke, the darkness blows away on the wind. I blink, eyes adjusting as I try to find Ace in the commotion. And then I'm choking. The air is being cut off from my lungs, my windpipe being crushed. A hard, rough object is pressed against my throat, forcing me to gasp as I try to gulp down air. I claw at the thing pressing against my neck, the thing separating me from life and death. I kick at Ace behind me, twisting and fighting to slip out of his hold. Rough bark is biting into my nails as I tear at it, trying to rid myself of its choking hold on me. I'm being strangled with a stick. A stick. My vision is spotting, the wound on my head throbbing, my lungs screaming for air. No, not today. Death can claim me when it finds a less pathetic way to end my existence. I still my frantic hands and stop struggling, willing myself to slump, to sag, to stop looking like I'm alive and seething with anger. I let my knees buckle, the branch sliding from my neck as I crumble to the ground. Never forget that your wit is a weapon to be wielded, if only your mind is as sharp as your blade. My father's words echo in my head, reminding me that not all battles are won with brawn. So I'll win this one with brains. My limbs are a tangled mess in the dirt, and my head has landed painfully on a jagged rock. But I can breathe again. Barely. I force myself to take shallow breaths, willing my attacker to step closer and finish the job. Boots crunch over loose rocks before a body crouches over my limp one. A deep, labored sigh washes over me, and the faintest brush of fingers over my brow nearly makes me flinch. Such a shame that the pretty ones are always bitches. Ace tucks a strand of hair behind my ear, almost gently. It makes me sick. Such a shame. Such a waste. His hands begin to pull back, and I know I need to act. My eyes fly open, and his do the same as he looks at me, shocked. He's crouched over my body, one of his hands caught in my own, and the other clutching a rock, only slightly smaller than the size of my head. He was going to bash my skull in. In one quick movement, I twist his arm at an odd angle, hearing the bone snap and a scream tear from his throat. I lift my legs and push my feet against his chest, throwing him sideways with a powerful push. He's thrown onto his back beside me, the rock tumbling from his hand. I'm on top of him within the next beat of my hammering heart. My knees are pressing his arms to the ground, letting my full weight settle on his chest. I bring my hand down on his wrist, pressing on the broken bone now jutting against his skin. I never thought a scream could bring me so much joy. Such a shame I don't have my knife to carve out your black heart. I'm smiling, relishing the pure hatred flaring in his eyes, knowing he must see the same reflected in my own gaze. Such a shame. When did I become this vicious? Something catches my eye, and my attention darts to the wispy figures now encircling us. It's me. Dozens of sickly, pale paedons. They're stumbling closer, arms outstretched and reaching for me. They're pushing towards me as they plead for help, plead to be put out of their misery. I stare at them, and they stare at me. And then I smile, sad and slow. I'm not afraid of myself anymore, I whisper. That girl, that haunted, weak girl begging for help, for love, is me. Without her, I wouldn't be who I am today. I'm still haunted, maybe even still hoping for love, but I'm no longer weak because of it. And when my gaze slides back to Ace, I'm no longer smiling. You think you can use myself against me? Again? My laugh is humorless. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, well, you won't get a chance to do that, now will you? I cock my head, peering down at his face now twisted in pain. I grab the rock that was intended for my skull and raise it above his instead. Goodbye, Ace, I say breathlessly, wondering if I should be feeling any remorse for this boy. Something shifts in my peripheral. The illusions are gone now, drifting away as Ace weakens from pain beneath me, allowing me to dare a glance at the figure close by. He is covered in blood, most of which likely doesn't even belong to him. Our eyes meet, and the sound of the fight around me that was once so deafening begins to dull. The connection is electric, empowering even, as he watches me but does nothing to stand in my way. Does nothing to try and convince me not to take a life. Does nothing because he knows I can handle myself. Does nothing because Kai would do no differently. The boy beneath me tried to kill his brother, tried to get Kai to do it for him. And as I stare into the gray eyes of the prince, the future enforcer, the deliverer of death, I know that he has been patiently waiting to kill him, patiently waiting for revenge. And yet, he is simply standing there, dripping with blood, and doing nothing to stop me from ripping his revenge away from him. This is not my life to take. I would kill you. My voice is stern and strong, loud enough for Kai to hear. I see Ace's eyes light up with the assumption that I'm too weak to go through with ending his life. How very wrong he is. But you are not mine to kill, I finish, watching as his eyes darken, hatred replacing hope. My gaze finds Kai's again, his eyes bright in the moonlight and smoldering like smoke from a fire. A muscle ticks in his jaw, his hands twitch at his sides. I give him a single, slow nod. And then he is striding towards us, shadows clinging to his silhouette. I barely have time to get off Ace before Kai is hoisting him to his feet with powerful arms. You're lucky I don't have the time or patience to rip you limb from limb at the moment. Then Kai's eyes flick to me, flick over me. The future enforcer is resisting his urge for revenge and instead scanning my body for injuries. The thought has me swallowing the lump in my throat as his gaze lingers on the gash still gushing on my head before slowly sliding to my neck, which is likely already bruising. Then his eyes dart to something far behind me. The flag. No one has made it there yet, too busy fighting and focused on revenge to break away. When I look back at Kai, his eyes are already trained on me. Go, he murmurs the word, nodding towards the flag that will bring me victory. Win this damn thing, Gray. I blink at him, but his attention is already back on the task in front of him. So I turn towards the flag. My boots scrape against the rocks beneath my feet as I stride towards that seemingly insignificant piece of cloth. Screams join the shouts and cries of the fight, and I don't need to turn around to know that Kai has begun his work on Ace. I ignore it, my focus solely on the flag. And then, I'm suddenly standing beneath it, looking up at my prize, looking up at my victory. And no one stops me as I rip off the flag.
Chapter 44. Kai. Funny how killing makes me feel most alive. I feel lighter than I have in days. My mind is clearer, sharper, now that thoughts of Ace are no longer consuming it. My only regret is that I didn't have more time to play with him. And if I were a better man, that thought might have repulsed me. The recap of the trial was tedious, mostly consisting of each team trudging up the mountain in silence. But the final fight atop the peak was enough to have the bored crowd cheering. The chaos was captured by the sights and replayed for me to relive. I watched Peyton meet my eyes and grant me a gift, the gift of a life. The gift to take a life. She handed Ace over to me despite wanting to dole out his death herself. She let me have my revenge without even knowing that it was partially for her. Because before I wanted to kill Ace for nearly killing Jax, I wanted to kill Ace for nearly killing Peyton. Death is no stranger to me. I've killed more than I can count, and the blood clinging to my hands and staining my soul can never be scrubbed clean. And yet, she looked at me as if I was deserving of Ace, of kindness, of her. I only want to be deserving of her. I watched as death claimed another victim. Blair was the one who brutally took Braxton's life. Well, She can't take all the credit. I may have helped. Her mind sent a blunt branch that was scattered on the ground into his chest. Flesh and bone tore apart, making room for the new addition impaling his body. It slowly leached the life from his surprised eyes before he fell to the ground, but the surprise in Braxton's gaze reflected in Blair's. She wasn't aiming for Braxton. No, that blunt, brutal death was heading for the silver-haired girl striding unsuspectingly towards her victory. I may have cheated death of its intended victim, but I gave it a life, nonetheless. I borrowed Blair's power and nudged fate in another direction, and it found Braxton. But I wouldn't hesitate to do it again, and again, and again, to save that silver-haired girl. Quite the team, Death and I. But I've had 3 days to recover from the trial. 3 long days spent in the training ground, slicked with sweat, or locked within a study with my father's silencer, where I am also likely drenched in sweat. Damien pushes me hard, smothering me with his ability while I fight to use it against him. Whether it's my body or brain aching from either type of training, I welcome it. Distraction is the best form of passing the time, and I seem to have a lot of things I wish to be distracted from these days.
Kai? Are you listening, boy?
I give my head a shake, returning to the conversation at hand. Intently, father. The king sighs deeply, and Kit cuts me a look. We've been stuffed in this study for hours, discussing everything from guard rotations to the resistance, which we have no new information on since the few prisoners from the attack at the first ball are now all dead. Although father doesn't seem particularly concerned by that fact now, and has instead been talking about the trials for far longer than I have been listening. He eyes the two of us as he asks slowly,
It is interesting how the slumber girl won this last one, don't you think?
I stiffen, and I think Kit might have done the same. I all but handed the victory to her, choosing revenge over winning, torture over triumph. I wonder if father knows this, knows that I let her walk over to that flag without another thought, knows that I smiled at the sight of her, strong and sure, as she raised that flag into the air. She won fairly. I don't find that interesting. The words are out of my mouth before I can think better of them. A humorless chuckle fills the room.
That's just the thing,
father says, green eyes piercing through me in a way Kit's never could.
Slummers don't win.
I stiffen at the word he spits, but don't dare to break his stare. And yet she did. Kit shoots me a look, but my eyes are pinned on the king as he says,
And you better not let it happen again. Don't forget that it is you who must win these trials, and if you need me to remind you what will happen if you don't, I will.
He leans forward, his voice lethal.
I trained you for this, so you will not disappoint me. Understood, Enforcer?
The threat in his tone is clear, and I hear it ringing in my ears. Lose, and you are nothing. Understood, Your Majesty. And with that, I stand on my feet and stride out the door. I'm pacing the halls, feeling like I need to hit something, need to drive my sword into my bedpost for the 100th time. After all my years of training and mastering my masks, it's always been my father who is the only one able to make me lose control. I drag my hand through my hair as I make my way back towards the room, collecting myself with every step.
Kai.
I run a hand down my face, sighing as I spin to face a very unhappy Kit.
What the hell was that?
He asks harshly. I almost laugh. That was one of the more civil conversations we've had, and you know it. Kit heaves a sigh, sounding tired.
Look, I know your relationship with father is difficult. I get it. After all the training he put you through, and the expectations he has for you now, believe me, I get why you two have trouble getting along. But everything he does is for the best.
I scoff and shake my head at the ceiling, wondering if Kit will ever stop trying to prove himself to the king. You know, you might think differently if he had cut you open as a boy and watched you try to stitch the wound. I take a step towards him. Or maybe after being forced to face your worst fears over and over and over again, you would realize that not everything he does is for the best. I laugh bitterly, and Kit nearly flinches at the sound. He made me a murderer, molded me into a monster. But that was for the best, right? I jab a finger into his chest as I say, that was for your benefit, so you can use me when you're king, just like he has. Wrong thing to say. The words hit him like a physical blow. I see the shock and hurt settle on his face as I force myself to take a step back, to calm down. I'm losing my temper for reasons I don't even understand, and that is only making me angrier. It's as though every pent-up piece of my past is fighting to free itself, fighting to flood to the surface. Kai, I think you will make a great king, Kit, I say quietly, cutting through his words. And I will proudly serve you. But you need to learn to think on your own, because one day Father won't be there to do it for you. So, I suggest you start figuring out what you think is for the best. And with that, I turn and head down the hall.
Chapter 45. Payden. The gardens are quiet at night. Only the chorus of chirping crickets and the soft howl of the wind follow me as I make my way to the familiar willow bordering the open lawn where the last ball took place. I've come here often since that night, finding comfort in the shelter of the shadowy willow when I can't sleep. I've grown used to sitting under there for hours, simply allowing myself time to think. Brushing aside the low-hanging branches, I step beneath the canopy of leaves. I sigh, suddenly feeling more settled as I breathe in the warm night air. But the peace I feel is short-lived when a shadow shifts beside the trunk. I whirl, my fingers flying towards the dagger at my thigh, only to be caught by a rough hand. "Easy, Gray. It's just me." I blink through the darkness as my eyes adjust to the dim light, landing on the amused gray ones before me. "What are you doing here?" I sputter. "I could ask you the same question." "And I could have stabbed you." Kai's brows raise. "So you're not going to try? I'd say that's progress." "Oh, but I should for you scaring me like that." He lets go of my hand slowly, studying me all the while. "I scared you? You're the one who crept up on me." "Well, I didn't exactly know you would be here," I whisper harshly. "Clearly," he says with a smirk twisting his lips. "But you're more than welcome to stay." And then he settles himself onto the ground, looking rather comfortable with his arm tucked behind his head. I stare at him. "What are you doing?" "Waiting for you to get down here and join me." I stand there, watching the slow smile spread across his face. "Is it the dress?" he asks as he sits up and begins shrugging off his suit coat. When it's slid off his shoulders, he lays it on the ground beside him. "There, now you won't get all dirty." I look down at the simple silk dress I slipped on for our dinner with the king and queen. It's rather comfortable, and I was far too lazy to take it off before making my way out here. Kai must have felt similarly, since he's still wearing his fine attire. But my hesitance to join him has nothing to do with dirtying my dress, and everything to do with the fact that I shouldn't stay here. What I should do is turn, wish him good night, and head back to my room without another word. And yet, my feet make no move to carry me away from him. He pats the coat expectantly, and the sight has a choked laugh slipping past my lips. "How very gentlemanly of you, but that coat is not nearly big enough to save my dress from getting dirty." "I can take off my shirt and lay that down for you as well, if you like," he says casually. "On second thought," I mutter, "the coat will suffice." He chuckles, and I'm suddenly walking towards him, ignoring my screaming thoughts that tell me to do otherwise. I sit and slowly lie down beside him, our shoulders brushing. We're quiet for a long moment, both of us content to stare up at the drooping canopy of leaves above while listening to the crickets chirping beside us. I'm almost reluctant to break the comfortable quiet, but I ask softly, "Why are you here?" He almost laughs. "I've been coming here since I was a boy. In fact, I fell out of this very tree after Kit dared me to climb it. Broke my arm, too." A bubble of laughter slips past my lips, cutting him off. "Are you laughing at me, Gray?" He's trying to fight his own smile as he adds, "I'm glad you find my pain so amusing." I clear my throat, trying to compose myself. "So what, you come here to reminisce on the fond memory?" "Something like that," he sighs. "I come here to think, to cool off. I've always liked the quiet out here, the escape from the palace." He glances over at me before asking, "So why are you here?" I smile slightly and echo his words. To think. I like the quiet, the escape. I see his lips twitch out of the corner of my eye, and we're quiet for a moment before I ask, "Is there a reason you dragged me down onto the dirt?" I look over at his shadowy profile as he stares at the branches above us. "To talk, to lie here in silence." He shrugs lazily. "It doesn't really matter." I look away from him. "So you just want someone to keep you company?" "Not someone. You." I can feel his eyes on me, but I don't turn to look at him. "Do you want quiet company or talking company?" He makes a sound that might have been a laugh. "Only you would ask me my preference on your company." I finally turn my head to meet his gaze. That wasn't an answer. He's quiet for a long moment, seeming to study my face, search my eyes. "Talk to me." I stare at him, my voice suddenly very quiet when I finally ask, "About what?" I watch a faint smile curve his lips. "Anything. Everything. What you're thinking at this very moment, darling." I almost laugh. "Well, I'm currently thinking that this coat I'm lying on is far too itchy for a prince to wear." He chuckles while I add, "And I'm also wondering how many bones you and Kit broke." "Too many," Kai sighs, shaking his head. "It was mostly me with the broken bones and injuries, though not all of them were due to Kit's brilliant ideas." He pauses. "Most were from my training, especially when I was learning to use a healer's ability." When his words sink in, I stiffen. "You don't mean—" I trail off before trying again. "You didn't have to—" "Yes, I did," he says simply, looking me right in the eyes. "I had to break my bones and then heal them, or sometimes I'd be sliced open with a sword and have to learn to stitch my own skin back together." He says this so casually that I can't even begin to imagine the horrors he has been forced through. "How do you not hate him?" I whisper. Silence stretches between us. The small smile he wears is sad. "Because he made me strong." He says this far too calmly, and I want to shake him out of his cool composure. It doesn't matter how strong the king made him. The prince before me has been nothing but a pawn created by the man he calls father. The thought makes me sick, makes me want to scream. And yet, I understand. His words strike me, hitting home. Our lives seem to share sad similarities, unfortunate fates. Both our childhoods consisted of training to become what we had to be, neither of us growing up the way we wished. Except the fathers who raised us couldn't be more different. One doing everything out of love, the other out of greed. People aren't born strong. They're made that way. And the prince and I know that better than most. Kai continues casually, as though his words didn't just knock the air from my lungs. "Well, Kit and I suffered several injuries for our stupidity, but not all of our games were dangerous. In fact, because our favorite activities as boys likely consisted of some sort of violence, my tutor would make us sit and play games she considered safe." He heaves a sigh. We considered them boring. Oh, really? I huff out a laugh. What games? Well, he reaches out a hand to take hold of mine. Madame Platt's personal favorite to torture us with was Thumb Wars, though we'd still find a way to make even those violent. Thumb Wars? My brows crinkle in confusion. That has the word war in it, and it's still considered safe? I've never seen Kai look so bewildered before, and I nearly laugh again. You've never heard of a thumb war? His own thumb strokes over my knuckles, forcing me to focus on my next words. Well, in the slums, the only game I tended to play was trying to guess how many coins were in someone's pocket before I stole them. The corner of his mouth kicks upward. And did you play that game before you robbed me? No, but I would have lost if I had, I huff. You had far more silvers than I'd ever seen in one place. Well, only until you stole half of them. I smile at that, and he watches me quietly for a moment. When my eyes drop to where he's still holding my hand and distracting me with that thumb still sliding over my knuckles, he clears his throat and finally says, Well, the game I'm going to teach you isn't nearly as fun as yours, I'm sure. Then he shakes his head at me, muttering under his breath. I cannot believe you don't know what a thumb war is. Well, from the way you talk about it, it doesn't seem like I'm missing out on much. Very fair point. His lips twitch into a smirk. And that's exactly why I'm going to teach it to you, so we can suffer together. He twists onto his side and props himself up on an elbow, watching as I do the same. The rules of this very riveting game are simple. He curls our fingers together as I watch. Then he chuckles and reaches out with his other hand to pull my thumb into the air. Now, you win by pinning the other person's thumb down, but you have to keep your hand and arm still. He peeks up at me and asks, Understand? I frown at our joined hands. I'm starting to understand why you find this game so boring. He laughs before muttering, Go. I don't even have time to react before his thumb is crushing mine, pinning it to my hand. When he looks up at me, his smile is smug. I really thought your reflexes would be quicker than that, Gray. I wasn't ready, Azur. Well, that's kind of the whole point of reflexes. I half-heartedly roll my eyes at him. You're insufferable. And yet, you're still here, he says softly, his eyes bright even in the dim light as they flick between mine. We are quiet for a moment as I assess how to beat him at this game. Per usual, distraction seems to be the best option, so I say, Tell me something I don't know about you. He only seems slightly surprised by my random request, but it only takes him a moment to answer. Blueberries. I don't like them. I choke back my laugh. You don't like blueberries? No, I take it back. He pauses, seeming to consider something. I hate blueberries. Is there a reason for this loathing? Have you tasted them? He asks, and I nod in answer. Then there, that's my reason. They're disgusting. I huff out a laugh, and when he opens his mouth to say something, I cut him off with a quiet, Go. My thumb lands on his, and I'm about to brag my victory when he easily slips it out from beneath mine. And then, once again, he has my thumb pinned. Adorable effort to distract me, darling. I sigh in frustration. I see why you hate this game. No, I hate this game because it's boring. You hate this game because you're bad at it. I glare at him, and he grins at me. His thumb sweeps down the length of mine, and I refuse to tear my eyes from his. Now, he says slowly, tell me something I don't know about you. Easy. I give him a bright smile. I love blueberries. Kai groans. Of course you do. They're just delicious. I mean, talk about the perfect blend of tart and sweet and... I am never going to hear the end of this, am I? Honestly, I think they might be the best fruit out there. I could easily eat them with every meal and... Kai leans closer and sighs out an exasperated, Peyton. I clamp my mouth shut at the sound of my name. I am content to listen to you talk for hours, but if you must speak about fruit, then at least pick one we both enjoy. I press my lips together to smother my smile. The future enforcer is willing to listen to me ramble about fruit. The thought has me on the verge of both bursting out in laughter and blushing from head to toe. Fair enough, I say simply. How about oranges? He makes a face. I don't like pulp. Fine. Bananas? I hate the texture. Is there any fruit you do like? I huff, shaking my head at him. You are the pickiest prince I know. I am one of 2 princes, you know, and trust me, Kit is not much better than I am. I give him a pointed look. I'm still waiting to hear a fruit you don't find repulsive. He's quiet for a moment, pondering his answer, while his thumb runs idly over mine. Strawberries. I blink at him. I love strawberries. A slow smile tips up his lips. And I find them not repulsive. Good. Good. Go. The word tumbles from my mouth, and I take advantage of his surprise. Determination drives me as I fight to pin his thumb down, moving my hand and arm in the process. I nearly fall on top of him to finally get my thumb to land on his, though I've broken the rules to do it. And then I'm suddenly being tugged fully against his body. He yanks on my arm, pulling me close enough to count the dark lashes surrounding his eyes. You cheated, Gray. I did what I had to do to win, Azur. He hums, and I feel it vibrate through his chest. I suppose it's my fault for forgetting what a vicious little thing you are. Well, The words die in my throat when he uncurls his hand from mine and trails his fingers down my arm. I suppress a shiver at his sudden touch, but the smile that lifts his lips tells me it didn't go unnoticed. I take it back, he says softly. This game isn't boring in the least bit when I play it with you. His gaze has dropped to the fingers gliding over my arm, and I still under his gentle touch. I'm not sure how long we stay like that, listening to the wind rustling the leaves above us as we study one another. And it's only when his fingers trail at my neck to tuck a stray piece of hair behind my ear that I finally come to my senses. I should go. The unsure words hang between us, barely more than a whisper that the wind nearly steals away. That doesn't sound like what you want to do at all, he murmurs. I refuse to even puzzle out what it is that I want to do, so I say instead, one of these days I'm going to beat you fairly in a thumb war, and then you won't find it so fun. He chuckles softly, followed by an equally soft murmur. It's not the winning I find fun. It's you, darling. After a moment too long, I pull myself out of his hold and sit up slowly. The night has grown colder, and without the heat of Kai's body next to mine, my thin dress does little to keep me warm. Kai sits up beside me and wraps his jacket around my shoulders. You're right. That coat is far too itchy for a prince to wear. Then his lips twitch into a smirk. So I'll let you wear it instead. Chapter 46. Payden. I clamp my hands over my ears, shielding them from the loud squealing. Okay, what do you think? Adina is beaming, gesturing wildly to the partially made dress draped across my bed. Wow, Ellie breathes, leaning over my shoulder to get a better look at it. She trails off as her eyes trail over the fabric. Perfect, I finish for her. Absolutely stunning. You've outdone yourself, eh? I give her a smile, wide and full of wonder at how one person could be so talented. Well, she huffs, snatching the half-made dress off the bed and settling it on her lap again. It's not finished yet. I only have 2 more days until the final ball, and it needs to be absolutely perfect, eh? I give her a knowing look. Don't stress, it will be perfect. Then I snort, shaking my head. You could put me in a flour sack and somehow make it look good. Adina looks truly alarmed at that suggestion. I would never put you in a flour sack. She taps a finger to her lips thoughtfully. And not only because it would be hideous, even on you, but because the fabric is much too scratchy, too stiff to... Her big hazel eyes dart between Ellie and I, trying to suppress our smiles and failing. What? Her hands are on her hips, eyebrows quirked, legs crisscrossed and covered in fabric. I've never seen someone try to look so stern while looking so innocently sweet at the same time. It feels good to laugh, to do anything other than train and snoop around the castle in the hopes of finding the tunnel on my own. But it seems that Kit is the only key, and I'm helpless without him showing me the passage. Helpless if he doesn't trust me. I've spent nearly every day with him, careful not to sound desperate when I casually mention details about loot, trying to entice him into sneaking away with me. Nothing. We're chatting quietly when a knock at the door has us all jumping. Ellie throws me a look, silently asking if I was expecting anyone, to which I give her a clueless shrug. She scurries to the door and opens it hesitantly, revealing a tall, smiling figure. Kit. Ellie dips into a curtsy, and I'm suddenly beside her, a slightly mocking smile on my lips as I say, "Your Highness, what an unexpected surprise." Kit dips his head gracefully towards me. "Why, Miss Grey, I hope I'm not intruding." His amused gaze flicks from Ellie to my bed, where Adina sits, wide-eyed and covered in fabric. "Miss Ellie? Miss Adina? Would you mind if I stole Peyton from you?" Ellie offers him a shy smile, as Adina tries to stifle a shriek before calling, "No, Your Highness, not at all." I duck my head, trying to suppress a smile from both embarrassment and amusement. Kit is already looking down at me when I peek up at him, his lips quirked in a smile. "Shall we?" Their giggling follows us all the way down the hall, and I sigh before asking, "So, where are you stealing me off to?" "Actually," Kit glances around nervously, "I was hoping you could steal me away." I blink at him, my heart beginning to beat quickly, but I school my features, feigning confusion. I'm not sure I follow. Kit slows and leads us into a corner before leaning over me. I'm startled by this sudden turn of events, his sudden proximity, and the sudden scent of spices that washes over me. His head dips close to mine, his voice dipping to a low hush with it. Loot. And there it is. That one word has my heart hammering. "I want you to take me." Really? The word comes out breathy and a little too eager for my liking. Kit doesn't seem to notice, too busy scanning the corridor to make sure no one can overhear. Yes. His eyes are back on mine, searching. "I shouldn't, but I should. What you said was true. All of it. I need to see my people. I can't rule over a kingdom I barely know, over people who have needs I haven't learned of." He pauses, considering something. "I need to start deciding what I think is best." He sighs. "I need to do this. As much as I don't want to go against my father, and as much as I know this is a damn awful idea," he chuckles, but the sound is strained, "I know that if I don't do this now, I never will. And I have you to thank for reminding me of the type of king I never want to be." The joy that had warmed me only moments ago is gone, replaced by the frigid, icy fingers of guilt. I'm suddenly reminded of his kindness, his tolerance for me telling him off, his willingness to listen. And look where it's gotten him. Betrayal. I swallow the lump rising in my throat. "You're doing the right thing, and I would be happy to show you my home, since you've so kindly shown me yours." I smile, trying to look casual and not at all calculating as I wait for him to show me the one thing I have been searching for. The tunnels. He nods slowly, looking suddenly serious. "Are you sure you can get me there and back without anyone identifying me? Do you trust me?" The words taste like ash in my mouth, and yet they slide off my tongue like silk. My chest constricts, and yet I breathe a little deeper. My knees threaten to shake, and yet I stand a little taller. You are betraying one man to save the lives of hundreds, to save the lives of your people. Kit's smile is soft. Yes. It's astounding how severely a single word can damn someone. And then my hand is in his, as he unwittingly leads me towards the first step in finding my people's salvation. I never figured that salvation would be in the dungeons. Kit pushes through a large, heavy door connected to one of the corridors before we are stomping down the staircase behind it. The air grows musty and cold with every step we take. He nods to the guards scattered in this damp dungeon beneath the castle, looking completely casual, as if he always brings his lady friends down here to visit. We pass by dozens of dirty, dingy cells, some of which are still decorated with the bones of their past residents, while others are occupied by the living. They watch us as we pass, their eyes prickling my skin, arms reaching through the rusty bars. "In here," Kit says, snapping my attention back to the task at hand. His head sweeps back and forth down the hallway, and after deeming the coast clear, we step into the last cell. My heart leaps into my throat, and I swallow. The passage is in a cell. It's brilliant, really. I would have never guessed that an escape out of the castle would be connected to the one place they don't want anyone to escape from. "We don't put prisoners in this cell, though they would never be able to get into the passage, even if they knew one was in here," Kit murmurs as his hand slides across the wall. He pushes on a large stone just above his head, one that looks completely ordinary alongside the others. It slides back about an inch, and I tear my eyes away from it as I count the stones, marking its spot on the wall. Kit has a ring of jingling keys in his hand, shiny metal glinting in the dim light, as he grabs hold of the last one and slips it off the ring. It's large and dulled by age, with faded raised swirls looping across the top. Kit tosses a smile over his shoulder as he shoves the key into a small keyhole that was only made visible after he pushed back the stone. He talks casually as he works on turning the key. "Like I said, even if we did hold prisoners in this cell, and even if they found this particular stone, they still wouldn't be able to get out. I always have my key ring on me." I hear a metallic click sound from the wall. I figured the safest place for it is on my person. I manage a hum of agreement, my pulse racing in anticipation. Kit drops the key back onto its silver ring before dropping them both into the inside of his pocket. Then, he pushes on a section of the wall, and it swings open in response. The stones that once looked totally ordinary have now become a camouflaged door. Kit grabs my hand and pulls me in after him before shutting the door and plunging us into total darkness. The blackness falls over us like a blanket, heavy and pressing. I can't see my hand in front of my face, so I jump when it connects with his chest. The same chest rumbles with laughter before flames flare in his fist, nearly blinding me with their brightness. "Shall we?" Kit asks with a smile. We walk down a wide tunnel, damp and slimy, our footsteps echoing off the walls. I think on my next words carefully, knowing I need to craft them as though I'm simply curious rather than desperate. "Where does this tunnel lead, exactly? And are there a lot of these, like a maze underneath the one that is the castle?" I ask, keeping my voice casual. My feet falter when we come to a fork in the tunnel where the path splits in two. Kit halts with me, his answer as casual as my question. "This actually happens to be one of the main and larger tunnels, hence why it's one of the only ones I have a key to. Several of them are blocked off or too dangerous to use now." I keep my face neutral despite the worry weighing on my shoulders. What if the passage leading to the bowl is one of the dead tunnels? What if it has been blocked off or caved in, or... Kit nods his head towards the tunnel to the left, cutting through my thoughts as he says, "That one leads out near the training grounds, but you can't open the door from the outside." Then he gestures towards the tunnel to the right. "And the one we're going down leads to Bowl Arena and into the room under the box. The one we stayed in before the interviews." I nearly choke. Between coughs, I blame the outburst on the grimy air, and not the information he so easily shared with me. The exact information I needed. My head is spinning. I invented the idea of Kit using one of the tunnels to see loot in order to learn where the other ones were, and which one led to the bowl. And here we are, casually going through the exact one I needed to find. Kit pulls me down the tunnel towards the bowl, and I'm flooded with relief after finally discovering the passage. We walk and talk for nearly 10 minutes before Kit's firelight illuminates a heavy door. There it is. Salvation. He heaves it open, revealing the dark room beneath the box before propping the door open with a small rock so we can get back in when we return. Then we head to the trap door in the ceiling, pushing it open before I'm once again pulling myself up through it. I feel the ghost of his hands on my back before I climb into the glass box. Kit follows quickly after, and we step out into the empty arena. How exactly are we planning on getting to loot? I ask, raising my eyebrows at him. Since the stable boys can't know that we are quite literally riding off into the sunset, Kit flashes me a smile. We're headed to the field beside the bowl where many of the horses graze during the day. We make our way out of the arena through one of the many concrete tunnels, ominous even with its absence of a jeering audience. When we finally reach the clearing, the warmth of the sun is blocked by the looming bowl beside us. A beautiful white horse canters up to greet us, clearly excited to get away from the plague-forsaken place as well. I clear my throat and swallow my pride before muttering, I don't know how to ride. Then you better hold on tight, Kit replies with a grin, his eyes briefly meeting mine. Without a saddle, Kit helps me onto the horse before gracefully mounting himself. I don't know where to put my hands, feeling suddenly awkward with my chest pressed against his back. He turns his head to look at me, his golden hair gleaming in the sunlight. Are you sure you can steal me away? Please, I muse. I'm a thief. Stealing is kind of what I do best. Kit hasn't stopped coughing since we arrived at loot. Plagues, it does reek here. He stifles a cough, trying to clear his lungs of the thick air. Damn. I snort, watching as he scans his new surroundings, still trying to take it all in. His gaze runs over the beaten merchant carts scattered across loot, all decorated with faded banners or torn signs. He takes in the crumbling buildings and shops outlining the wide street, watching as people meander in and out of them. His head swivels in the direction of each shout, listening as one man advertises his fresh catch of fish, while another haggles loudly with a woman over the price of fabric. Everywhere around us is chaos, a sort of blissful craze, and we are standing in the middle of it, surrounded by a swarm of people going about their lives, selling and buying, living and trying to live. Loot seems to buzz with people, and yet all I see is the buzz of existence. I reach up and tug the cap resting on Kit's head lower. I snatch that and a beat-up shirt for him to slip on, though I doubt anyone is paying attention to us. He returns my gesture in kind, chuckling as he pulls my own hat over my eyes, while silver wisps of hair fall around my face. I huff and readjust my cap, with a smile tugging at my lips, before leading him farther down the street, dodging laughing children who scuttle around our legs. Kit is trying to take it all in, soak up every bit of loot, every drab banner leached of color, every person that bumps into us on the crowded street. There's a Veil performing magic for a few onlookers, wowing the crowd and using his powers to earn a few silvers. Defensive elites always do well in this part of the slums, standing out among the many mundanes. I watch Kit while he peers down the smaller alleys and streets jutting off loot, catching glimpses of makeshift tents and the homeless figures huddling together within them. He stiffens at the sight of lonely young children weaving between carts, hands clearly itching to snatch any sort of food. They'll be whipped when they're caught, I say flatly. His eyes are trained on mine now. When they're caught? Yes, when. I sigh and continue leading him down the crowded street. The young ones are reckless and too impatient to be good thieves at that age, and since most elites in the slums are mundanes, their powers are likely unhelpful when it comes to surviving. I would know. I stop us in front of the bloody post residing in the center of loot, where thieves and criminals alike are beaten. This is where your Imperials will punish those children for their crimes. I jerk my head towards the guards lining the street, currently scanning the crowd for their next victim. Kit steps closer to me, closing the distance between us. His green eyes glisten with emotion he doesn't try to hide. Did you ever? Yes. I was one of those children once. More than once. And I have the scars to prove it. The streaks along my lower back seem to tingle at the mention and memory of them. He looks at me with such pain, such pity in his eyes that for the first time since our walk in the garden, I can't bear to hold his gaze. So I pull him away before he can say another word. Come on, I want to show you something. I drag him down the street, holding his hands firmly so he doesn't get swept away in the crowd. No one pays any heed to the future king walking among them, or the ordinary in plain sight leading him. I stop at the end of a familiar alley. My makeshift little home is still tucked into the corner where I'm shocked to find it undisturbed. Bittersweet memories claw to the surface of my mind as I step towards the barrier of garbage and rugs I know as the fort. Kit is suddenly beside me, his arm brushing mine as he looks over the mound. This is where you slept. It's not a question. Home, sweet home, I whisper, surprised at how strained my voice sounds. And then my face is suddenly in his hands, and his voice has taken on a soft sort of sternness. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry you had to live like this. He sighs as his eyes search mine. Thank you. Thank you for showing me this. Lute, my people. He pauses. You. Thank you for entrusting me with the details of you. My throat bobs when the guilt slams into me again, forcing me to fight to keep my voice steady as I say, No. Thank you for trusting me, Kit. Chapter 47. Peyton. What is taking him so long? Plagues, it's freezing out here. My teeth are chattering thanks to the uncharacteristically cold night, and my thin shirt does little to keep the cool breeze from kissing my skin. Patience, princess, Lenny mutters beside me. I'm shoving him with an annoyed smile before the words have even finished rolling off his tongue. He suppresses the urge to shove me back, and I give him a wicked grin, tempting him to do just that. And right as I think things are about to get interesting, the door swings open. Sorry to interrupt your brawl, but it's quite chilly out here, and you two should really come inside before you catch a cold. Callum's voice is laced with amusement as he steps aside to let us into the house. My house. We make our way to the study and down the hidden stairs to the basement below. I've been here several times since the night I first ventured back to my home, and I've grown numb to the sight of my father's study. I'm less haunted, but still far from healed. I suppose even trauma grows tired of its endless tormenting, if only for a little while. A deep, taunting voice greets me when I make it to the bottom of the stairs. There she is. I wave at Finn from where he sits, ankles crossed over a table and arms behind his head. He smirks in response, and my gaze drops to Lena, who is currently residing on the floor littered with maps. Aside from being different resistance leaders throughout Ilia, I've come to learn that each of them has a purpose, something they contribute to the cause. Lena is a talented artist, and all our detailed maps are thanks to her, whereas Finn thrives in designing the leather armor and masks. Lenny is their eyes and ears in the castle, while Mira is a silencer, making her obviously valuable. Lena grins when she sees me and leaves her work behind to join us, Finn following to sit in the circle of chairs. No Mira today? I ask, looking around the large room filled with tables covered in documents and cots covered in messy linens. No Mira today, Callum says quietly. She's tending to her mother back home. I'm debating asking questions I probably shouldn't be asking when Callum quickly redirects the conversation. So, Peyton, what do you have for us? Anything? I can hear the same desperation in his voice that has been there every time I've visited and had to admit my failures. But not today. I found the tunnel. Well, actually, Kit led me right through it earlier today. I'm practically breathless, finally exhaling the words into existence. They all lean in, eyes wide as I tell them about my plan and the impossibility that it worked. When I finish, it's Finn who breaks the silence. I knew you'd wrap the future king around your little finger. I'm proud, princess, Lenny says with a lopsided grin. With that, I delve into an explanation of everything I've seen and exactly where the passage begins and ends. After entering the tunnel through the last cell on the left, about halfway through you'll see a fork in the road. The The path to the left leads to the door by the training grounds, and the path to the right leads all the way to the bowl and the room underneath the box. Lena is greedily scribbling down the information, taking in my every word and transferring it onto paper. In a matter of minutes, they know where the passage is, where it leads to, and how to find it. There's only one problem, I add, spinning the ring on my thumb anxiously. You need a key to get into the passage, and it just so happens to always be on Kit. Finn snorts. Easy. Undress him. I throw him a look before turning back to Callum. I can get it. At the ball, I'll grab the key and give it to Lenny. Since the trial is the next day, Kit won't have time to realize the key has gone missing before then. I chew on the inside of my cheek before adding, I hope. Sounds like a plan to me, Lenny says with a yawn. I pin him with a stare. Anyone who will be going through the tunnel and into the box needs to enter at the door by the training grounds. So, Lenny, you'll need to let them in since the door only opens from the inside. And from there, you can head down the tunnel towards the bowl. Understood? Lenny gives me a curt nod. Understood. We talk for at least another hour, discussing the details. And then, Lenny and I are standing to leave, stretching our stiff bodies before waving our goodbyes and heading back up the stairs. When we step outside, the cool breeze bombards me, and I find myself shivering once again. Lenny slings an arm around my shoulder and tucks me close, ruffling my hair with his other hand in the process. I'm laughing, pushing his palm away as I attempt to smooth down the crazed silver strands now tumbling over my shoulders. The ball is tomorrow, Lenny says, almost sounding solemn. The ball is tomorrow, I echo, my voice barely more than a whisper. And then it's the final trial. He's staring up at the stars, looking down on us. I exhale a shaky laugh, seemingly unable to come up with my own words, since I say, and then it's the final trial. Lenny looks at me, eyes full of laughter. What are you, a parrot or a Payton? I snort and let my head fall back to look up at the starry sky. My answer is quiet, thoughtful. I don't know what I am. I feel a squeeze on my shoulder and turn to see Lenny smiling down at me. You're Payton Gray, silver savior, silver-tongued, and quick to shove her silver dagger into people.
Chapter 48. Kai. Screams. Terrible, tortured screams bounce around my skull, echo in my mind. Her. It's her. I'm running through the halls of the castle, sweating, searching, screaming for her. The only response is a cry for help, a beg for mercy. I throw open her door, burst into the room, and scan the darkness. Something silver glints in the moonlight, streaming through our open window. There. Her hair. It must be that beautiful silver hair of hers. But what my eyes land on is not beautiful. No. It's broken. She is covered in blood, sitting in a pool of it. Tears are streaming down her face, now contorted in agony. Pain beyond relief, suffering beyond saving. I catch sight of that silver glint again, but it's not her hair shimmering like I once thought. Dagger. It's her dagger. Its sharp point is pressed against her chest, drawing blood that runs down her body and mirrors the tears running down her face. What gruesome symmetry. I'm suddenly beside her, kneeling in a pool of blood, her blood. She doesn't see me, doesn't speak, doesn't do anything but scream. Anguish. I've never seen such anguish. Payton! Pay, look at me! Nothing, no reaction. More sobs, more blood. I grab hold of the slick handle belonging to the dagger she is slowly pressing into her heart. It's covered in blood. Blood so sticky it's clinging to my hands, crawling up my arms, coating me in the one thing I will never be able to wash off. I never wanted her blood on my hands. Never her blood. Her head turns ever so slowly, her tear-streaked face now angled towards mine. Make it stop, she's whimpering. Peyton doesn't whimper.
It hurts so much. Just please make it stop, make it stop, make it stop.
Sobs are racking her body, and I'm holding the knife still while she desperately tries to sink it into her beautiful heart.
My heart hurts.
More sobs. More cries to let her die. This is wrong. This is so very wrong. Peyton is too strong, too stubborn, too special. She can't die. I won't allow it. Not by her hand or anyone else's. Her screams are splitting my soul, my head, my heart. I can't take it. I can't take it. I can't take it anymore. I feel tears stinging my eyes, streaming down my face. Now I'm begging her to stay, to live for me. I might even be screaming too, sobbing too, shaking too. Kai? My head whips around, and through my haze of hysteria, I make out a lanky figure looming over me. There is a familiar, boyish grin on his face, despite the blood pouring from his chest where a throwing star is lodged deep within. He falls to his knees, his eyes glossy as they bore into mine. This time I hear the scream rip from my throat as I lunge for him, cradle him, beg him to live. Footsteps echo off the walls, and I look up to see dozens of bodies surrounding me, all bloody and begging, all victims of mine. They stare at me, hatred burning in their gazes as they look upon the man who killed them. I know each of their faces, each of their wounds that I inflicted. They circle me, vultures anticipating a death. Then I hear a sound I know all too well. The sickening crunch of metal slicing through bone, of tendons tearing apart, of muscles morphing around a blade. She slumps to the ground, dagger in heart, lips in a smile. I'm screaming. I'm lifting her into my arms. I'm brushing her bloody hair back. I'm saying something, but I don't know what. My mind is numb. My heart is numb. Everything is numb. She's smiling in death, as though happy to be rid of life, happy to be rid of me. I am grief, I am sorrow, I am anguish alike. I think I might also be dead, just decaying on the inside.
Chapter 49. Peyton. Screams. I've never heard agony in such a raw form. I had just climbed into bed after making it back from loot, only to throw off the covers and jump to my feet. I'm stumbling through the dark room, tripping over my discarded boots lying carelessly on the floor. When my fingers finally wrap around the cool handle of my door, I wrench it open and step out into the shadowed hallway. A cry echoes, and I still at the sound. It's him. I don't know how I know since I've never heard the future enforcer cry out before, but something tugs me in the direction of his room. My feet are moving of their own accord, guiding me closer to him with every step. I halt before his door, dragging my insistent feet to a stop. What am I doing? I can't just walk into his room, right? Wrong. This is a bad idea. Yes, but this is a bad idea I want to do. Another anguished cry tears from his throat, and I don't hesitate before throwing open the door. Darkness engulfs me as I once again stumble through a room, eyes straining to see, hands outstretched to guide. The outline of a bed comes into view, along with the outline of the body atop it. I make my way to him, blinking as my eyes finally adjust to the lack of light, only to roam over his exposed chest, heaving and slicked with sweat. His head is thrown back against a pillow, strands of inky hair sticking to his forehead. He's heaving shaky, shallow breaths, every inch of him taut. I can't even begin to imagine what is haunting his sleep, what is stealing his rest and leaving him so ragged. What nightmare is so terrible that even the prince cannot defend himself? His lips are moving with murmured words I can't understand, and now I'm truly worried. I'm worried about him. I let the thought sink in for a moment before placing a gentle hand on his shoulder and nearly gasping at the heat of his skin. He's burning up. Kai? I say softly, not wanting to startle him. Nothing. Kai? I speak his name louder this time, shaking his shoulder to try to shake him from his nightmare. He cries out again, and I nearly do the same. Now I'm panting, panicking, pleading with him to wake up so we can go back to bantering instead of begging him to open his eyes. I climb onto his bed, swinging a leg over his body so he's pressed between my thighs, as I lay both hands on his slick chest. Kai! I'm shaking him, hard, willing him to wake. Kai! I'm annoyed that I care so much. Annoyed that I care whether he is hurting or not. Annoyed that I can't bear to see him like this. And then those gray eyes snap open. Strong hands are suddenly gripping my waist and throwing me off him. My back is pressed against the mattress as he pins me down, hands crushing my arms, his body crushing mine. And then something cold is pressed against my throat. I'd know the feel of a dagger anywhere, so I don't bother looking down at the one he is now pushing against my neck. I'm breathing heavily, keeping my eyes locked with his wild ones, and my voice soft. Kai, it's me. His strength is shocking, and I don't think I could wiggle out from under him even if I tried. He's panting just as hard as I am, practically paralyzed above me. Kai, it was just a nightmare. I keep my voice calm, while ignoring my thundering heart that says I'm anything but. Kai, it's me. Payden. He blinks, and then he blinks again, over and over as if clearing his head, as if seeing me for the first time. Cool air coats my neck as he pulls the dagger away, his eyes never straying from mine. It's me. Pay. My voice trembles, barely more than a whisper now. Kai? And then my voice cracks, and something seems to crack inside him as well. He takes a shuddering breath, looking at what he's done. Releasing my arm from his startling grip, he slides the dagger back under his pillow while trying to calm his breathing. His cool mask has cracked, crumbled in his panic, and I can see every emotion as it flits across his face. I've never seen him so disheveled, so disoriented, so disgusted with himself. His eyes are haunted, filled with horrors as they wander around the room, refusing to meet my gaze. I can tell he is about to get off me without a word, and I refuse to let that happen. Refuse to forget this moment when the prince was merely a boy. Those ghostly gray eyes flutter shut at the feel of my hand on his cheek. I cup his face, timidly, tenderly, as I silently marvel at the feel of him against my palm. His jaw is set, and a muscle feathers in it as I slide my thumb across his cheek. He ducks his head, eyes still squeezed shut, so he doesn't have to meet mine. Look at me. My command is both soft and stern, sure and shaky. My other hand is on his face now, helping to guide it back up to meet my gaze. He takes a deep, trembling breath before opening his eyes, the steeliness of them as startling as they are stunning. Don't hide from me, I breathe, suddenly unable to catch my breath with the way he's looking at me. Not anymore. I want to stare into his face, the one without the mask that I have glimpsed so many times before. I watch as his eyes roam over me, over my body still pressed beneath his, over my hair messily spread across his pillow. Almost as though he is committing me to memory. I swallow under his gaze, which only manages to drop his eyes to my neck where I can feel a flush rising. No, not just a flush. My neck stings. Suddenly remembering that my hands are still on his face, I slowly drop them to bring my fingers to my neck. His swift hand catches my wrist before running his fingers gently over my throat. I barely suppress a shudder at his touch, at the feel of his calluses brushing my flushed skin. Look what I've done. His voice is rough, riddled with the remnants of sleep and raw with the cries that ripped from his throat. He pulls back his fingers, now smudged with sticky blood. He looks so pained by the thought of nicking me with the dagger that I let out a breathy laugh despite the current situation. He looks alarmed by my outburst, which only manages to make me laugh even more. Funny, I huff. Usually I'm the one pressing a dagger to your throat. I silently wish for a smile to tug at his lips, for those dimples to come out and mock me. But he just stares at me before saying softly, "You're going to get blood in your hair." I might have laughed again at that if it weren't for his fingers at my throat, making me fall silent. He sits up slightly, slowly sliding one hand to the nape of my neck before lifting my head gently off the pillow and brushing my hair back with the other. He takes his time, letting his fingers run through the silver strands while he cradles my head. "I would braid it back for you again, but you informed me that I'm no good at it," he says roughly, so at odds with the gentle way he sets my head back onto the pillow. Without hesitation, he grabs the corner of a blanket and begins softly wiping the remaining blood from my neck. "You just need more practice, that's all." We both still, content to let the silence stretch between us. He looks down at me, and I look up at him. I'm lost in the moment, lost in his eyes. There was no smirk to be seen, no smile to be shared, no sarcastic line to be said. Just the two of us, hearts beating wildly, breath leaving shakily. I blink, realizing what I'm doing, what is going on, what is happening between us. So I clear my throat, slowly shifting beneath him. He takes a breath, understanding what I want and slowly moving off me. Only when the cool air hits me do I realize how flushed I am, how heated my skin has become. I sit up, tugging up my tank as I do, and slide to the edge of his bed. I can feel his piercing gaze on me as I stand to my feet, suddenly conscious of the little fabric covering my body. I take a step away. Another. Fingers brush the inside of my wrist. "Stay." I still. Time stalls. Breathing ceases. It's astounding how severely a single word can affect someone. "Please." My heart trips over itself at the sound of that word from his lips. Few have the power to make me plead. The weight that my next words hold is pressing down on me, crushing my lungs so no sound can come out of my mouth. What I say next could either drive a wedge between us or drive us closer together. Too close together. Do I stay? Do I go? My mind is screaming at me to do one thing, but my heart is pounding, pleading with me to do another. Despite the silence stretching between us, my jumbled thoughts are deafening. Even with my back still to him, I can feel his eyes on me, feel the ghost of his hands on me, feel what he is doing to me. What if I don't say a thing? Words can only damn if they are spoken. So that's just what I'll do. I won't speak. I won't think. I'll feel. I'll drown out the insistent thoughts and simply feel. I turn, slowly, and meet his gaze. His breath catches. His gaze softens. He didn't think I would stay. He expects everyone to leave him. And with that heartbreaking thought in mind, I don't hesitate as I lift the covers of his bed. He tracks the movement, watches my hands as they fold back the blankets, my body as I fold beneath them. I don't think he's breathing, and my head is spinning so much that I don't think I am either. I sink into his mattress, his soft pillows, the scent that covers them. Him. I'm surrounded by him. I curl onto my side, heart racing as I feel the bed shift beside me. And then I'm actually surrounded by him. His chest brushes against my back in question, silently asking if I want him closer or farther. I swallow before leaning back ever so slightly in answer. I want you closer. He doesn't hesitate. His arm is wrapped around my middle and tugging me against him before I have a chance to catch my breath. I'm pressed to his strong body, tucked between the covers and him. I feel secure and safe and more soothed in his arms than I have in years. I feel. Something about this, about us, seems different, intentional. We both wanted this. We weren't forced together because of the cold or because of an injury. I could have walked away, but I chose this. No, we chose this. We chose each other. And that terrifies me. His thumb is drawing idle circles on my lower stomach, and my tank is doing little to stop the heat of his fingers from seeping through. My eyes drift closed, somehow feeling tired, yet too terribly aware of his body pressed against mine to let myself sleep. He rests his head in the crook of my neck, his breath tickling my skin as he murmurs, "Thank you." Those 2 words startled me enough to make me twist my head to look at him. I wonder how rare it is for the prince, the future enforcer, to say those words so earnestly. His face is close to mine, and he studies it thoughtfully, thoroughly, as if he has all the time in the world to do so. He tilts his head to the side, gently tucking a strand of hair behind my ear. My breath hitches when his fingers trail down the side of my neck, and he smiles, soft and sweet and satisfied. So very satisfied in this moment. A smile he's designed just for me. "Does it shock you that I would thank you?" he asks, voice low and quiet. I study the planes of his face, the perfection that is him. It shouldn't, not anymore. I swallow as the truth of those words sink in. I've gotten to know him, gotten to see the man behind the many masks who is more than what his father has molded him into. I'm not sure how long I've been studying him when I realize how heavy my eyelids have become. I'm blinking, trying my best to escape the sleep that is desperately clawing at me, so I can continue memorizing his face a little longer. He's doing the same, taking in every inch of me with a look of wonder. I blink and my eyelids threaten not to open again, sleep daring to drag me away from this moment. His lips are suddenly at my ear, and that is all I need to have my eyes fluttering open. "As tempting as it is to watch you stare at me all night." His voice is a caress, lulling me to sleep with a single sentence. "Sleep, Pei." I manage to give him a groggy grin before asking, "Are you going to sleep?" "Oh, darling, I'm already dreaming." He pulls me impossibly closer, and I turn my head away. My eyes fall closed, the steady beat of his heart a lullaby. I feel fingers combing through my hair, weaving loose strands together as I whisper, "What are you doing?" He ducks his head close to mine, and I feel his lips brush against my hair when he murmurs, "Practicing." I drift off to the feel of Kai braiding my hair, vaguely wondering if I should be afraid of how safe I feel with him, if I should be worried that I feel content and comforted in his arms. I feel happy. I feel words murmured into my ear, and the whisper of fingers stroking my hair. And then, all I feel is blissful sleep.
Chapter 50. Kai. I can't tear my eyes from her. I can't stray my thoughts from her. I can't pry my body from her. The morning sunlight spilling in from my window is glinting off her hair, the silver strands shining. Her eyes are shut in sleep, dark lashes lying against her cheek and concealing the ocean blue gaze I know swims beneath. She's breathing deeply, sleeping soundly. She is a mess of tangled limbs and scattered hair, a messy masterpiece. I count the faint freckles dusting her nose, once, twice, 28. She shifts, and I still as she tucks her hands beneath the side of her face, now covered in strands of silver. Propped up on my elbow, I gently brush my fingers across her smooth skin, tucking her hair away so I can continue admiring the face I'd been in the middle of memorizing. I blame her for the tiredness settling in my bones. It's her fault I didn't sleep much. I was up most of the night listening to her breathe, breathing her in, just like I've been doing for far longer than I care to admit. She's captivating, even while crumpled up and claimed by sleep. Sighing, my fingers run through one last strand of silver hair before I ease off the bed and creep to the door. I leave on my thin pants and throw a shirt over my head before stepping into the hallway, heading for the kitchens. The least I could do is let her wake up to the smell of fresh food, especially after what she did for me last night. After a nightmare in which I held her cold corpse, waking to find her very much alive and warm on top of me was startling to say the least, and I reacted without thinking. I hurt her. Though a little scratch means nothing to the girl who's used to bleeding, it means everything to me. Killing is what I do. Killing and hurting are what I was trained to do, created to do, controlled to do. But not with her. I was one swift movement away from holding her very real corpse in my arms, and yet she did nothing to fight back. She held my face in her hands while I held her life in my own. She looked at me like I was worthy of being seen, like she wanted to see me. And when she said my name, the sound of it rolling off her tongue finally had my head clearing, heart racing, thoughts reeling. And then I asked her something I've never asked of anyone before. Stay. I'm out the door of the kitchen and balancing a tray of hot food down the hallway in a matter of minutes. The quirked brow Gail gave me makes me smile, and it's not long before I'm leaning against my door and backing into the room, clutching the tray in front of me. I turn around and a shoe is aimed at my face. She's standing at the edge of the bed, one hand clutching a blanket around her shoulders, while the other clutches my dress shoe. A sorry excuse for a weapon. Her arm is cocked back, prepared to fend off the intruder by launching footwear. I see her exhale in relief when she realizes it's me and reluctantly lowers the shoe. But barely. Not your typical weapon of choice? I'm grinning, choking back a laugh. Peyton gives me an exasperated look that I've grown very familiar with. You scared me. She sweeps back the curtain of her hair, shielding her eyes with a smug smile. And I'm sure I could do a lot of damage with the shoe. Oh, I don't doubt it. I'm in front of her now, though I don't remember moving to get there. Reaching around her back slowly, I place the tray on my bed, juice sloshing from the edge of cups and biscuits rolling. Then I straighten, staring down into the eyes that threaten to drown me. Good morning, Gray. The slightest frown tugs at her lips with the use of her last name. Back to formalities, are we? She says it casually, but her eyes speak a question she will never voice. What is going on between us? Well, you were just about to attack me. Formalities seem fair. I take a step closer, and she tips her head back to hold my gaze. Yes, well, you should be used to that by now. Oh, but I doubt I'll ever get used to you, or your violent tendencies, darling. She gives me a sly smile. I like to think of it as keeping you on your toes, Prince. Yes, because life is far more entertaining when you aren't expecting a knife to the throat or a shoe to the face. My gaze drops to said shoe still clutched in her hand. Speaking of which, still planning to use that on me? Still deciding? The smile I give her is a real one, a rarity that has recently become a rather common occurrence when I'm in her presence. She turns her head to nod at the tray on my bed. You brought me food. I cross my arms over my chest. And how do you know that's not for me? There are blueberries in the porridge, Azur. Still wanting to play with her, I shrug. After rambling about the fruit, you convinced me of how delicious they are. She outright laughs at that. Then that would mean you're admitting I was right, and that is highly unlikely. You know me so well, I sigh, smiling at her. Of course the food is for you. I wouldn't touch that porridge. A smile tugs at her lips. Picky Prince. Clever pay. We stare at one another, each of us smiling slightly. My eyes drop to her free hand still clutching a blanket around her shoulders, pulling it tightly when my gaze sweeps over her. You cold? She stiffened slightly. No? Then what is this? I'm eyeing the blanket before my fingers graze over hers, the one still fiercely fisted in the folds of fabric. Her gaze trails off from my face to my hand that is now trailing over her knuckles, her wrist, her fist, and the fabric in it. The way her breath hitches has my heart halting. It's a blanket. My laugh is quiet. I can see that, smartass. My fingers lazily brush down her arm, though the movement has my mind stalling, pulse skipping. Every touch is intoxicating. Every look shared is entrancing. You look flushed, Gray. My fingers catch a strand of long hair falling over her shoulder, probably thanks to the blanket. I can feel the smirk spreading across my face as I say, unless I'm the reason for your blush. I watch the emotions flit across her face. First, there is something akin to what I'm sure is reflected in my own gaze. Wanting. Then she blinks, and I glimpse shock, realization, and denial before she settles with annoyance. No, I'm definitely just overheating. She's confident as ever despite the strain in her voice. I tilt my head, eyes dancing between the blanket and her cool gaze. Then I suppose I'll help you once again. Only this time, it'll be a blanket dropping to the floor and not your dress nearly doing the same. I smile at the thought of the last ball. But before my fingers can close around hers, she lets the blanket billow down around her ankles. She's standing so close to me, wearing nothing but skimpy shorts and a silky tank, teasing me, taunting me, toying with me. I hadn't been able to see the black fabric clinging to her body last night, blending in with the darkness around us. But now I can see it, see her, clearly. There's a fire in her eyes, burning and breathtaking. Just to be clear, Prince, I don't need your help, undressing or otherwise. Oh, of course not. Wishful thinking, I suppose. She huffs out a laugh. And are you unable to help being a shameless flirt as well? Well, clearly not when I'm with you. Oh. And what else are you when you're around me, She has me swallowing, has me nervous. I'm a fool. The smile she gives me is equally amused and alluring. Only when you're around me. Only for you. Her eyes lock with mine as she falls silent, suddenly still. I take a small step forward, only for her to take a slight step back, her legs now pressed against the edge of the bed. I swallow, hiding my frown. Why does she pull away? And since I'm also somehow kinder when I'm around you, I should thank you. Again. I don't think I've ever spoken so softly, so soothingly to someone before. And what scares me even more is that I don't think I ever will for anyone but her. My hand is suddenly brushing her wrist, and I watch it trail up her arm, the ghost of a touch traveling across her skin. Goosebumps follow the path my fingers glide, bringing a smile to my lips. Then I'm twirling that piece of silky hair around my finger again. Thank you, Pei, for last night. She shivers, and yet her flush is still very much present. I can't fight the smile spreading across my face as I murmur, despite my wanting to help, you still seem to be overheating, and you still seem to be to blame for that. She nearly snaps the words, seemingly annoyed with herself. I tuck that strand of silver hair behind her ear with a lazy grin, letting my fingers linger. Are you admitting to me making you flushed? Making you nervous? Making me annoyed, she supplies, because you certainly are doing that. I look away, shaking my head. Liar. Was it my left foot that gave me away, or did you come to that conclusion on your own? My gaze has shifted back to her, blue and bewilderingly beautiful. Then my eyes drop to her lips, soft and pulled into a frown she seems to be fighting to keep on her face. I step even closer. She leans in. I can't take my eyes off you long enough to give a damn about what your foot is doing. So yes, I came to that conclusion on my own. Her gaze is burning, boring into mine, begging me to come closer. So I do. I can't stay away from her. I don't want to stay away from her. I'm sweeping hair out of her eyes, letting my fingers skim her skin. Simply touching her sends a shock through me, sets my heart racing. And I know she feels it too. Her eyes are flicking between mine and my mouth, lashes fluttering. I can't do it anymore. I can't stop myself from wanting this, wanting her. I shift closer. Her lips part, and there's something digging into my throat. What the hell? She has the damn shoe pressed against my neck. I should go. Her words are barely more than a whisper murmured against my lips, as if she's speaking to herself, reminding me of our time under the willow when she uttered those same unsure words. I clear my throat, untangle my hands from her hair and straighten. What the hell just happened? And why the hell didn't something just happen? Right. You'll need plenty of time to get all dolled up for my brother tonight. I don't bother masking my bitterness, my jealousy, my confusion. She wants to see me without a mask? Fine. Let her see it all. Let her see my frustration with the feelings she is to blame for. She flinches. The girl who has slain wolves, scaled mountains, and survived the slums just flinched. I've never seen anything like it. Never thought I would. The sight has my heart sinking, has me wanting to pull her into my arms and hold her there. But instead, I find myself taking a measured step back, putting a space between us. I don't trust myself around her. Don't trust myself not to reach out and touch her, taste her. She opens her mouth, warring against the words she desperately wants to say, the ones I never get to hear because she clamps her jaw shut, sealing her thoughts from me. I watch her for several slow seconds, watch her take a deep breath before leveling me with a calm stare. You're welcome, she says softly. For last night, no one should have to endure the terrors of their own thoughts alone. Nightmares can be our worst nemesis. I know what that's like. And she grabs my hand and drops the shoe into it before striding out the room. I'm contemplating getting drunk again. The alcohol swirling in the glass gripped between my fingers is tempting, teasing me to finish it off before following it with a few more. All just so I can get through this last damn bowl. Couples have begun dancing now that the flow of women arriving has slowed significantly. It seems that this final bowl will be the only hint of normalcy in this year's trials. I traded Blair off to a young gentleman for a glass of wine, and I'm wondering why I hadn't done it sooner. While contemplating whether to down the remaining contents of my drink, I look up to find a group of ladies surrounding me, all clad in varying shades of green. They are all giggles and grins while I nod and talk politely, boring myself with how bland I'm being. I'm just about to make my exit from the conversation, using a mediocre excuse, when someone catches my eye. Someone who has me stunned and staring. Someone who is standing in a sea of black. Draped in a midnight fabric, the faint sparkles dusting her dress wink like starlight. Like a shadow, the fabric clings to her body. Like a second skin, it outlines her curves as she steps down the stairs. Her tanned arms and chest glisten against the inky fabric wrapped around her. From her waist up, the dress is a detailed corset, cinching her in and displaying her chest and collarbones. The stomach of the corset is see-through, with designs of swirling flowers and beads contrasting against the tan skin showing beneath it. Loose strips of black, intricate sleeves connect the top of the corset and hang off her shoulders limply. Layers of satin spill from her waist to the floor in a wide pool around her. My eyes trail up her bare legs, exposed through the slits traveling up both sides of the dress, and ending high up her thighs. And there, strapped and displayed for all to see, is her silver dagger, its swirled handle matching her attire. Her silver hair is pulled into a loose knot near the nape of her neck, ringlets falling from it onto her back and around her face, tempting me to twirl my fingers through them, tuck them behind her ears. Every bit of her body is clad in darkness, cloaked in night. I find myself silently thanking the plague for her different, dark attire, because I wouldn't want her blending in, wouldn't want her lost in the crowd. Not that she's ever had that problem before. Not that I've ever had a problem finding her before. The sight of her in jet black is enough to make me colorblind, make me see nothing and no one but her. Her legs slide through the slits in her dress as she steps down the staircase, dagger clearly visible. Hundreds of eyes track her every move, and I'm suddenly jealous that everyone else gets to witness her presence with me. She won't meet my gaze, and for the first time since I met her in that alley, I think this is the most cowardly she's ever been. She's scared of whatever it is between us. She always has been. That's why she chose to be my enemy, my rival, rather than let herself feel, which is something I'm not accustomed to myself. I blame her for it. Blame her for cracking my carefully crafted mask, shattering it to pieces when she is around. I've never felt so much, never feared so much. But if I must endure the consequences that feeling something for her brings, then so does she. It's like a tangible tether between us, this consuming connection. I will her to meet my eyes. And when they do, sparks, electricity. Everything beautiful, everything bold, everything breathtaking. That is what I feel in her gaze. That and terrified of what she is doing to me. She is a vision, a nightmare, a dream, a grim reaper clad in black, come to steal my soul and my heart. I've never seen something so beautiful, so bold, so blatantly wrong for me. She is a devil. She is a deity. She is a man's downfall in human form. She is my downfall. Then her eyes drift to Kit. The connection snaps, and I'm left feeling empty besides the jealousy growing inside of me. Why did I ever think I could have her? Ever think she would have me? Because beasts don't get the beauty.
Chapter 51. Payton. I'm avoiding him. Not the best way to deal with a problem, I'll admit. But Kai is a very pressing problem, a very desirable distraction. So I keep myself busy, though I still manage to notice that he is doing the same. Girl after gorgeous girl finds their way into his arms and onto the dance floor, all of them wearing glowing smiles and green dresses. I bear the emotion I don't want to identify as jealousy, though it claws at me nonetheless. I have a job to do. I turn my attention back to my partner for the dozenth time. Kit smiles, continuing our easy conversation that my mind keeps wanting to wander from. I force myself to focus on his words, rather than the thing I need to steal from him. We spin, and I catch a glimpse of the key ring against the inside of his suit coat pocket. My fingers twitch, itching to tap into the thieving instincts I've suppressed while in the castle, for the most part. You look beautiful. I startle at Kit's soft words, forcing my gaze up to meet his. He's smiling at the look on my face as he says, "You shouldn't be so shocked by that." We're quiet for a moment before I finally form words. You shock me. Do I? Yes, I answer honestly. You are not what I expected. His grin looks almost too boyish to belong to the future king. Did I disappoint? I wish. No. His smile widens at the word, and I hurry to add, not yet. Then I'm dipping towards the floor, and he's chuckling above me as I suck in a surprised breath. He holds me there, and my opportunity arrives. This is the moment I've been dreading, been planning. His suit coat is open, his eyes are pinned on me, and his thoughts are on anything but the keys in his pocket. So I do what I do best. Thieve. I fumble, pretending to slip, though it's quite believable in the stilts I'm wearing. I throw my hands out to steady myself, one on his shoulder and one on his chest near the pocket inside his suit. His arms wrap tighter around my waist as I hold his gaze, smiling even as I slip my hand into his pocket. Smiling even as I betray the boy who has been nothing but kind to me. Smiling even as the key ring opens and I slide the largest one off the end, feeling the raised swirls that decorate it pressing into my palm. He pulls me up slowly, strong arms standing me upright. But my hand is already out of his pocket and resting behind his shoulder, innocent and insignificant. "And here I was, thinking your dancing was improving," Kit says with a teasing smile. "And here I was, thinking you would warn me before sending me flying towards the floor." I blow out a breath, smiling as I add, "And now I could use a drink." "Not too much to drink. You can barely remember the steps as it is." He tosses me a grin before turning towards the drink table. "But I'll get you one, nevertheless." I let out a shaky breath as I watch him walk into the crowd, my corset suddenly feeling far too tight. The key is slick in my palm, hot against my skin. "May I have this dance?" I spin around, my face close to one splattered with freckles. Lenny's usually messy hair is combed, red strands tamed for the evening. He's dressed in a fine black suit, blending in with the rest of the men around us. "Why, of course," I reply, forcing a smile to my lips. His hand finds my waist, mine finds his shoulder, and then our free hands meet. The key is clasped between our palms, and Lenny gives me a wide smile at the feel of it. "Well done. Easy, right?" My voice is distant, distracted. "Yeah, easy." "You remember the plan?" I sigh. "Well, I'm not really doing much, am I? Now all I have to do is survive the last trial." "Yeah, well, that may be the hardest task of all." I nod once, focusing on the spinning figures around us, spotting Andy dancing with a blushing girl I've never seen before. My eyes wander to where Kit and Jax are laughing, the former ruffling his little brother's hair with a wide grin. I saw Blair earlier, though it isn't difficult to find her again with her bright green dress burning my eyes. I look away before I find myself searching once again for a certain prince in the crowd. There are only 5 of us left. I briefly wonder how many will survive to see the sun set tomorrow. Briefly wonder what parents will be mourning their child. Death is what these trials bring. Not honor, not glory, not happiness. Only death. "Are you all right?" Lenny's soft voice washes over me, and I turn my attention back to his big brown eyes. "Are any of us all right?" He gives me a half shrug. "Good point." The dance ends, and our hands drop, but not before Lenny transfers the key into his palm and then his pocket. "Be careful tomorrow." His voice is a low whisper, laced with worry. "Oh, are you worried about me, Lenny?" I croon. "Maybe a little, princess." He almost rolls his eyes. "Don't die, okay?" "I can't make any promises, but for your sake, I'll try to stay alive. Wouldn't want you to have to live without me." He smiles and shakes his head at me, but I catch his arm before he can turn away. "Hey, good luck. And remember what I told you about the passage. Oh, and..." His laugh cuts me off. "Plagues, have a little faith in me, Peyton. I've got this." I sigh and give him a slight nod before he turns and disappears into the crowd. I smooth a sweaty hand over the thick corset of my dress before running it down the soft fabric billowing beneath. Then I turn on my heel, my legs sliding easily through the skirt's slits I begged Adina to make extra high so I wouldn't feel restricted by fabric. Maybe that's the claustrophobia talking, or maybe I simply like to have the option of sending a high kick towards someone's face if need be. I nearly run into Jax on the dance floor, and he grins at the sight of me. "Peyton, hi! Do you want to dance?" Andy ditched me. Not to mention that she has had far too much wine, and I don't trust her not to fall on top of me. With a laugh, I nod before we begin spinning around the floor. A mellow waltz has started, the type with specific steps and switching partners, the type I typically try to avoid. But I let my feet guide me, trusting myself to remember the correct steps while trying to forget exactly why I can do this at all. Try to forget being held in the dark, led with strong arms, and stop. Plagues, get a hold of yourself. I look at the boy in front of me, all smiles and excitement. You look dashing, Jax. His smile shifts into something akin to shy. Thank you. You look... We spin, and I'm pulled into the arms of a different gentleman. I nod politely to the young man, and he does the same as we step in time. Before I know it, I'm being passed around, held in the hands of men I've never met before. The waltz is a long one, making me regret stepping onto the dance floor. My feet are killing me. Then I'm turning into another body, encompassed by arms belonging to a grinning Kit. There you are. I knew I'd get you back. I crack a small smile. Took you long enough? I hear him laugh before I'm pulled flush against a new partner. You're avoiding me. My heart flutters at that voice, the butterflies in my stomach doing the same as the slight scent of pine washes over me. I blink at the broad chest, very aware of the strong frame hiding beneath the crisp white shirt. Taking a deep breath, I lift my gaze to meet his. Oh, and I wish I hadn't. His eyes are mesmerizing, like melted steel, morning fog. They cut through me as though he is unafraid to see every part of me. His gaze feels right, familiar. And when his eyes lock with mine, I wonder why I ever bother looking at anyone else. No. Despite him feeling so right, I feel so very wrong and so very confused. He hasn't taken his eyes off me, and the weight of his gaze is pressing as he patiently watches me puzzle things out. Puzzle these feelings out. I wouldn't call it avoiding. I sound very unconvincing, and rightfully so, since I've been doing just that. And even though my very life is a lie, it seems my skills of deception have run out for the evening because I'm not fooling him. The corner of his mouth twitches upwards, and I have to make a conscious effort not to stare at his lips. But just like this morning, I find myself wanting to lean into him. I don't know what would have happened if I'd stayed in his room any longer, and yet, all day I've been kicking myself for not finding out. It took everything in me to push him away, despite how badly I wanted to pull him closer. But then, I remind myself of who he is, what he is. Where he is the prince, the future enforcer, the son of the man I hate, I am a slummer, an ordinary, the embodiment of the thing he has been taught to hate. My thoughts scatter when a dimple catches my eye. Then enlighten me. What would you call it, Gray? He spins me out with one hand before pulling me back into him, my back connecting with his chest. My hands are crossed over my stomach where he's holding them from behind me, our bodies swaying together to the beat of the music. You seem preoccupied, and I didn't want to interrupt, I say, recalling the women he's danced with. His huff of laughter tells me he does too. The brush of his jaw against my hair has my heart racing. He leans down so his face is beside mine, lips brushing the shell of my ear. Do you want to know what I think? He tugs on my hands, pulling me closer. I think you're avoiding dancing with me because you can't handle being so close. I nearly choke on the laugh that escapes me. Please, I have no problem being close to you. Lies. Liar. It seems my skill for deception is back. Is that right? His lips are against my ear, fingers laced with mine, body pressed close. I'm hot and cold, yes and no, right and wrong. I'm the embodiment of opposites, a jumble of confusion and contradictions. I want this. I don't want this. He dips his head so his chin rests on my shoulder. Oh, I definitely want this. Oh, but I definitely shouldn't. Then why do you push me away? I still. There was so much emotion in his voice, so much raw uncertainty as the words left his lips. He spins me to face him slowly, not bothering to take a step back or put space between us. My chest heaves, my heart hammers. His eyes crash into mine, and I allow myself to take him in, admire this boy that I have come to know. He's devastating. Everything about him is stunning and sharp and stealing my breath away. But it's the way he's looking at me that suddenly makes swallowing seem like a struggle, breathing seem like a chore. I've never been looked at like it's a privilege to be in my presence, an honor to hold my gaze, a gift to get a glimpse of me. Not until I met him. His mask slips, splinters, shatters, leaving only a boy beholding a girl like she is worthy of his wanting. And what terrifies me even more is that I think I might be looking at him the same way, looking at him with that same longing. Try as I might to fight it, I can't help but long for this boy who has saved my life more times than I care to admit. This boy who is equally calculating and charming, equally cool and caring. The one who's tended to my wounds, learned about my past, been my distraction when I needed it most. The one who understands me. And then my heart halts, pulse plummets. But he doesn't, does he? He doesn't even know who I truly am, what I truly am. And if he did, he would kill me. Because that is what the enforcer would do. Because that is what the king's son would do. Because that is what he has been created to do. And for that reason, I push him away. Because if I don't, I'll pull him closer. And if I pull him closer, it will only end in a dagger being plunged through my heart. The heart that beats a little too fast when he is around, breaks a little too easily, and aches a little too much for him. I stare back, not knowing what to say or do, or... I'm suddenly swept from his arms and into another's before I have the chance to answer. Perfect timing. You look beautiful, Jack spits out, grinning from ear to ear. That's what I was going to say earlier. He puffs out his chest slightly, proud of himself for finally voicing the compliment. Thank you, Jax, I say, smiling at him. When the song comes to an end, I quickly step off the dance floor. I'm eager to get away from the press of bodies as I snatch a drink off a servant's tray and head for the edge of the ballroom. Except that I can't seem to escape the crowd. Everywhere I look is occupied by groups of gossiping guests or silent servants. My eyes sweep over the packed ballroom, landing on the large windows and the fresh air that awaits just outside of them. I itch for a moment to myself, a moment free from the crowded and closed-in room. I sip at my wine, watching the whirling guests before I set the glass on the table and head for the hallway beyond the ballroom. I'm forced to slide between bodies, hating the cramped feeling. I suck in a breath as I head towards the giant grand doors leading to the courtyard beyond. The sound of my heels clicking against the floor fills the silence as I approach the daunting doors. My hand is outstretched, itching to throw open the exit, when a flash speeds between me and my salvation. Chapter 52. Payton. The Imperial's smile is cold as he peers down at me, white uniform crisp and smelling of starch. I can't let you do that, little lady. His belittling tone has me biting back the retort rising to my lips. I am not in the mood. I just need a few minutes outside for a bit of fresh air. If I were in loot right now, I wouldn't even bother being polite. Like I said, I can't let you do that. He smirks, and a few of the Imperials lining the hallway chuckle with him, apparently a part of whatever hilarious joke I'm missing. You don't have permission to be outside of the castle, little lady. I clench my fists at my sides, resisting the urge to dare him to call me little lady one more time and see what happens. All I'm asking for is a moment outside. Really? And what are you willing to do to get it? He leans in, and the stench of alcohol in his breath is evident as he says, What's in it for me? Then he slings an arm around my waist, tugging me towards him. Wrong move. My fingers wrap around the handle of my dagger, feeling the cold steel I'm about to... Careful! She'll press that blade to your throat. I would know. I still, turning my head slightly to see Kai standing several feet away, hands casually tucked into his pockets. Now let her go and open the door. His voice is like the steel of my dagger, cold and sharp. The Imperial only sputters. But, sir, we have orders that the contestants are not to leave the... And now you have new orders. So I suggest you open the damn door. Kai's blank expression hasn't changed, despite his deadly tone. He's even leaning against the wall now, his hands still stuffed into his pockets. The perfect picture of power. Oh, he adds, and if you want to keep your job, your hand, and your head, I suggest you release the little lady. I almost crack a smile at that. The Imperial doesn't waste a second before practically jumping away from me. He knows just as well as I do that Kai's threats are never empty. The Imperial strides swiftly past Kai, but not before the prince's hand grabs his shirt and slams him against the wall. I lied, Kai mutters close to the man's face. You'll be lucky if I let you keep your head, let alone your hand, for lying a finger on her. The doors swing open, tearing my eyes away from the scene I'm not sure I want to witness. Humid, sticky air hits me the moment I begin descending the steps into the courtyard beyond. The sky is dark and thick with heavy clouds that rumble with the promise of rain. I take a deep breath, relishing the fresh air and open space around me. Something wet splatters on my cheek, and I turn my face towards the cloudy sky that is now beginning to drizzle down on me. I spread out my arms and tilt my head up, loving the feel of rain pelting my skin. Then the drizzle turns into a downpour. Rain is falling rapidly while I'm smiling stupidly. My head feels clearer than it has in days as cool water coats my skin, my dress, my hair. I spin in place, the skirts of my gown swishing around my ankles, feeling like an idiot and absolutely loving it. I slip the shoes from my aching feet and pad through puddles like I did as a little girl, reminding me of a time when I was younger and yearning for the love of a father who was no longer with me. I was terrified and terribly traumatized. The crowded streets of Loot pressed in on me constantly, making me feel caged and claustrophobic. But then, I would climb up to the roofs of old shops and buildings with only the stars for company. I felt freer in the open air, impossibly more peaceful. I did that for months, years, before my fear fell away and Loot became more of a home and less of a horror. Laughter bubbles out of me. Hysterical. I am completely hysterical. Plagues, how much wine did I have? Rain is sticking strands of my hair to my face and dripping down the tip of my nose while I smile through it all, momentarily forgetting about my troubles and simply taking a moment to exist. I don't know that I ever lived before lying eyes on the likes of you. I spin, blinking through the steady stream of rain before my eyes find the gray ones, blending in with a sheet of water falling down on us. His hair is dripping wet, all wavy and tousled. His white button-down shirt is sticky and see-through, showing off an inked chest and tanned torso beneath. And the sight of him has me smiling. I'm sure you say that to all the little ladies who catch your eye, I say, half laughing, half hysterical. Oh, but I only have eyes for one little lady, and I can't seem to take them off of her. His chest is rising and falling just as rapidly as the rain, while my heart is thundering just as loudly as the storm. He's suddenly serious, scanning my face. Did you need some fresh air? A break from the crowded room? There he goes again, understanding me. Yes, I answer softly. I feel much better out here. Freer. He bends near the beds of flowers beside the stairs and plucks one from the soggy soil before rising to his feet. Good, he says quietly, because I am going to get very, very close to you. I let out a slow breath when he takes a step towards me, then another. and another. He's close enough now that I can feel the heat of his body, feel the heat that spreads through me when he gets too close. I tilt my head up to meet his gaze, blinking at him as I try to see through the rain. I wipe at my eyes, suddenly aware that there is likely makeup running down my face, before deciding that I don't really care. His lips are tugged into a smile as he holds up the flower to me, drooping and dripping with water. Its small petals are a stunning shade of vibrant blue that hints at purple. A forget-me-not, since you always seem to be forgetting who I am, Kai says with a soft smile, a soft laugh. He lifts his hand, tucking the flower behind my ear before letting his fingers run through my wet hair. Oh, I know who you are, I say breathlessly. A cocky bastard. He shakes his head at me, his fingers still toying with strands of my hair. I don't give a damn if you forget who I am in title, so long as you remember who I am to you. I stare up at him, and something must be amusing because through my rapidly blinking eyes, I watch a slow smile spread across Kai's lips. I open my mouth to say something, only to snap it shut when he begins tugging off his suit coat. It slips from his arms, leaving him standing before me in a white shirt completely soaked through. Well, that's not distracting at all. He steps even closer, and with the coat draped over his arms, he holds it over my head to cover me from the rain. Kai. The smile that lights up his face stops me short, steals my breath. It's one of those rare, real smiles of his that I confessed I wanted to see more of. One that belongs to me. Dimples. Both of them on display. Both distracting. Both devastating. What? I ask, my voice filled with laughter. He shrugs, a smile still spread across his face. I just love the sound of my name coming from your lips. I clear my throat that has suddenly become far too dry. Well, Kai isn't your real name now, is it? He's silent, nothing but a smile and a sudden intensity in his eyes, daring me to say his full name, wanting me to say his name. And apparently, I want to say it too because when I open my mouth, one word falls out. Malachi? His eyes flutter shut. His head falls back, allowing the rain full access to his face. The smile on his lips and the column of his neck makes me swallow. His head is still tipped towards the sky, speaking to it as he says, Only you can make my name sound worth saying. Well, what would you like me to call you? Kai? Malachi? My voice sounds so breathy, and I almost wish I could blame it on a panic attack. His answer is simple, straightforward, as he dips his head down to look at me. Call me anything you like. I'll never pass up the chance to hear your voice, darling. I can feel a smile lifting my lips. All right then, cocky bastard it is. I wasn't prepared for the laugh that escapes him. It's a rich, beautiful sound I wish I had the time to commit to memory. Careful, Kai. His smirk grows at the sound of his name once more. You're being a gentleman again. My gaze flicks to the black coat he is still holding above my head to shield me from the rain. But you do know I'm already soaked, right? Yes, well... He sighs and ducks his head so we are eye to eye. As adorable as you looked blinking up at me in the rain, I want you to see me clearly when I tell you this. There goes that stupid flutter in my chest. I meant what I said. I can't take my eyes off you. I can't take my mind off you. I look away from his burning gaze, shaking my head as I mutter, Kai, Payton. I still. I shiver. He says my name like it's sacred, like it's an oath he's swearing. He tilts his head to the side, eyes roaming over my face. Tell me, he murmurs. What do you want me to call you? My eyes slowly meet his, confused by his question. What do you want to call me? I want to call you mine. We stare at each other, both of us breathing hard, both of us taking in the other. The rain is still splattering Kai, clinging to his thick lashes and dripping from his jaw. I know you feel it too, he says quietly. Feel what? Feel alive? Feel on fire? Feel? There's an intensity in his eyes, his voice, that makes my heart race even faster. He looks away, cursing under his breath before his gaze crashes back into mine. Pei, when I look at you, I'm devastated. I'm drowning. I'm dying to catch my breath. The air leaves my lungs, and now my blinking has nothing to do with the rain. His next words are nearly a whisper. Look at me and tell me you don't feel the same. Silence. And then, I don't feel the same, Kai. Lies. Lies. Liar. He ducks his head, and when he lifts it to look at me again, his smile is crooked. Then he slowly lowers the coat shielding me from the rain and wraps it around my shoulders, fingers lingering against my bare collarbones and sending a jolt through me. It's far too big, and his hands curl around the fabric before he tugs, pulling me so close that my body is pressed against his. He is still clutching the front of the coat, knuckles brushing my bare skin, before his lips are against the shell of my ear. Now, answer again, his murmur is amused, but without tapping your left foot this time. My mouth falls open. His lips are smiling against my ear, and I'm trying not to focus on the feel of it. I don't... His deep chuckle cuts me off. God, you're stunning. Rough fingers have never felt so gentle against my skin as he brushes a strand of wet hair out of my eyes. But so damn stubborn. I can't do this anymore. I can't not give in to the temptation that is him. I'm suddenly unable to think of a single reason why I'm fighting this, why I shouldn't close the gap between us right now. I want to... His lips meet mine. Barely. It's the whisper of a kiss, a promise of passion. And yet, I nearly melt at the contact. His hand is cupping my face, thumb stroking my cheekbone, and then... nothing. He pulls back. I nearly gasp, wanting to grab him, pull him closer, press my lips to his. And I'm about to do just that when I suddenly remember a time when our roles were reversed. When I was the one teasing him with touches. Now I understand exactly how affected Kai was by the lack of my touch during our game of archery and distraction. The feel of something and then nothing is a cruel thing to bestow upon someone, and he's left me burning because of it. His other hand has found its way around my waist under his large jacket, and the heat of his palm through my corset is a brand. He tilts his head, studying me with a small smile. He knows exactly what he's doing. And yet, he's taking me in as though he doesn't want to rush this moment. His thumb has found my bottom lip, where it's now trailing lazily, igniting a fire inside of me. You promised that I could touch you when I was sober. My breath hitches, and the corner of his lips twitch in response. I was not expecting him to say that. I was not even expecting him to remember my hasty promise from the last ball. He ducks his head, his mouth suddenly a breath away from mine once more. But I'm never sober around you, Pei. Never not drunk on every detail that is you. I'm speechless. Utterly speechless that this boy could feel so much. Feel so much for me. If I kiss you, really kiss you like how I've wanted to, how I've waited to, should I expect a dagger at my throat? His voice is rough, his gaze greedy. And then I reach up slowly and flick the tip of his nose. This time, I do take a moment to memorize the smile he gives me. I guess you'll have to kiss me to find out.
Chapter 53. Kai. She flicked my nose. I never knew a heart could feel so much, could be so affected by the flick of a finger. I guess you'll have to kiss me to find out. Oh, and I plan on doing just that. I've barely been able to hold myself back from wanting to hold her. She's so beautiful I can hardly believe it, hardly breathe. Her soul is stunning. Her very being is bright and bold and so unbelievably better than I am. She is a good beyond my grasp, one that I am not worthy of glimpsing, let alone grabbing hold of. And yet, here she is despite that, choosing me. It's a privilege to look into those eyes, to drown in the essence that is her, because everything about her is too right and everything about me is too wrong. But I'm selfish. I take what I want, and what I want might just want me for once. My jacket is still slung over her shoulders, and the rain is rolling down her face, her hair, clinging to her long lashes and dripping makeup. Beads of water join the light freckles dusting her nose, all 28 of them. The steady stream of rain is slapping the cobblestone at our feet, soaking us to the bone. I'll take my chances, I murmur as my fingers catch her chin, tilting her face upwards towards mine. Her mouth is pulled into a soft smile that only draws my lips closer to hers. She doesn't pull away. Perhaps the beast can earn the beauty after all. Her eyes flutter shut against the rain still relentlessly falling on us, and I don't think I've ever witnessed a more beautiful moment. My pretty Pei, what have you done to me? I murmur, my nose brushing hers. Is this what it feels like to truly feel? Closer. The sparks between us are almost tangible, snaking their way up my body and shocking me. Closer. Our lips brush. Your Highness? I halt. Then I sigh against her lips, making her shudder. I pull back, barely, just enough to look between her eyes and the mouth I had every intention of lazily exploring. I don't even acknowledge the Imperial that dared to distract me from her. My eyes are pinned on Payton, my voice deceptively calm as I say, I hope whatever you have to say is worth losing your tongue over for interrupting us. I see the Imperial shift on his feet, out of the corner of my eye, equally uncomfortable and concerned. Sir, you are, Payton looks like she wants to stab him, and I'm considering letting her do just that. Still not deeming him worthy enough to look at, I speak towards Pei as I say to the Imperial, spit it out before I make you, or before I let the lady do the honors. Her lips twitch, and the action has me losing control, has me pulling her face towards mine, completely ignoring the gawking guard. It's the king, the Imperial blurts, no doubt knowing he won't be able to get my attention again once my mouth has met hers. It's urgent. It was not, in fact, urgent, and I am, in fact, seriously contemplating carving out that Imperial's tongue because of it. Even though I know he's not to blame, I need to take my anger out on someone, and that can't exactly be my father. I don't need you to babysit me, I sigh, not bothering to conceal my annoyance. Then stop acting like a child and maybe I'll stop treating you like one. Father's gaze is piercing, pinning me to the spot. Memories of when I was a boy come flooding back, memories of those stern eyes watching as I endured test after test. Watching as he forced me to torture someone for the first time, forced me to fight him. A cold laugh climbs at my throat, only to be lost in the sound of music and chatter filling the ballroom. This is bullshit. No, it's necessary. His voice rises, causing guests to quickly turn in the other direction, avoiding the temperamental king. What's bullshit is that my people just watch their prince, their future enforcer, race off the dance floor after a slummer. He spits the word like the taste of it disgusts him. How quickly you've forgotten that slummers are also your people, father. My people. I fire back, fists clenched at my sides, so I don't do something I'll regret. But I certainly don't regret running after her. He faces me fully, his chest rising and falling with anger, promising punishment. If I were about 5 years younger and 5 inches shorter, this look might have frightened me. But not anymore. I will not see you throw away your kingdom's respect for a girl. For that girl, he says, voice low and lethal.
I'll find you a different pretty plaything who isn't a mundane if that's what you need.
Once again, I'm puzzling over his clear hatred for Peyton and our clear hatred for him. But, knowing he won't answer that question, I ask instead, "So you sent one of my own Imperials to spy on me, to lie to his prince and say there is something urgent?" My voice drops, and I take a step towards him. An innocent man will lose his tongue because of the order you gave him.
The fact that you don't think this is urgent alarms me.
The king's nostrils flare in a way I've come to associate with punishment to follow.
I thought I trained you better than this, boy. Perhaps you need some more lessons.
At that, he almost smiles.
Your duties are to these people, your kingdom. You belong in here, a part of this dance, where everyone can see you, see their future.
His lips curl into a sneer.
Not outside playing with your pretty new toy.
I stare him down, my blood beginning to boil.
What do you think could possibly happen between you two,
Father's laugh is cold as he continues.
Who knows? You might just have the pleasure of killing her in the next trial.
Something inside of me snaps. Power surges through my veins as every ability in the room presses down on me, begging me to release one. When I'm angered like this, it's harder to keep control, harder to suppress all the power thrumming inside me. The king's words echo in my head, mocking me, making me feel weak for letting my restraint slip away. I thought I trained you better than this, boy. Perhaps you need some more lessons. A strong hand falls on my shoulder.
Easy, brother.
Kit mutters under his breath before stepping between Father and me. His smile seems to ease the tension like it always does. This isn't the first fight that he has broken up between us. Kit clasps his hands in front of him casually, as if he hadn't just seen Father and I nearly ready to rip each other apart.
Sorry to interrupt, Father. You look like you could use a drink, and maybe a dance or two with Mother.
The smile he gives him is the same one he's been offering since we were children. The smile that cries out to be called worthy in the eyes of our Father. The smile he plasters on, hoping to make the king proud of him, hoping to live up to the high expectations and fit into the giant shoes he must fill. He's always craved the approval, the attention from the king. Kit loves to be loved, and even he feels a lack of that when it comes to our own father, despite the far better relationship they have. So, he will do whatever it takes to earn it. And I don't fault him for it. Perhaps if I hadn't grown up with a father who tortured me with training, I would love him enough to want him to love me back. But Kit grew up with a different version of the king, one who instructed and taught with a table of paperwork stretched between them rather than a sharp blade. One who taught him the ways of a king rather than the ways of torture. One who molded Kit into a man rather than a monster. Kit places an encouraging hand on Father's arm, urging him towards the drink and desserts. They both toss me one final glance, one of them kind, and the other quite the opposite. Fortunately, I've never been one to lust after love, especially that of our father. I gave up on that the day his blade met my skin for the first time. I scanned the room for Peyton, already knowing that I won't find her. She's likely been carted off to her chambers to retire early for the night, by order of the king. I almost laugh at his feeble attempts to keep me away from her. If I can't keep myself away, there is no way in hell he can. Chapter 54. Kai. The bowl is packed to the brim with people. We could hear their shouts and stomps from the castle as we walked down the tree-lined path towards our final trial. For the third time, we face what could be our final day. At least for this trial, we weren't drugged before being dragged into a random location first. I awoke to a bang on my door, followed by a note slipped underneath it, informing me that the final trial will be held at the bowl. That left me no time to even speak to Peyton, let alone think of her before I was being silently escorted out of the castle. We've a live audience this time, and they roar when we step inside of the large arena. Imperials press in on every side, leading us to the rail overlooking the pit, several feet down. I hear a collective intake of breath from my fellow contestants. Our gaze is locked on what lies below us. It's a maze. The entire sandy bottom of the pit is covered in rows of intertwined hedges and plants. The walls are dense and tall, filling the entire bottom of the oval arena. It's enormous. We are ushered down the wide steps descending towards the maze. I'm the last in the line of contestants, and when my feet sink slightly into the sand, we halt.
Welcome, young elites, to your final trial.
I turn my attention to the comfy glass box sitting at the bottom of the stands, decorated with its 3 cushioned seats. Kit sits to the right, his eyes scanning the maze before they seem to land on me. I see his head tip slightly, silently wishing me good luck. After nodding slowly back at him, my eyes slide to where Mother looks elegant as always, legs crossed and face relaxed, as she watches her husband standing at the edge of the rail, looking down at us as he speaks.
Though you have all made it this far,
Father continues, Tiala projecting his voice beside him with a gentle hand on his shoulder.
there can only be one winner.
The crowd cheers, the sound like a battle cry I'm all too familiar with.
Your last trial is spread out before you. A maze.
Cold amusement contorts his face.
Though nothing is as simple as it seems.
Then the maze shifts. I catch the movement out of the corner of my eye and whip my head towards it, watching as the walls of foliage fold and reform, the hedges twist in new directions, altering the paths and creating new ones. Blooms. I spot them now. Dozens of figures standing along the edges of the maze, arms outstretched. They've created this trial for us, and they know how to control it.
In order to win this trial, thus improving your chances of winning the entirety of the purging trials, you must be the first contestant to make it to the center of the shifting maze.
The king pauses.
But that is not all.
There is always a catch.
Not only do you have to be the first contestant to reach the middle, but you must also kill the person that awaits you there.
Murmurs skitter across the crowd, but Father's booming voice cuts through them easily.
The person there is deserving of this punishment. They have committed crimes against the kingdom and will pay for them with their life.
I'm not surprised. This way, the king will guarantee at least one kill to entertain the people during this trial. I mentally shuffle through each prisoner I know to be rotting in our dungeons, wondering which sorry soul will meet its end today.
May you all bring honor to your kingdom, your family, and yourself.
The crowd echoes the king's words, as an imperial leads each of us to a separate opening of the maze. My eyes dart across the pit, scanning the Imperials and the contestants they are escorting. And then I see her, silver hair pinned up, swaying with each stride, 28 freckles dotting her nose, though I can't count them from here. Lips I've yet to truly taste pressing together, and ocean eyes crashing into mine. I give her something then, a smile, one that is meant only for her. There is nothing I can say to her. No time to taunt her with teasing words, if only to ensure she will stay alive long enough to punch me in the face when this is all over. So I don't say a thing. I raise my hand and flick nothing but the air in front of me as I hold her gaze. Plagues, the glowing grin she gives me is gorgeous. She lifts her hand, flicks the air, and then she's gone.
Chapter 55. Payden. Today is the day. In fact, today might be my last day. The Imperial guides me to an opening near the other side of the maze, leaving me there to stare up at the looming walls of foliage that dare me to enter. Dare me to get lost within its twists and turns. Just survive today. That's all you have to do. The sound of snapping twigs and twisting hedges from within the maze tells me that the paths are changing again. The maze is moving. Movement to my left has my head swiveling towards a young girl, eyes glossy and unblinking as she stares at me with a hand raised above us, projecting what I hope is an emotionless expression onto one of the giant screens for all to see. There must be dozens of them patiently awaiting us in the maze, ready to broadcast the bloodshed. I keep my face blank as I turn back to the opening of the maze in front of me, though I'm restless to race inside and get this over with. Everything will change after today. Let the final trial begin. I barely hear the king's words echo through the arena before the cries of the crazed crowd drown them out. I blink away my thoughts, blinking up at the opening before me and the walls awaiting. And then I'm running. As soon as I step into the maze, I'm smothered by the blanket of shadows. It's dark and damp, but I don't slow my pace. I run through the path of plants and hedged walls, skidding to a stop when I'm faced with my first decision. Left or right? I don't have the time to ponder my options, so I hang a left and am immediately faced with the same decision. Right. I run and dead end. I backtrack, turning left instead of right, and pick up my pace despite my slight panting. I fall into a routine of random guessing, retracing my steps and cursing. Lots and lots of cursing. Damn it! I'm yelling at nothing but the sixth dead end I've had the pleasure of stumbling upon. I spin on my heel and head back the way I came, barely glancing at the sight who just witnessed and recorded my little outburst. I huff, senses feeling dull in this damp maze. The cries of the crowd outside are muffled, muted by the layers of thick foliage separating me from them. It's eerily quiet in here. Nothing but the sound of my pounding feet, pounding heart, and the panting breaths filling the silence. And then the maze shifts. The path I'm standing in narrows, the hedges on either side of me press in. I'm about to be squashed. This is my nightmare, my most terrifying claustrophobic nightmare. I sprint for the end of the path where another one awaits, one that isn't moving and won't crush me if I make it there in time. My lungs are burning, my feet shifting in the sand with each stumbling step. Twigs and leaves and thick greenery brush my shoulders on both sides, threatening to swallow me whole as they continue closing in. But I keep running towards my salvation, towards the path awaiting me only a few yards away. Branches and thorns I hadn't seen before now tear at the exposed skin on my arms, unrelenting as the walls continue to push against me. Any longer, and I'll be trapped between foliage, skewered by branches and thorns. Dead. I'll be dead if I don't get out. Now. I dive. I hit the clear pathway hard, rolling to break my fall, and that's when pain erupts up my leg. Lying on my side, chest heaving, I follow the stinging sensation to my left foot, the one trapped between the two hedges that have now molded together. A strangled cry slips from my lips, and I clamp a hand over my mouth to stifle it. Red, hot blood is running down my leg, dripping onto the sand beneath it. I sit up, trying to calm my breathing as I stretch shaky hands towards the ankle that is barely covered by my now shredded boot. I lean forward and claw at the tangle of twining branches, leaves, and thorns ensnaring my leg. After barely managing to snap off a branch, I've never wished for my dagger more than in this moment. The maze is the work of blooms, the work of elites. Power fills the foliage creating these walls, woven together with the branches and leaves and thorns to make them thicker and stronger and deadlier. I gulp down air, forcing myself to ignore the flaring pain in my foot. My hands clamp around my calf. I take a shaky breath, and then I pull. It's like fire. The pain is so hot, so searing. I pull more and more of my foot into view, while simultaneously pulling the ruined boot off my foot. I stop, gasping for breath and a break from the pain. Without my boot to protect my foot from the thorns and jagged branches, it is a mangled mass of torn flesh. Well, the part of it I can see, that is. The other half of my foot is still swallowed by the hedges now fused together, refusing to release me. I swallow my scream of pain when I pull at my foot again. More torn flesh comes into view, bloody and looking like red ribbons trailing deep across my skin. With one final yank, followed by one final yelp, my foot is freed. I fall onto my back, gasping for air and gasping from pain. I blink up at the sky, allowing myself one more moment to breathe before sitting up and tearing off the bottom strip of my tank. The burgundy fabric blends with the seeping blood from my wound as I wrap it around my foot as best I can. Adina would be both fascinated and disgusted by how perfectly the colors match. I push off the ground and stagger to my feet. Pain. Sharp pain and a slew of curses. I limp forward, trying to ignore the throbbing ache from my foot that's climbing up my leg. But I can walk, proving that the injury could have been much, much worse. Sweat clings to me, soaking the tank that is now torn dangerously short, displaying a good chunk of skin before the band of my pants wraps under my belly button. And despite the damp, cool breeze blowing through the hedges of the maze, I'm uncomfortably hot and sticky. I press on, off balance from pain and the lack of both shoes. The darkness deepens as I head further into what I hope is the center of the maze and what awaits me there. And if I make it there first, I will hold someone's life in my hands. Left, right, left, left, dead end. Right, left, dead end. My claustrophobia has me feeling like the hedges are pressing in on me. I slow to a stop. They are pressing in on me. Panicking, I spin my head in every direction, trying to find a path that isn't attempting to swallow me whole. No luck. I force myself into a stumbling sort of run, skidding down paths at random and finding them all shifting. This can't be right. The king wouldn't just throw the contestants in this maze only to crush us for fun, right? Wasn't the fun supposed to be watching us crush each other? I pause and allow myself to pant, to panic. If the king intends to flatten me with hedges, then there is nothing I can do about it. So I stop and stare at the walls of greenery closing in on either side of me. Then I close my eyes, bracing myself. Looks like there will be one less ordinary to worry about. Branches brush my shoulders, and I stiffen, suddenly and sadly prepared to greet death. I'll see you soon, Father. Nothing. I peek open an eye, only to find that I'm faced with a wall of greenery. I blink. The hedges are no longer moving. I spin around, a branch snagging the fabric of my tank with the movement. The path is now only slightly wider than the width of my shoulders. I stagger towards the end and turn down another, finding it just as tight. I swallow, making a sharp left down an equally narrow path. How cruel and cunning the king is. I almost want to applaud him for this appalling game. I was right. The fun of the trials is watching us crush each other, and he just set the scene for the show. A scream cuts through the quietness, ringing for a moment before being silenced the next, sending a chill sweeping down my spine. Once again, we are being forced to fight, and there is only enough space on these paths for one body to pass through. I take a shuddering breath, feeling the claustrophobia pressing in like the walls brushing my shoulders. Only one contestant can fit on these paths at a time. So if I run into one, thank the plague. The voice behind me is dripping with venom. I was worried I wasn't going to get to kill you before these trials ended.
Chapter 56. Kai. Right, left, dead end, shit. I tip my head back towards the cloudy sky far above us, seeming even darker from within this dusky maze. Taking a deep breath, I turn and jog back the way I came, choosing to head right this time. Wrong. Another dead end is tempting me to drive my fist into it, though I know that will only cause more damage to me than the plants. Another dead end is tempting me to drive my fist into it, though I know that will only cause more damage to me than the plants. I pick up my pace and breeze past a sight, ignoring him and his unsettling stare. I'm in a pissy mood. Not exactly surprising, considering that I've been running around a maze in the heat, meeting only dead ends, and driving myself mad. Other than evading being crushed by moving walls and encountering a few dozen snakes slithering out from under them, I've kept myself relatively busy with the constant running. I have no concept of time in here, but with my rapidly beating heart and ragged breathing, I know I've been at this for a while. Sand shifts under my feet, and then the hedges shift at my sides. I hear the muffled cries of excitement from the crowd as the maze begins to rearrange itself again, so I dart out of the path and into another that is also shrinking just as quickly. Turning right, I'm only faced with more closing hedges. I spin, my eyes searching. Everywhere I look seems to promise death by plants, a pitiful way to die. I stand in the path, watching as the walls close in on me. I've never felt so powerless, so unable to do anything to stop this impending doom. And then the walls halt. My shoulders press into the two hedges now threatening to crush me. I step forward, arms scraping against the two tight walls of foliage on either side. A bitter laugh escapes me, the sound swallowed by the thick walls. Clever, Father. I sigh, pressing onward through the maze, knowing that if I come across another contestant, there's only one way to get around them. Left, right, jaguar. I blink. That was not what I was expecting. The jaguar blinks back, its coat the color of deep wine, its eyes the color of sweet honey. Hello, Andy. She cocks her head to the side, her mannerisms mirroring that of a cat toying with a mouse, and that worries me. I don't know how long she's been in her animal form, but I can see it's been long enough for her to lose herself in it. Andy's ability is just as dangerous to herself as it is to others. The longer she stays shifted, the harder it is to keep her head. This is the exact reason she's trained so much with her ability, and the exact reason why I don't use it very often. When we were children, she would be in her animal form for days at a time, unable to shift herself back until finally waking up as a human again with no memory of what had happened. Over the years, she's learned to control it, learned to stay in her right mind even while being in a different body. But with all the adrenaline pumping through her jaguar form, her control seems to be slipping, which is exactly why she's staring at me like I'm a piece of meat. Easy, Andy. I raise my hand slowly in the air, taking a step back. She takes a step forward. No, she prowls forward. Shit. This path is so tight that there's no way she could get peacefully around me, even if she wanted to. Not that there is anything peaceful about the way she's looking at me, the way she's crouching low in the sand. I don't want to hurt her, but hell, she wants to hurt me. She's eyeing me like a predator would, promising their prey a painful death. I reach out for an ability close by like I've done multiple times since stepping into this maze. Plague knows I've tried to grab hold of a Bloom's power so I could flatten these walls and walk straight to the center of the maze. And that's exactly what I would do if they weren't so deliberately staying out of my range. The thrum of Andy's ability is overpowering, the only one close enough to feel. Wait. There's a faint tickling in my veins, the feel of a power coming closer. I grasp at it, and Andy lunges, claws outstretched towards my throat, razor teeth bared, a blob of burgundy flashing towards me, and then I'm standing behind her. Andy crashes into the sand where she intended to crash into me. She lets out a roar of frustration and is barely able to spin around the narrow pathway. Only the agility of a cat could fold itself to face me with such little room. With another roar, she lunges at me again, and with another blink of Jax's ability, I'm behind her. Again. She follows the same pattern of spinning around to try and sink her teeth into me all over again. And then Jax's power coursing through my veins falters, flickers. No. And then it fails. He's too far from me now, lost in the maze and taking his ability with him. Well, that leaves me no choice. With only one ability available to me, I finally take advantage of it. I shift. Plagues, I forgot how much I hated this. There's a flash of light before my bones begin shifting, muscles stretching, every part of my body achingly aware of every change. I'm close to the ground, body sleek and strong and slicked with a shiny coat. I feel my canines elongate, sharpen to deadly points. My eyesight sharpens with them, narrowing on the smaller jaguar before me. Keep your head, keep your head, keep your head. With the little training I've had compared to Andy, it's far easier for me to lose my mind to the animal I've just become, so the faster this fight ends, the better. Andy seems only slightly surprised that I have gone from human to jaguar, matching her, mirroring her. But she recovers quickly, and the sudden swipe of her claws catches me across the side of my face. She slashes upward, barely missing my eye. I grunt in pain, no, growl in pain. I leap towards her, slashing out with my own razor-sharp claws. I swipe her across the chest, and she lets out a cry of pain before leaping on top of me. This might be the strangest fight I've ever been in, and that is saying a lot. And yet, it feels so natural in this body. My claws and canines know exactly what to do as I slash at her. Red blood bends into our burgundy fur as we roll over one another, growling and slicing each other's flesh anywhere we can. We are quite literally fighting like rabid animals. I let instinct take over, let myself tap into that animal side a little more. Keep your head, keep your head, keep your head. She's on top of me, and my teeth snap, meeting the soft skin of her neck. She yelps, and I throw her off me, watching as she tumbles into the sand and crashes into a hedge. I slink towards her, paws patting silently as I close in on my kill. No, not my kill. My family. Andy. She's trying to get up, trying to slice me with her claws and teeth as I approach. I crouch over her. The small jaguar who dared challenge me. My teeth are bared and a growl grows in my throat. I am Kai Azar, Prince and future enforcer of Ilia. I am Kai Azar, Prince and Pain. Jagged teeth are clamped around my shoulder, tearing at flesh and fur. I roar and raise my uninjured arm, ready to finish this with one swipe. A flash of light momentarily blinds my sharp eyes, and I stagger back, stunned as I'm returned to my senses. I was about to kill her. I need to change back, now. Blinking, I look down at where Andy should be lying beneath me. But there's nothing there. A sudden shadow looms above, drawing my attention up towards the sky. Well, where the sky would be, if I could see it. Vines and thick foliage have created a barrier over the top of the maze, a dome of greenery enclosing us completely. I hear the rustle of feathers and a flash of wine-red wings flapping against the thick ceiling. She's shifted into a falcon, trying desperately to fly up and over the maze with no luck. A valiant effort, but one that the blooms cannot allow. Andy screeches, trying to claw at the branches trapping her in this cage. Then she's diving back towards the sand, blinding me with a flashing light. I blink and she's back in her jaguar form, not giving me a second glance before limping away. I don't waste another second before shifting back. My clothes are still intact, if not soaked with blood. I'm covered in deep gashes, the one in my face stinging as blood streams down into my eye. But it's the bite mark that draws my attention. It's deep and dripping blood, the outline of a set of sharp teeth imprinted into the skin of my shoulder, and it hurts like hell. I rip off a strip of fabric from the hem of my shirt and wrap it around the wound, trying to stop the steady flow of blood. My very bones seem to ache as I head off again through the maze, having wasted far too much time clawing at my cousin. Right, left, screams. I still. Another cry. Right, left, right. I stop suddenly. The faintest tingle of power bubbles in my veins. I focus on it, willing it to grow stronger. It does, and I don't hesitate to grab hold of it. A smile splits my bloody face. Looks like a bloom got too close.
Chapter 57. Payton.
Don't worry, I'll make this quick. Sadly, I don't have enough time to play with you.
I spin around slowly in the narrow path, facing the owner of that cold voice and even colder brown eyes. Blair, I say stiffly. She steps towards me with a smile twisting her lips. Hello, Payton. Are you sure you want to do this? I ask coolly. Have you already forgotten what I did to your nose the last time we fought? No, she practically snarls. I haven't forgotten. I take a step back, branches clawing at my arms, foot protesting in pain. I open my mouth to spout off another remark to buy me more time, but nothing comes out. In fact, air isn't getting in. And then my feet leave the ground. I'm gasping, clawing at my neck, though I know there isn't a hand constricting my windpipe. No, this is the work of nothing more than Blair's twisted mind. Her signature move. I'm dangling in the air, several feet off the ground, choking. Just because I'm going to make this quick doesn't mean it won't be painful. She gives me a pout. Sorry, Payton. We don't always get what we want, do we? My vision blurs, making it difficult to see the hand stretch towards me, or the wicked smile curving her lips. I can just barely breathe. Despite her promise to make this quick, she's drawing this out. Think. I need to get close enough to her to land a blow. Our spar after the ball taught me all I need to know about the lack of physical fighting she does. If I can just get close to her. If I can just breathe. You would know a lot about not getting what you want. My voice is a croak, a pitiful excuse at sounding passive. Just using the limited air I have to speak those words has my head spinning, has me praying that she'll take the bait. Her hold loosens. Barely. There's a question in her eyes, one I intend to answer. Kai. His name tumbles out of my mouth, breathless. Blair's stare is sharper than my dagger I so desperately wish I had right now. The princes, I continue with a cough. Kai and Kit, both. You can't have either of them. I pause before choking out. Because they don't want you. I slam into the ground. The little air I had whooshes out of me. I'm left panting, my face half buried in the sand. Get up. I lift my head and push shaky arms underneath me, slowly making it to my feet. And alarmingly, Blair lets me. A fit of coughing laughter escapes me when my eyes meet hers. I hold her gaze, now burning with anger. That's it. Get mad enough to hurt me with your own 2 hands. Tell me, what's it like, being rejected over and over and... I don't even get the chance to finish my sentence before I'm thrown through the air and crashing back into the sand. Coughing, catching my breath, I begin rolling over onto my back. Blinding pain shoots through my ribs. I curl into myself, my only defense against the hard boot connecting with my stomach. I crack an eye open, catching sight of Blair's livid face above me, contorted in rage. Never forget that your wit is a weapon to be wielded, if only your mind can be as sharp as your blade. I smile despite the pain. I have her right where I want her. Her foot drives into my stomach again, and this time I catch it. I hear her gasp of surprise when I twist it terribly before yanking it towards me, sending her crashing to the ground. I've knocked the wind out of her, something I know she isn't used to feeling, not when she's always had her power to hide behind. I'm crawling on top of her in an instant, pinning her arms down beneath my knees. She growls up at me, her gaze filled with guttural rage. I know I only have time for one hit before she recovers and throws me off her with her mind. So I make that hit count. I slide my father's ring onto my middle finger and send a hard right hook to her temple, hitting that sensitive spot on her head with very little sensitivity. And just like that, she's out cold. But not for long. She'll wake within the next couple of minutes, and by then, I'll be lost in the maze and hopefully far away. Because next time we meet, I have a feeling she'll crush my heart on sight. I stumble to my feet, body aching. Every inch of me screams in protest, staggers with each step. But I force myself forward, force myself to pick up speed. I'm lost in the madness of the maze again, second-guessing each path I take, wondering if the other would have led to my victory. Left or right? Left. Definitely left. Definitely not, seeing that it's a dead end. Every few minutes, I hear a cry of pain or sounds of a struggle blending with the shouts of the crowd far beyond these walls. Sights stand in the paths, startling me so much that I nearly punch half of them. But as soon as they see me coming, they move out of my way as best they can. I feel sorry for them. Sorry that the things they have witnessed have been permanently burned into their brains. The maze rearranges itself for the 10th time, forcing me off my closing path and onto a new one. I want to scream. I turn right down a path at random before skidding to a stop. There, at the end of this narrow path, is a sandy, open circle. The center. The victory. My victory.
Chapter 58. Kai. The very earth is under my control. One could say I hold the world in the palm of my hand, though it's a very dramatic interpretation of my power. Well, the power I'm borrowing. The maze wall before me collapses. The vines and foliage that make up the hedge sink back into the ground, slipping beneath the sand. I run forward, reaching out with the bloom's power to tear down walls or split them in half. I'm destroying every bit of the maze near me, unraveling vines and branches. I create a clear and wide path, all while hoping I'm running in the right direction. And I don't slow. Hedges melt apart from me to run through while others slither back into the earth where they sprouted from. The shouts of the crowd amplify with each wall I tear down. The sound of my name echoes through the audience, but I ignore it, focusing on my ability. Focusing on the ability that is flickering, the power inside of me dims. The blooms have finally figured out what I'm doing and are no doubt running away from the maze, trying to get out of my range. I split a wall in front of me, creating a path for me to run through. It grows and then stops. The ability seeps from my bones, leaving me powerless and pointlessly holding an outstretched hand at the hedge. I push my way through the hole I created, thorns and branches clawing at me. I hear the maze rebuilding itself behind me as the blooms try to fix the damage I've done. But it's too late. I've already made it to the center. I step into the open circle, filled with nothing but sand and the two figures within it. The first came from a path in the maze opposite mine, and the flash of silver glinting in the light tells me exactly who it is. Peyton is limping. Her whole body seems to drag even while she pushes it to run. Her leg and body are bloodied, bruised. I start forward. But her gaze never finds mine. No, those blue eyes are fixed on the figure at the center of the circle. Peyton's steps falter, fumbling as though she's back in my bedroom where I taught her how to dance. And then she's sprinting towards the criminal who's destined to die.
Chapter 59. Peyton. I suddenly can't breathe again, and I vaguely wonder if Blair's back, squeezing the air from my lungs with her invisible grip. I sway on the spot, feet sinking into the sand beneath me at the edge of the circle. I'm seeing things. I must be seeing things. I stagger forward, tripping into a run. I force myself to go faster, ignoring the protest of pain shooting up my foot. Adina? This can't be right. This can't be happening. Her beautiful form is broken and bleeding. Her knees sink into the sand, and her hands are tightly tied behind her back. Tears streak down her once glowing dark skin, now dull and drenched with blood. A shuddering sob escapes her, and my heart threatens to fail me at the sound. I've never heard Adina cry. Even after losing her parents as I had, after being beaten for attempting to steal those sticky buns she loved so much, After shivering on the streets, nothing has ever broken her. Nothing has ever dulled the light that is her. She's my light. I'm stumbling towards her, numb and nauseous all at once. This isn't right. This can't be right. Peyton! Her voice cracks, and I think my heart does the same. She struggles to stand, trying to walk towards me even with her feet bound. Panic laces her next words, fast and frantic. Pay, I'm so sorry, Time seems to stall. The scene seems to slow, unfolding so vividly, so violently. And I know in this moment that I will see it every time I shut my eyes. All it takes is one brutally blunt branch. One single, broken branch to break her. The gnarled wood flies, guided by an invisible force before it meets her back, skewering her right through the chest. The scream couldn't even tear from my throat fast enough. Adina! She sways, blinking down at the bloody branch protruding from her chest. Then her gaze slowly climbs up to mine as I stumble into a sprint, tears blurring my vision. The sound of screaming fills my ears. I think it might be coming from me. She crumples. And when she does, I catch sight of the leering smile and lilac hair at the other side of the circle, hand outstretched. The hand that guided and granted the gift of death, using nothing but her mind to meet the target. No! My scream is raw, ripping from my throat. I reach Adina before she hits the ground, gathering her into my arms as I gently lower her into the sand. I'm cradling her head while her bloody body is draped across my lap. Tears are streaming down my face. Screams are crawling up my throat. Her skin is sticky with sweat as I push the dark curls out of her face, smoothing the uneven bangs from her eyes that she had me cut in the fort with unsteady hands. Those wide hazel eyes are staring up into mine, watery with unshed tears. You're going to be fine, eh? My hands are shaking as I tenderly touch the wound, my voice shaking as words spill out of me as quickly as my tears. You hear me? You are going to be fine, and when you are, I'm going to get you so many sticky buns that even you will grow sick of them, okay? I look up frantically and scream. Help! Please, somebody help! But my cries are drowned out by the cheers of the crowd, leaving me to whisper my pleas. Help her. Please. Please. I look down at Adina through the tears in my eyes. You have to stay with me. My voice breaks. I break. You have to promise me you'll stay. Adina draws in a sharp breath, weak and wavering. Pay. The sob I've been smothering slips past my lips when she says my name, so soothing and sweet, as if I'm the one who needs to be comforted. You know, I don't make promises I can't keep. Her voice grows softer with each word, her energy spent, and with another wheezing breath, she pulls her cracked lips into a smile. Even in the face of death, she smiles. Death. She's dying. No, no, no! My words are a sob, a shaky cry. Don't say that. You're fine. Everything is going to be fine. She's still smiling at me as the tears slip down her face from those warm hazel eyes, now slightly unfocused. Promise you'll wear it for me? I blink at her, only blurring my vision with more tears. What? The vest. Her voice is barely a whisper, forcing me to lean forward to hear her as she says, The green one with the pockets. She takes a wheezing breath before ragged coughs rack her body. Blood stains her lips and slips from the corners of her mouth, but she continues, determined as ever. The stitching took me ages,
And I'd hate for all my hard work to go to waste. An equal part sob and hysterical laugh escapes me. I promise, I'll wear it every day for you. She smiles the kind of sad smile one would think the sun does when setting. Warm and wonderful. Worn out and weary. Ready to say goodbye. To take a break from having to be a constant source of light. Relief at the prospect of rest. Her eyes flutter shut, and I'm suddenly so terrified I'll never get another glimpse of that hazel gaze again. Please, I whisper, pulling her closer to me. Please don't leave me, You're all I have left. She's the only person who knows me. My heart aches. Death is too dark for Adina, too bleak for her brightness, too undeserving of her dazzling soul. Her eyelids crack open, revealing a sliver of those hazel eyes for me to memorize one last time. She struggles to speak, struggles to take shallow breaths. This is not a goodbye, only a good way to say bye until I see you next. My body shakes with sobs as I stroke her beautiful face, remembering those words as the same one she said to me before I left Lute. Only then, her phrase was accompanied by smiles and waves, so sure that she would see me again. And now, she never will. It should have been me. It was supposed to be me. I was the one meant to die in these trials, not her. Anyone but her. A wave of guilt crashes over me, threatening to drown me like my tears. This is all my fault. She's only here because of my forgetfulness, my selfishness. I brought her here after I had forgotten about her. I brought her to her death. I need you to know that I will never forget you, I choke out through my sobs. Not in this lifetime or the next. Never again. She barely manages a nod before her eyes flutter shut. I sob, my body slumping over her as I press my forehead to her own. You're my favorite, With lips pulled into a soft smile, I hear her take a shuddering breath. Take her final breath, leaving me shaking, leaving me screaming, leaving me sobbing, leaving me.
Chapter 60. Kai. Utter anguish, utter agony, utterly alone. That is what I hear in her cry. I'm rooted to the spot, unable to tear my feet out of the sand or my eyes from her crumpled form. I barely saw the branch before it ran the criminal through. No, not a criminal. Adina. Confusion clouds my thoughts as another one of Peyton's cries cuts through the air. Adina shouldn't have been here. She was no prisoner of mine, and she certainly was no criminal worthy of this death. Peyton is sinking into the sand, rocking back and forth as she clutches the lifeless form of her best friend against her chest. I heard countless stories about the two of them together during the first trial. Peyton's love for her friend was evident then, but now it's written all over her face, riddled with each cry. I never imagined I would see her weep, but even the strongest among us break down, burdened and buried by grief. I want to go to her, want to wrap my arms around her, distract her, comfort her in a way I know I should, but I'm unsure how. Hurt is what I know how to do, not what I know how to help. The crowd has erupted in cheers and chants. Blair steps farther into the circle, grinning at the gruesome act she's committed. She's just won this trial, and the crowd praises her for it. It's over. It's all over. I step towards Peyton and farther into the open ring, I glimpse Jax's head peek out behind a wall before he blinks several feet into the circle. Out of the corner of my eye, I catch sight of Andy staggering into the circle, fully human and coated in blood. She's clutching her head, disoriented after finally being able to shift back. The pain from the wounds I inflicted most likely jolted her mind, allowing her to think clearly enough to turn again. I'm close enough to Peyton now that I can see the tears streaking down her face, trailing through the dirt and blood coating her skin. Her forehead is pressed against her friend's with her eyes squeezed shut and sobs shaking her body. The cries of the crowd are deafening as I deftly make my way to her, ready to drop to my knees and... Something about the stomping crowd shifts. The shouts of elation and excitement turn to hideous screams of horror. I was too focused on Peyton to hear it earlier, but now the sound crashes into me, confuses me. I hear the shout of a panting Imperial nearby, sounding winded as though he ran here. "The tunnels! They came through the tunnels into the box!" I swivel around, nearly as frantic as the crowd filling the stands. They are all shouting at once, trapped in their seats by black masked figures blocking the exits from each of the stands. And with the mute covering them, the people have no power to fight back. My eyes sweep over their scared faces before they land on the glass box where my parents and Kit reside. And then I see it. See them. The Resistance. A man is standing beside my father wearing a black mask and pressing a knife to his throat. There are other members of the Resistance in the box, surrounding the King and Queen and Kit. They are holding them almost lazily, all gripping daggers in their hands, though they don't look like they intend to use them, which can only mean one thing. They are silencers, maybe even other fatals. Otherwise, my father would have torn their limbs off by now. Kit would have lit them on fire, and Mother would have helped by electrocuting them if it weren't for their powers being suppressed or controlled. I can barely make out their twisted faces, grimacing with the weight of a fatal's power crushing them. But I know the agony all too well, the agony of everything you are being suppressed as the very power you possess is stripped away from you. I know that face they are wearing because I've worn it many times before. They are being smothered by silencers. And then so am I.
Chapter 61. Peyton. Please. I keep muttering the word over and over again, like it can bring her back to me. Like a prayer, a plea. Please, please, please. I barely hear the cheering crowd over the roaring grief in my head, my heart. I clutch her against me, my forehead resting atop her soft curls. I can still smell the faintest scent of honey on her, sticking to her hair and body. She always smelled like honey. She always smelled like home. My face feels numb, and I can no longer feel the tears rolling down my cheeks. I lift her up gently, cradling her back so I can hold her closer. My blurry eyes snag on her bound hands tucked behind her back, and the sight of them sends a shuddering sob through me. They broke her fingers. They are bent at odd angles, bleeding, bruised. Those small and slender hands are mangled, a mockery of what they once were, of what they could do. Before death, the thing that made her feel most alive was taken from her. Her sewing hands, her talented fingers, broken. Then they broke her. A wave of white-hot anger sweeps through me, washing away the guilt and sorrow to replace it with searing rage. She broke her. Blair. I'm going to kill her. I blink down at Adina's lifeless form. Even in death, she is beautiful, brilliant, breathtaking. Just the sight of her so still, so silent, fans my fury, redirecting it towards another murderer. He broke her. The king. He brought her here to be killed. Adina was no criminal. My hatred for him flares. He did this on purpose. He warned me I wouldn't win these trials. Made sure of it. Not when I had to kill my best friend to do so. This man has taken everything from me. This king has killed the only family I've ever known. First my father, and now Adina. Screams from the crowd finally reach my ears, pulling me out of my pathetic state for a moment. I look up to see the walls of the maze have vanished, leaving me sitting in the center of the sandy pit. The other contestants are standing close by, all looking equally confused. The crowd is crazed. Elites are yelling and pointing and, "The tunnels! They came through the tunnels into the box!" I stiffen. They're here. My eyes scan the crowd for anyone familiar before landing on the glass box. Sure enough, I spot Callum leading the king out, one hand clutching a dagger to his throat, while the other clutches his arm. A man I've never seen before, whom I can only assume is a silencer, follows closely behind to the rail overlooking the pit. "Came through the tunnels!" I hear another Imperial shout through the crowd, barking out orders along with it. But there are few guards who aren't trapped by the mute-encased stands where members of the resistance are blocking the exits, and the handful of Imperials that are free make no move to rush to their king's side. They can't, not without fear of their leader's throat being slit if they get too close. For once in their life, elites feel truly powerless. And then I feel his eyes burning into me. They are like green emeralds, sharp and cutting from where he meets my gaze inside the glass box. How wrong I was to think their eyes weren't similar. Because when his gaze pierces mine, I don't see him. I see his father. The future king knows this was my doing. He knows because he showed me that tunnel and its key. He knows because he trusted me with that information. Kit knows that I betrayed him. He holds my gaze, looking so hurt, so horrified, so full of hatred. His eyes are so cold that I nearly shiver under his stare. The boy glaring down at me is devoid of every bit of warmth, every bit of charm I've come to know. He is cold. He is callous. He is like this because of me. He is his father. I hear sand shifting beneath my feet and rip my eyes away from Kit to find 4 silencers walking towards us, hands outstretched, power pressing. Grunts echo from the contestants near me, and my gaze lands on Kai only a few paces away, eyes squeezed shut against the pain. My heart constricts at the sight of him clutching his head, sinking to his knees in the sand. Blair, Jax, and Andy do the same, grimacing with the pain of their powers being silenced, smothered, subdued. "And this concludes the 6th ever purging trials." Callum's voice booms over the arena, stilling and silencing everyone with a single sentence. Tiala is beside him, looking terrified, with her hand pressed against his arm. The king, on the other hand, looks almost deceptively calm as he tries to seem completely unaffected by the dagger at his throat and the resistance surrounding him. "Many of you may not know who we are," Callum continues, voice clear, eyes roaming over the crowd. "And that is because we are your king's most deadly secret, his dirtiest secret. We are ordinaries. We are fatals. We are the resistance." A collective gasp echoes through the stands, shock settling over the crowd. They can do nothing but watch the scene unfold, with their powers suppressed by the bowl and resistance members blocking their escape. "Today, we come out of the darkness and show you who we are, what we want to change." I can't move, eyes glued to Callum as he turns to look at the king now. Every guard, every citizen watches in stunned silence, unable to stop this. "This could all be over. No more death. No more fighting." He gestures to the crowd now, waving a hand. "We are everywhere. We are not extinct from this kingdom, despite what your king has you believe. We have never stopped growing. never stopped fighting against the injustices that the purging brought, and we have gathered here today. The people seemed terrified at the prospect of so many diseased ordinaries living among them. It's clear that elites will do anything to keep their powers, to survive, and if they continue to believe that ordinaries will kill them off, then they will only continue to kill us off first. I silently plead with Callum to tell them the king's lie. Tell them we are healthy and whole. We may not have proof, but the fact that we've lived among them for decades with no outbreaks of disease or loss of elite powers will have to be enough for now. Although, it seems that most of the kingdom doesn't care enough about ordinaries to even consider that. They just blindly trusted their twisted king. Callum's gaze shifts between the future king in the glass box and his future enforcer grimacing in pain beside me. We can peacefully come together, or we cannot. I would think the lives of your only heirs would be enough to persuade you to set your pride aside and reunite all of Ilia's people together. My heart stops before sputtering back to life. They are going to kill the princes if the king does not relent. They are gambling with the future of Ilia. Gambling with lives. They didn't tell me that. No, no, no. The crowd's response is a roar of rage. This was not how it was supposed to go. Threatening the prince's lives will only lead to the people's anger being directed at us, at our cause. It's harmful, not helpful. My head is spinning, while Ilians scream in protest. Callum's voice is stern. People of Ilia, welcome us home. We are no threat to... A sharp intake of breath from behind startles me, pulling my attention from Callum and the king. The silencer standing before Kai stiffens. His eyes are wide, sweat slicking his brow. He opens his mouth as if to shout something, a warning, and then... Kai erupts in flames.
Chapter 62. Kai. My mind feels muffled, my head hazy. This can't be happening. 4 silencers stand in front of each of us, smothering our powers. Every contestant but Payton is feeling like their head is splitting. I know she isn't affected by the silencer's power, but why is no member of the resistance even touching her, guarding her, getting close to her? The thought slips my mind when another wave of what I can only describe as heaviness crashes into me. The ache and agony of it is hardly bearable, even with all the training I've been doing with Damien. My pounding head is making it hard for me to focus on the man beside Father, his face swimming in my vision. From what I can hear through the ringing in my ears, his speech consists of how the ordinaries want to live, even despite the disease they will spread to the elites. But if there are as many ordinaries living among us, as he says, then why have we not felt the effects, the loss of power? My head throbs even more as I try to puzzle it out. The man keeps talking, but I bare my teeth and block him out. I take a deep breath, pushing aside the pain to focus on the feeling of power beneath it. I focus on the man currently silencing me, as the tingling thrum of his ability grows under my skin. I shut my eyes, reaching out towards that power just as I had done so many times before with Damien. Of course, I'd never actually been able to do it. Not helping. Adrenaline mixes with that faint feeling of power, so feather light beneath my skin, I latch onto it. It's odd to think that the very same power the silencer is using to suppress my ability is still my power, nonetheless. Clinging to the silencer's ability, feeling it flood my body, I throw it back at him. His eyes go wide at the sudden feel of his power battling him. He was not prepared for this, not expecting this. He let his guard down. Only a silencer can beat a silencer. And that's exactly what I do. I beat him with his own ability. The weight of his silence slips from my shoulders, and then I consume them in flame.
Chapter 63. Payton. Screams fill the air. Silencers are doused in flame, and the smell of burning flesh has me gagging. The silencers are rolling around in the sand, trying to smother the flames licking at their skin, burning their clothing. Their smothering silence over the contestants has snapped, setting them free. I still have no idea how it happened, how Kai suddenly broke free of the silencer's control and took on Kit's dual ability. His blast of fire, his brutal attack, has sent the whole arena into chaos once again. My eyes dart to the stands, where the crowd is beginning to push back against the resistance, and a struggle ensues. Imperials are suddenly pouring into the arena to join the fight, and I'm shocked by how many have arrived so quickly. I whip my head around, aware that the number of black-masked figures is dwindling. We weren't expecting this. We weren't prepared to fight, to lose. I need to get out of here. Now. The idea of running at a time like this makes my stomach churn, but the future king knows what I've done. The thought pounds through my skull as I scan the arena for him. He's currently pushing through the crowd now gathered around the glass box after they overpowered the resistance and scattered from their stands. Flames lick up his arms as he fights anyone who comes near him. Kai has run to join the fight, his movements precise, perfect, as he drops resistance members left and right. The sight of it makes me sick. I have no idea where Jax is, but I spot short burgundy hair in the sea of people and know immediately that it belongs to Andy. And for her sake, Blair is lucky I can't seem to find her. Oh, but I will, and I'll enjoy killing her. I move to stand to my feet and abruptly stop at the feel of a heavy weight on my lap. Adina. Tears prick my eyes yet again, but I blink them away, forcing myself to keep my head. I look from her calm, motionless face to the chaos around us and the bloody battle that is raging. I try to lift her up with me, but she's heavy, dead weight. Literally. I choke at the thought as I push her off my lap and settle her onto the sand. I can't take her with me. She will never get a proper burial. She will never get the goodbye she deserves. I'm so sorry, A. I whisper, kissing her forehead. I'm so sorry. I stand to my feet, wiping at the tears I tried to stop from falling. I start to turn away from her lifeless body, unable to bear the sight of it any longer. I love you. And then I'm running. Coward. Just like with Father. The symmetry in their deaths is sickening. Both run through in the chest, both bleeding out before me, both left lying on the ground, left to rot without a burial. Both deaths ending in me running. I want to scream. At myself, at their killers, at the world. I push through the throng of people, through the massive mob fighting in the pit, the stairs, the stands. Black and white masks clash as resistance members battle Imperials. But the fight isn't fair. There are so many Imperials, and even with the power of the Fatals beside the Ordinaries, the resistance is outnumbered. I weave between bodies and duck under punches as I shove up the crowded stairs leading out of the pit and onto an equally crowded pathway above. My many years of dodging and slipping unseen through loot serve me well as my feet fall into a familiar rhythm, treading softly, swiftly. Shouts watch over me. Cries echo through the arena. The fight is a dull roar in my ears, but I force myself to follow the flow of people trying to get away from the fight rather than join it. I want to turn around. I want to fight with the resistance, with my people. What good would you do? Those 5 words snake their way into my head, wrapping around me so tightly I feel like I might suffocate. The choking hold of that thought only tightens when 9 little letters string together, creating a word equally as devastating as the last 5. Powerless. In every sense of the word. The human current I've allowed myself to be swept away in finally dumps me outside the bowl. Wind whips at my hair when we emerge, all of us spilling out into a long, wide path lined with trees. The path that leads to the palace. The aliens around me scatter. They dart, running around the outside of the bowl until their feet find another road heading in the opposite direction, the road that leads to the city. I start to follow them, my legs moving of their own accord, leading me to loot, leading me home. And then I stop. Something in my chest is aching. My heart. Adina's vest. I spin, staring at the castle that holds the promise I made. I'll wear it every day for you. The promise pounds in my head, and it's all I need to start sprinting down the tree-lined path. The pink flowers and dainty petals that rained down on me the first time I walked this path are long gone. They are now dead and trampled on the ground, leaving only empty buds and leafy branches swaying above me as I race beneath them. Bloody foot and injuries be damned. The few Imperials that chased me back in loot for stealing could have never gotten me to run so fast, so far. When my feet hit the cobblestone courtyard, I don't bother slowing. I race over it as raindrops begin to prick my skin and slick the ground beneath me. I scramble up the stone steps leading to the giant gilded doors of the castle. Get inside, grab the vest, get out, make it to loot, and... Miss Grey! I startle, looking up to see 4 Imperials stationed outside the heavy doors I'd been too busy sprinting towards to see. An older man rushes down to meet me, concern crinkling his eyes around the white mask he wears. Miss, are you all right? Has the fighting stopped? Has the resistance been defeated? His eyes search mine, looking for answers. So they clearly know what is going on inside the bowl's walls, and yet they are stuck here. They've no doubt received specific orders to stay and guard the castle, along with the many other Imperials I'm sure are prowling inside. The ones I need to get past to get to my room. Yes, I need a plan. Fast. And the one that comes to mind is one I'm not proud of. I let my body go limp as I stumble forward on the steps. I throw out my hands to catch my fall, but the Imperial beats me to it. He wraps an arm around my middle to steady me, and I suppress the urge to snap it in half. I reach down and clutch at my foot and the blood-soaked cloth carelessly wrapped around it, now nearly falling off with all the running I've done. I plaster on my best grimace, though it's not difficult to do with the adrenaline slowly seeping from my body to be replaced by pain once again. You're hurt. The Imperial's eyes dart to my foot when I hiss in pain. How observant. Yes, but I'm fine, I place my foot back on the steps and gasp dramatically in pain. I'm really milking this for all it's worth. My fingers curl around the Imperial's starchy white uniform, my eyes pleading. I could barely make it out of there. It's chaos, and I take a shaky breath. I'm so scared, and my foot hurts so badly, and I don't know what to do. Plagues, I cannot believe I've reduced myself to this. I sound hysterical, and that is exactly what I was going for. The Imperial glances up to his friends at the top of the steps, before returning his concerned gaze back to me. Why don't we get you back to your room so you can rest and get that foot healed? This will all be over soon. A tear rolls down my cheek as I nod fervently at him, hoping I look scared and stunned, though I am neither of those things. I just need him so I can get to my room without looking suspicious, without drawing attention from the other Imperials, who will ask questions I don't have the answers to. But if I have an Imperial as my escort, the problem that is me will already be handled and under control. Another 2 things I am neither of. Rankin, take Miss Grey to her room, then inform a healer that she needs assistance. The Imperial gestures to a broad man with bulging muscles that are evident even through the stiff uniform he wears. Brawny. He nods and saunters over to me, saying in a deep voice, "This will be faster and far less painful for you if we do this my way." Apparently, his way involves scooping me up and carrying me like an incompetent child. His hands are under my knees and around my back, easily holding me against him as we step through the large doors and into the hallway beyond. My first instinct is to swing my legs over his shoulders and lock him in a chokehold before flipping him to the ground. But that was before my smarter, more strategical instinct reminded me that this is what I want, what I need to do. So I swallow my pride and let him carry me. Let him stride down each hall with me in his arms and dozens of Imperials buzzing around us. I fight my smile when they barely bat an eye in our direction. Before I know it, the Imperial sets me on my bed, grumbling something about sending for a healer. I wait until the sound of his footsteps grow distant before bolting off the mattress and throwing open the doors of my wardrobe. I tear through the dresses and fancy training gear to a shelf in the back. Pants and comfy shirts are neatly folded there, the work of Ellie and her constant cleaning. Reaching under a stack of cotton shirts, my fingers brush against familiar rough fabric. My heart squeezes as I pull out the vest I've kept hidden away. Its olive fabric is dull, and yet I've never seen anything more perfect. I run my fingers along the pockets, lining both the inside and outside of the vest, making it the ideal accessory for a thief. I take a deep breath before slipping it on over my cut tank, now slicked with sweat. Then I grab a new pair of boots and am about to slip them on when the door creaks open, revealing a stout man who can only be the healer. "I heard you were injured?" "Yes," I blurt before putting on a show of stumbling towards him. "It's my foot." "I see." The man waddles over, gesturing for me to sit on the bed. I consider knocking him out before deciding to take advantage of his quick healing first. He gently takes my foot in his hands, and I watch as his fingers dance over the jagged cuts crawling up my ankle. The sight of my flesh knitting back together sends memories of my father flooding into my thoughts, paining me more than the injury. I blink them away when the healer finishes, leaving only faint pink lines as evidence of my wounds.
"Well, if that's all..."
I slip my dagger out from under the pillow beside me, and the healer is out cold when the hilt of it connects with his temple. I try my best to soften his fall, but he nearly crushes me as he comes crashing to the floor. I step over his body, slipping on my boots and whispering my thanks, though he will never hear it. I silently slip into the hallway. The Imperials think I'm safely in my room, whining about my wound, and though that image infuriates me, I'd like to keep it that way. If I'm seen, my cover is blown. Luckily, I have lots of practice at going unseen. I'm on the balls of my feet as I creep down the hallway, prepared to jump into a room or change directions at any sign of movement. I dart down halls, avoiding the large, more frequently used ones as best I can. The few Imperials that happen to cross my path are distracted and easily evaded as I head towards my escape. The gardens. It's the closest exit to where I am, as well as the only one that is likely unguarded. With the current chaos causing the castle to be undermanned as it is, I'm betting that the exit will be far from every Imperial's mind. And I was right. I reach the door leading to the beautiful landscape beyond and swing it open. The rain is relentless, continuing its fall from the cloudy sky above. I hurry through the paths lined with flowers of every color, size, and shape. Then I'm breezing past the fountain, where Kit and I nearly splashed half of the water out at each other. Kit. I push the thought of him and my betrayal away, focusing all my attention on making it back to Loot as quickly as possible, which won't be quick at all, considering I'll have to make it there on foot. I'm back on the path leading towards the bowl, making my way to the one leading towards Loot. I'm panting, legs pumping, as I sprint once more down the tree-lined path. Grief and anger mix with adrenaline, making me feel equally energized and exhausted all at once. The bowl looks more daunting than ever before. Metal beams and concrete tower over me, and the shouts and sounds of the struggle within only adds to its intimidating presence. Every citizen who hasn't joined the fight must be long gone by now, leaving the resistance and Imperials to battle within the arena. I pass a tunnel leading into the bowl, and then another. I keep my eyes on the road home as it draws closer and closer. The broad figure of a man staggers out onto the path I'm so desperately trying to get to. He's clutching at his head, though I can't make out any of his features as I blink rapidly in the rain. All I know is that he is in my way. He turns, hands still pressed to his temple, and spots me. I don't bother slowing my pace. Whoever this man is, I won't hesitate to take him down if he tries to stop me. I'm running, getting closer with every step, all while squinting through the rain as I try to get a clear view of his face. He's smiling at me. It's the kind of smile that sends a shiver down your spine. The kind of smile that is anything but kind. The kind of smile that tells me this man knows exactly who I am. My feet falter. Less than a dozen yards separate us now. And that's when I see it. I see green eyes, colder than the rain soaking through my thin clothing. I see golden hair, duller than the cloudy sky. I see lips twisted in a smile, wickeder than the storm raging above us. "Ah, Peyton Gray," he calls to me over the whipping wind, his voice sharp and silky all at once. "Or should I call you a resistance member? An ordinary? A betrayer?" I step closer, though I already know exactly who stands before me. I see the king. Anger isn't a strong enough word for the emotion coursing through me when I look at this man, this monster, this murderer. His eyes are crazed, his hair bloody from a deep gash near his temples still dripping blood. How he managed to get away from the fighting mob inside the bowl is beyond me, and yet here he is, stumbling right into my path, stumbling alone. The king is completely alone. I almost want to thank the plague for this gift. Almost. I continue striding forward, refusing to run from him, from this opportunity. The sound of sliding steel sings through the rumbling thunder as he draws a sword from the sheath at his side. "Oh, don't look so shocked that I figured it out," he croons, causing my blood to boil. "I knew this was coming. You wheedled your way into my naive son's head, his heart, and got what you needed for your little resistance. And as for knowing you are an ordinary, well, I've known for quite some time now." A smile twists his face at the look of shock on mine. "Not to mention that I knew who your father was, what he was a part of. I knew many things about him before his unfortunate end." His smile is evil incarnate. "Stabbed through the chest, was it?" I go rigid, every part of me filled with rage, but I force a cool mask over my features, ignoring his last statement and referring to his first. "And what should I call you? King or coward? Liar or murderer? All would be appropriate, don't you think?" He barks out a laugh, and I can barely control my anger at the sound of it. My hands shake as I ball them into fists at my sides, nails cutting into my palms. Words fall out of my mouth before I can stop them. "You killed her." He huffs as if this amuses him. "Who, your little friend?" His eyes flash, betraying the anger he's kept buried. "No, you killed her. I warned you about the trials. I warned you to stay away from my sons. You've made my kingdom look weak. You've made my heirs look weak." He spits out the word, disgusted with his own flesh and blood. "You had Kai helping you in the trials, running after you during a ball. You had the future king wrapped around your finger, spilling every secret and bit of information you needed. You are the murderer, Peyton." He takes a step towards me, and I'm rooted to the spot, shaking my head. "You forget what you are, slummer. An ordinary doomed to die. You are nothing." "Then why didn't you kill me?" I yell. "If you knew what I was then, why not kill me like you have with every other ordinary?" "Because I needed you alive," he says simply. "But now you are of no use to me, and since the trials didn't kill you, I get the pleasure of doing that myself." He pauses, and a sneer twists his lips. "Can you read what I'm going to do next with that psychic ability of yours?" A sudden flash of silver blends in with the rain. A sword is swinging at me.
Chapter 64. Kai. A knee connects with my spine. Well, someone has a death wish. I spin, easily burying the knife I nicked off the last man I killed into this one's chest, pushing through the tough leather encasing him. I feel the familiar spray of blood splattering my clothes, my face. I'm covered in it. I yank at the blade, letting the man fall to the ground with a thud. They all have a death wish. The arena is utter chaos. Imperials and Resistance members clash, one in white, one in leather. Ordinaries, elites, and fatals fight side by side. It's bizarre. It's also the only reason this fight isn't over yet. If it weren't for the fatals and elites joined with the Resistance, this would have been a bloodbath. But they are still significantly outnumbered against all the Imperials that now fill the bowl. A black-masked figure comes charging towards me, leather armor soaked with both blood and the rain pelting down on us. I plant my feet on the slick concrete, letting him come to me. The hardest part of this fight is not knowing whether you'll be facing an ordinary, an elite, or a fatal. I barely have enough time to reach out with my power before he's on me. I feel nothing. Ordinary. But not to be underestimated. He flashes 2 knives at me, deadly sharp and skillfully swung. His daggers slash with quick movements, forcing me back. I duck under a swipe that was intended to slice my neck and send a quick jab to his open abdomen. He grunts, but the leather covering his chest and stomach helps to absorb my hit. I sift through the powers that surround me, feeling dozens buzzing under my skin. Why does it feel wrong to fight an ordinary in an extraordinary way? So far, I've used only my own strength to kill them, avoiding the use of an ability. It feels like cheating for some reason, and I like to win my fights fairly. I haven't even touched any of the Fatal's powers, though I feel them, potent and powerful. To use one of their abilities correctly could take years of training, so I stick to what I know, killing with my hands and the familiar abilities around me. He stabs his knife towards my chest. Predictable. I catch his wrist and twist, vaguely hearing his cry of pain as the other dagger plunges upwards, aiming for my heart. I turn, barely missing the fatal stab, and instead earn a shallow slice along my ribs. Still holding his twisted arm, I bend the blade back towards him while grabbing his shoulder. Then I yank him forward. His own knife buries deep into his chest, his eyes widening as he stares down at the hilt in his hand and the blade now buried in his chest. Staggering, he falls towards the concrete path, but I've turned away before his body hits the ground. Pressing an already bloody hand to the new gash across my ribs, I scan the throng. My gaze lands on Kit, watching as he douses those around him in flames. Something isn't right. I've never seen my brother like this before. So bloodthirsty, so brutal. Usually, those words are reserved for me, the future enforcer, and not Kit, the kind and caring future king. But right now, he looks enraged, feral in a way I've never seen before. I continue fighting through the crowd, trying to get a glimpse of father and mother. I'm both relieved and worried when I don't, hoping that Imperials got to them and escorted them back to the castle. It's only then that I notice how much the crowd has dwindled. My eyes dart to a figure running out of a tunnel and beyond the bowl. Another follows, clad in leather and masked in black. They are trying to escape, and I intend to follow.
Chapter 65. Payton. Sharp steel slices deep across my forearm. I had jumped out of the blade's way, though I still earned a searing slash across my arm for my efforts. I bite back a cry of pain and crouch low, pulling my dagger from my boot and gripping it in my sweaty palm. The king laughs, taking another swipe at me with his sword, forcing me to dance around and avoid being sliced into ribbons. It's clear he has the advantage with his longer weapon to accompany his brawny ability. But despite that, he's unsteady on his feet thanks to the wound at his temple. So I do exactly what he mockingly suggested. I read him. He sways with each swing, having to steady himself slightly before trying to land another blow. His right foot steps with each swipe of the sword, followed by a small half-step from his left. He's holding the sword with his right hand, but he has 2 sheaths at his side, telling me he had another weapon at one point and can fight left-handed as well. He swipes again, high this time, forcing me to duck and roll to the right. We circle each other, his twisted smile visible even through the steady stream of rain. I need to get close to him. I need to distract him. Because I am not leaving here until I murder this murderer. Maybe that makes me no better than him. You killed him! You killed my father! I shout over the thunder rolling above us. I step closer, and his sword swings down in a wide arc that would have me cleaved in half if I hadn't dodged in time. He sways like I knew he would after a strike like that, and I use the opportunity to send my dagger sweeping across his chest. It carves a line through his shirt, his skin, leaving blood blooming in its wake. Something hard meets my temple, and my vision bursts with spots. I stumble back, blinking. Through my blurry gaze, I see the king's bloody chest and the sword he's holding, the handle still outstretched after sending it slamming into my skull. He laughs, but I hear the tremor in it. He's worried. He hates that I, a slummer, an ordinary, a no one, just left my mark on him. Oh, I'm going to do far more than leave a scar. Yes, well, a friend told me of his intentions and this resistance he was a part of. His voice is filled with laughter. So I did what I had to do. Another swipe of his sword catches me off guard and slices a shallow line across my abdomen before I dive away. Don't worry, Peyton. I didn't just kill your father simply due to some gossip, though I've killed men for less. I killed him to ensure my elite society remained. I can't seem to comprehend what he's saying, but that may only be due to the rage clouding all reason. Admit it, I spit. You lied to create your elite society. There is no disease spread by ordinaries. We don't weaken the elites or their powers. I did what was necessary, and you have no proof. You're a monster, I choke out. The gesture he makes is something like a shrug. A monster? Maybe. The most powerful king Ilya has ever had? Most definitely. No city is like Ilya, no people like my elites, and I intend to keep it that way. I lunge at him, knife slashing. The steel of his sword meets the much shorter steel of my dagger, hard. Very hard. Even when weakened, he's a brawny with strength that is far greater than my own. My dagger flies out of my hand, knocked to the ground by the force of the blow. I don't hesitate, don't even give myself time to panic, before grabbing hold of his outstretched wrist and driving my knee up to meet his elbow. The sickening crack of his bone breaking blends in with a clap of thunder rumbling above us. His sword slips from his hand and hits the ground as he cries out, and then the earth is racing up to meet me. He's thrown me to the ground using every bit of brawny strength and raw rage he can muster. The back of my head smacks the packed earth, and I'm suddenly seeing spots again. I can't see. I'm blinking ferociously, desperately trying to clear my vision. My head is pounding, feeling as though it's split into 2, and maybe it is. Something hot and sticky is oozing from the back of my head, and even in my hazy state, I'm certain that isn't a good sign. My vision slowly begins to return, clearing enough for me to see what is looming over me. The king, sword clutched with his unbroken arm, a smile curling his cracked lips. No. I struggle to sit up, but a heavy weight pushes me back to the ground. His booted foot is crushing my ribs, pinning me beneath him helplessly. Not like this. I refuse to die like this. Is that all you care about? My voice sounds foreign in my own ears, scratchy and scared. Power? Ruling over an elite kingdom? Does human life mean nothing to you? Ordinaries are a weak excuse for life. An embarrassment, he growls. They should have died with the plague, but instead they plague us.
I've planned for this day a long time, waiting until I could rid myself of this resistance. And I suppose I have you to thank for their downfall." His smile is twisted, and my head is pounding as I try to understand what he's saying. "Only the strongest, the most powerful will prevail." He leans down slightly, his cold gaze boring into mine as he says, "It's survival of the fittest, and the fittest are the elites." He straightens, his boots still crushing me beneath it. "So, where were we?" He laughs like he's said something humorous. "Ah, yes, I was ridding my kingdom of one more worthless ordinary." He points the tip of his sword down at me, and I squirm under his boot. He's so strong, and I'm so weak. "Unfortunately, Kai has grown more skilled than I am when it comes to playing with his kills. He was quite the quick learner. I taught him everything he knows. Did he tell you that? He has me to thank for his cruelty." I shudder when the sharp tip of his sword meets the skin of my cheek, just above my jaw. And then he drags it down. I might have screamed, I'm not sure. All I know is the slow, slicing pain trailing from my jaw and down my neck. Hot blood is pouring from the cut and pooling on my skin as rain stings the opened wound. I feel my mouth moving, but I don't hear anything coming out, only the ringing in my ears. He's smiling when he finally drags his sword to a stop at my collarbone. "This is very entertaining, but maybe I should have let Kai do the honors, I feel sick, and all I smell is the metallic scent of my own blood. Cold steel meets my skin again, stilling me and my churning stomach. He's chosen the spot right beneath my other collarbone, right above my heart. He clucks his tongue. "I'm almost impressed that this pathetic little heart of yours is still beating. What with all the betrayal, heartbreak, and near-death experiences you've somehow endured as an ordinary." "Everything I've endured was because of you," I snarl, lifting my head off the ground despite how heavy it feels. He sounds almost thoughtful. "Very true." Blinding pain jolts through my body once more when his sword carves a line above my heart. A strangled scream escapes me, nearly drowning out his words. "Then I will leave my mark upon your heart, lest you forget who's broken it." His slices are deep and disgustingly slow. He goes over each line he's carved again and again as screams tear from my throat. I close my eyes against the grin twisting his face, unable to bear looking at this man any longer. No, not a man. A monster. Tears slip down my cheeks against my will, mixing with the rain and blood splattered across my face. I know exactly what he is carving into my skin, can feel it with each swipe of his sword. He is branding me before death, and it's almost more painful than the agony racking my body. I don't know how much time has passed when he finally lifts the sword to admire his handiwork. "There." Casual. He sounds so casual, so cruel. "Something to remember me by in the afterlife." Then he lifts his sword, aiming the point down at my chest. No. He smiles. "Stabbed through the chest. Like father, like daughter." I cannot die. The king towers over me, gripping the hilt of the sword, raising it up. I will not die. I'm desperate, driven by madness. Even lifting my arms sends shooting pain through my body, but I ignore it as my fingers claw at his boot atop my chest, one hand clamped around his ankle and the other around the leather toe of the shoe. And with every bit of strength I have left, I twist. He grunts in pain, swaying unsteadily. Perfect. I yank his foot upward, hard. The injury to his head, combined with the injuries I've so graciously gifted him, have made him weaker, made him wobbly, and he lands with a hard thud on the wet ground. I don't hesitate before scrambling towards the sword that slipped from his hand. I crawl, pain and adrenaline mixing to create a dangerous concoction of recklessness. A rough hand closes around my ankle, dragging me backward through the mud. I scream, frustrated and fearful, as my fingers brush the hilt of the sword before I'm pulled away. My head whips around to see the king's face contorted with fury, equally bloody and muddy. I kick back as hard as my broken body will let me, and when I hear a crunch, I know my heel has found its mark. The king cries out, the sound gurgling as the blood streaming from his crushed nose runs into his mouth. I wrench my ankle free from his grasp and dive towards the sword, finally folding my fingers around its hilt. I drag myself to my feet, every movement painful. I'm soaked in blood, soaked to the bone by the pouring rain. I stagger towards the king, breathing raggedly as I drag the sword through the mud behind me. Now I'm hovering over him. Funny how quickly our roles have reversed. Me, about to take a life. Him, about to be the life I take. The teeth he bares at me are stained red with blood. "Don't you want to know who it was that killed your father, Peyton?" That one sentence stalls the sword I'm about to shove through his chest. He rasps out a laugh before choking on his own blood. "I already know who it was," I bite out through clenched teeth. "I saw you drive the sword through his chest." I turn my attention back to the weapon gripped in my hand, unable to bear this anymore and ready to— "Wrong!" I still before echoing. "Wrong?" He lets out another wheezing laugh, and I don't wait for him to stop coughing up blood before digging the point of my blade into his chest as I slowly say, "It was you." He coughs out his next words. "Funny how the mind can make us see what we wish to. You already hated me for what I did to your kind, so it must have been easy to convince yourself it was me who drove that blade through your father's chest." A bloody smile stretches across his lips. "But it wasn't." "Liar," I breathe, pressing the sword deeper into his chest. His next words are a little more than a hysterical whisper. "Let's just say that your first encounter with a prince wasn't when you saved Kai in the alley. No. It was when he killed your father." The world spins around me, threatening to throw me to the ground. This can't be happening. He's lying. He's a liar. He's... His first kill, too. The king continues with a bloody, reminiscent smile. "It was the first mission I sent him on, and I think the boy may have even cried after. Look at how far he's come. Look at how well I've trained him. Now he kills at my command and barely bats an eye at the dozens of deaths delivered by his hands." I can barely breathe. The boy who taught me how to dance, healed my wounds, asked me my favorite color under the stars. "You're lying!" I choke out. He lets out a raspy laugh. "No, you're lying to yourself, Peyton." The memory of the night my father died suddenly seems so fuzzy. Where I once thought I saw the face of the king, I now see a blurry body. I can't make out any of the details, can't seem to recall anything about my father's killer. I shake my head. I can't think about this now. I refuse to let my reeling thoughts of Kai distract me from the task at hand. Because now, I will kill his father. Once again, I find symmetry to be a sickening thing. I will not fail. The king's smile is bloody. I will not falter. Hysterical, mocking laughter follows. I will not feel remorse. "Weak! Just like your father." The sword I drive through his chest shuts him the hell up. My next words are hollow, horribly calm. "This is for my father.
He lets out a weak, wheezing gasp as he lifts his head off the ground to stare at the damage I've done. His eyes widen at the sight of his own sword buried deep in his chest. A gurgling noise follows his gasp, blood spilling over the corners of his mouth and gushing from his wound. Nothing. I feel nothing for this man dying at my feet, dying by my hand. And this, I twist the hilt of the sword, drawing a scream from the king as more of his flesh rips and shreds, is for Adina. He lets out a strangled sob when I yank the sword out, throwing it to the ground. I spin around, finding my dagger lying several feet away. Each step towards it has me feeling stronger, despite every wound weakening my body. The silver swirled handle of my father's dagger is slicked with rainwater, blood, and mud, matching me. Drops of water stream down my face, stinging my open wounds as I turn the dagger over in my hand. I flip it once, twice, feeling its familiar weight. And this is for me, you son of a bitch. I let the dagger fly. Chapter 66. Payden. The blade finds its target, guided there by my hatred, my heartbreak, my heartlessness. It sinks into the center of his throat, instantly ceasing his raspy breaths. I'm shaking all over, staring at the corpse of a killer who's staring back at the creature who just became one. The king's head is lolled to the side, with my father's dagger lodged in his throat, his eyes wide and watchful. A tear slips down my cheek, mingling with the beads of rainwater rolling down my face. I wipe it away with bloody hands, unsure why I feel like crying. Is it regret? No, not regret. Not remorse. Not anything remotely close to guilt. It's relief. I take an unsteady step towards him, intending to grab my dagger and bolt. Something catches my eye. I spin towards the movement despite my body screaming in protest. My eyes land on glossy, unblinking ones. The girl is small, with dark skin and even darker hair. She blinks, her eyes clearing before a look of horror settles on her face. And then she's sprinting. A sight. I blink in the rain, staring after the retreating form of the girl who likely just recorded me killing the king. I barely have time to process this before I hear heavy footsteps echoing down the stone tunnel to my right. I hesitate. My dagger. I need it. I have to have it. Whoever is heading through the tunnel is coming fast. I need to get out of here now. I have no idea whether this person is friend or foe, and I have no intention of finding out. I don't have a moment to spare. Not a single second to grab my prized possession, and my breaking heart is my most painful wound right now. Then I'm running. Every part of me is on fire. My body is screaming, streaked with blood, staggering with weakness. But I can't stop. Once I make it farther down the road, there will be woods to my right, and a knife whizzes past me, skimming my forearm with its sharp blade. I whip my head around and stumble to a stop at what I see. Every bit of his body is covered in blood. His hair is a mess of inky waves, sticky with sweat and streaked with blood. A thin blade is gripped between his fingers, his hand raised and ready to send it flying towards me. And something snaps into place at the sight of him. I'm suddenly back in my old home, hidden behind a cracked door as I watch a sword plunge into my father's chest. The sword, held by a boy with wavy black hair, a boy with gray eyes full of fear, a boy who just became a murderer. I shudder as my eyes sweep over the same black hair, those same gray eyes, and the same murderer before me. The sight of him now suddenly makes the memory of that night clearer than it ever has been before. Pieces of the puzzle that is my scattered memory begin to fall into place. That night so long ago, my mind made me believe it was the king who killed my father, made me blame the man I already hated. And in a way, it was the king who killed him, just not by his own hand. It was his son who sunk the blade into my father's chest. My breath shudders as I stare at him. It suddenly all makes sense. The attraction, the connection, the familiarity. I was so easily drawn to him because deep down I knew him, recognized him, remembered him. He was familiar to me. And now my father's murderer is going to murder me. We stare at each other, and I see the boy who's been the king's instrument of death his entire life, commanded and controlled to be a killer. He was made this way, made to mirror the monster his father was. But that doesn't make him any less a murderer. It's his eyes that are more startling than his ragged, enraged appearance. That gray gaze is like smoke billowing from the hottest fire, and yet cold like chips of ice, piercing like the tips of icicles. Those eyes betray the horror he feels, looking like they did the night I saw him take his first life. I did this to him. I killed his father. But he killed mine first. He knows what I've done. I doubt he would forget the distinct look of the dagger I've pressed against his throat so many times. The same dagger that is now protruding from his father's throat. And yet, his knife missed me. Kai doesn't miss. Not unless he wants to. What have you done to me? His words are almost lost in the storm, but they chill me to the bone more than the streaming rain ever could. I've heard those exact words fall from his lips before, when they were brushing my own. I've felt this rain cool my heated skin when we were inches apart. I've had his gray gaze on me before, when it was heavy with heat rather than hatred. My pretty Pei, what have you done to me? How can a single moment mirror another in such a morbid way? Was it only yesterday that his lips formed those words with longing, and today with loathing? But the only similarities between last night and this moment are the fire and fortitude of feelings filling his eyes. With his mask gone, he's unguarded, allowing me to clearly glimpse the grief gracing his features. His hand holding the knife, ready to strike, shakes in the air. I can almost see the pieces falling together in his mind, the realization of what I am and what I've done snapping into place. He cocks his arm back further, ready to bury his blade in my chest. My eyes flutter shut, and I plant my feet, accepting my fate. I hurt. Everything hurts. Maybe I deserve this death. Maybe I even desire it. My pitiful thoughts are interrupted by a strangled cry of frustration that has my eyes flying open. Kai's hands are dragging through his hair, his head bowed. When his eyes finally meet mine, cutting through the rain and distance separating us, I see the battle raging within them. He knows what he needs to do, and yet he isn't. Kai's voice trembles like his hands. I should bury this blade in your throat. And he could easily do it too. I have no weapons, no will, no energy to try and stop him. My voice sounds as ragged as I feel. Then do it. He's shaking his head at me, looking just as disgusted with himself as he is with me. I will. I should. He grimaces as he grips the dagger aimed right at me. Another frustrated sound tears from his throat. He runs both bloody hands through his hair, shaking his head at the ground. Then why can't I do it? Now he's staring at the weapon in his hand, at the weapon he could easily take my life with. Why is it that when it comes to you, I'm suddenly a coward? Why is it that when it comes to you, I suddenly care? Why is it that I can't throw this damn knife at my father's killer? His chest is rising and falling rapidly with each ragged breath. I, on the other hand, think I've stopped breathing altogether when he says, "I told you I was a fool for you. And it seems I was right." His laugh is biting. "I'm a fool when it comes to you." The next words out of his mouth are damning, yet deceptively calm. "Maybe when I rid myself of you, I'll find my courage. So I'm giving you a head start." I blink at him. My feet seem to be rooted to the spot. I don't move an inch, too shocked and startled to do anything but stare. "At least you kept your promise. You stayed alive long enough to stab me in the back." He laughs bitterly, remembering the attack after the first ball when I tended to his wound. "And now, I promise to return the favor." His voice strains with emotion. "Run, Payden, because when I catch you, I will not miss. I will not falter. I will not make the mistake of feeling for you." I'm frozen, still standing in the freezing rain. "Go!" he yells, his voice breaking. "Go before I find someone who isn't a coward, someone who isn't a fool, and let them bury this dagger in your back right here, right now." I stumble, tripping over uneven ground before turning away from him. And then I'm running again, like I've found myself doing all day, all my life. I throw a glance over my shoulder, glimpsing Kai dropping to his knees beside the king, with his eyes trained on me. I swallow the emotions clawing their way up my throat, threatening to leak from my stinging eyes. I don't look back.
Chapter 67. Kai. How could I have been so blind, so oblivious? I watch her retreating form grow smaller, watch her escape me, escape a killer. Except, I didn't act like the one thing I was born to be. I didn't act like the murderer I've been molded into. I let her go. I let her go. I looked down at her dagger clenched in my fist, its sharp blade slicked with blood. My father's blood. My eyes drift to his lifeless body, to the eyes staring glassily at where Payden must have thrown her knife from. I reach out with trembling fingers and close them, unable to stand seeing Kit's eyes so lifeless. I haven't shed a single tear. I feel numb. I feel shocked. I feel betrayed. Was anything real to her? Was it all a lie? All a pretend? I know my thoughts should be on the dead king I'm kneeling beside, but they keep wanting to wander back to her. I could never sense her power. She was untouchable to silencers. Their resistance didn't lay a finger on her when they attacked. Because she isn't ordinary. Because she is part of the resistance. Well, she was. There is not much to be a part of anymore after today. How could I not see it before? I shake my head, already knowing the answer to that question. Because I was blinded by everything that is her. She killed him. She killed the king. She killed my father. And yet I let her go. But not for long. I stand to my feet, looking down at the dead king before my gaze snaps back up to the speck that is her, now barely visible through the rain. The title of enforcer has never weighed so heavily on my shoulders. I'll have to find her. And when I do, I'll have found my courage.
Chapter 68. Payden. I don't stop running until I stumble into the woods beside the road leading home. Running is soon replaced with tripping, when roots catch my ankles and rocks stub my toes. The rain hasn't slowed its attempt to drown me yet, pelting each of my open wounds. My finger finds its way to the gash trailing from my jaw and down my neck, tenderly following the torn and bloody path that I know will never look the same. Then my fingers fumble across my chest, stopping only when they meet the shredded skin right above my heart. I wince, and I wish it was because of the pain. O. I trace the jagged lines that form that single letter. That single letter that will forever scar, marring it with the memory of him and what I am. O for ordinary. The brand is just as mangled as the heart barely beating beneath it. I stagger onward, hand pressed against the O carved into my skin, and every meaning behind the seemingly simple letter. A pop of color catches my eye, bright against the dark foliage of the damp woods. My heart splinters at the sight, lungs squeezing and legs shaking. It was only yesterday that the sight made me smile, that the symbol was slid into my hair by strong hands, sure fingers. A forget-me-not, since you always seem to be forgetting who I am. I stare at the bundle of blue flowers, mocking me with the memory of stolen touches, silent promises. Now all that's left are shouts of revenge, steely eyes that promise no mercy, and a stolen silver dagger so dear to me, yet so likely to be the blade that stabbed through my heart. I don't give a damn if you forget who I am in title, so long as you remember who I am to you. I open my mouth to laugh, only for a sob to slip past my lips instead, my body deciding to shake with hurt rather than humor. Oh, I remember who he is to me. How could I forget my father's murderer? I stumble forward, blinking through the constant stream of rain and tears. Thick, hot liquid runs down my brand, my body, my very being. Honey. That's what I tell myself. It's just honey.
Epilogue. Kit. It's been 3 days since I saw my father lying dead in the mud. 3 days since I last slept. 3 days since I could close my eyes without seeing his bloody body. 3 days since the resistance attacked the final trial. 3 days since the girl I trusted, the girl I grew to want, became a murderer and a betrayer. 3 days since I became king. The crown atop my head is heavy, much like my eyelids have grown, and much like the weight of the kingdom now thrown onto my shoulders. I blink awake, reminding myself of what I will see if I give in to the fatigue. My only true parent, dead. The parent I have been trying to please, make proud my entire life, lying lifeless beside me. My knees sinking into the mud as my tears fall onto his bloody chest, his severed neck. I silence the screaming thoughts that have echoed in my skull for dozens of hours. My gaze makes its way back to father's favorite chair, brown leather worn from years of sitting. I find that I study it quite often, even when he was alive and sitting in it, signing treaties and strategizing. I studied everything he did before he was brutally murdered. Kit. Kai. My enforcer. He steps into the study after a light rasp of his knuckles on the open door, sounding almost timid. I nearly laugh at the sight of Kai trying his best to be cautious around me. It's a valiant effort, though I didn't ask for his pity. I'm not like Kai. I'm not cool and collected and constantly wearing a carefully constructed mask around most. My emotions are on full display, my heart on my sleeve. I'm Kit, the brother who is supposed to be kind and charming, said to become the kindest king Ilya has ever seen. Wrong. I feel anything but kind. I feel everything but kind. I feel rage and grief, inadequate and hollow, despair and, you wanted to see me? My brother's words are soft, sounding slightly concerned. And he should be. Kind Kit doesn't act crazed. Kind Kit is caring, not a killer. Kind Kit has changed. Grief is a bitch. Yes. Take a seat. I gesture casually to Kai's usual chair. His eyes flick to Father's worn one before he sits, crossing an ankle over his knee. He leans forward, eyes searching mine for answers he won't find.
How are you doing, Kit?
The concern filling his voice cracks something in my heart, the one that has become so cold over the past 72 hours. My gaze softens slightly, momentarily shifting into more of Kit and less of the king. He's still my brother, the only flesh and blood I have left, maybe even the only person I have left. I'm doing? What the hell kind of answer was that? I clear my throat. How is, I hesitate, Mother doing? She's not my mother. My mother is dead, just like my father.
She's doing...
Kai gives me a weak smile.
She won't leave her room. It's like the grief of losing him is slowly...
He trails off, turning his attention back towards Father's worn chair to distract himself from the unspoken words. I see. I did see. I understand how she feels, how it feels to be so swallowed, so smothered by grief. My eyes shift to Kai, taking in his stiff shoulders, his bruised and bloody knuckles. I pity the who or what he hit to take his mind off things. I almost cluck my tongue at him, wanting to chastise my little brother for wearing that cool mask of his around me. He never does that, and never shuts me out of his feelings like he's doing now. I'm not sure what Kai felt for our father, but I know he never cared for him like I do. Like I did. Perhaps it was a mix of love and loathing he felt for the man who made him into what he is. The man who was a king to him, not a father. But to me, Father was my foundation. He was who I strived to be, who I longed to be loved by. But now he's dead, and I'm still willing to do whatever it takes to make him proud. I've been walking through my whole life waiting to follow in his footsteps, and here I am, suddenly trying to fill his shoes. And I will do what needs to be done, so that in death, he will be proud. I glance at my brother, knowing he feels the grief too. Despite their rough relationship, Kai still lost the man he called father, if only in title alone. I can glimpse that grief peeking out in the hard set of his jaw, the constant crinkle of his brow, the bounce of his knee. But I know he's mourning more than one person. I know I am. Kai. His attention snaps to me. My coronation is completed. Father's burial has been dealt with. I pause, needing a moment to clear the emotion from my throat. And you are now my true enforcer. He nods, slowly, knowing all this information already. So, it's time for your first mission. He nods again, just as slowly. It's a formality. We both know he couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. He has sworn his services to me, despite how damn awkward our dynamic has become. I knew I would be ruling over my brother one day. I just didn't think that day would come so soon, so suddenly. I school my features into neutrality. Find her. And there goes Kai's mask. It slips, flooding his face with feelings that flit by too fast for me to interpret. But I'm not blind. I saw the way she affected him. Saw the way he let his guard down around her. Something he used to reserve only for me. It seems that she got the best of us both, before stabbing us both in the back by stabbing Father to the chest and throat. My only true parent, dead,
The parent I have been trying to please, make proud my entire life, lying lifeless beside me, my knees sinking into the mud as my tears. I want you to find her. I speak over the shouting sorrow in my head, and I want you to bring her to me. Kai doesn't look at me as he dips his head in a single solemn nod. Yes, Your Majesty. The title on his lips sounds foreign, but I find I like the ring of it. I stand from my seat and stride over to the one with the faded brown leather, filled with the memory of a dead king. And then I sit down, slowly. Bring me Peyton Gray, Enforcer.
You have been listening to a Simon & Schuster audiobook, Powerless, by Lauren Roberts, read by Cecily Bednar-Schmidt and Chase Brown. Directed by Tidor Niedu for the Strathmore Studios, Clerkenwell, London. Sound editing by Joe O'Neill Parker and check listening by Jesse Watts. The text is copyright Lauren Roberts 2023. The recording is copyright 2023 by Simon & Schuster. The right of Lauren Roberts to be identified as the author of this work has been asserted by her in accordance with Sections 77 and 78 of the Copyright, Design, and Patents Act, 1988.